чатик. А где чатик? Ну, покажут. Вот она. Мать пошла.
It is time for the final day of our Tarkov Arena tournaments. Our teams have been battling for a prize pool of 100,000 euros. 3 teams are still in the running for that victory. And today we will crown our champion and they will take home 50,000 euros. An action-packed day ahead of us. We have a best of 3, a show match, and our grand final. My name is Anne. I'll be your host for today, like the entirety of the weekend. And as you may have seen, we have an amazing talent team with us to guide you through all these games. So let's welcome our first analyst onto the stage, Giga. Giga, it's our final day of the tournament. How ready are you to see our first champion?
I mean, it's been a treat so far. The 3 days we've had, the teams have played really, really well. You know, we've seen changes in strategy. We've seen teams having tough times at the beginning and then warming up and doing well. So it's going to be exciting to see who manages to pull through and clinches the first ever title in Tarkov Esports Arena. It's amazing.
Indeed, it is one hell of an accomplishment for sure to have that on your name. The first winner of our Tarkov Arena tournament. We have a second analyst, of course, as well to join us on the analyst desk. And that analyst is Demo. What happened to the hammer?
It's just there. Don't worry, it's okay. No one stole the hammer. I haven't been killed and looted. It's okay. That's my stash.
You can always
That's what
insure
people don't get. It's my stash.
You can insure it as well, in case you really don't want to lose it, for example. But as we said, we have this analyst desk that will bring us through the pre- and the post-game. And now we need two guests, of course, to talk you through the games when they are on. And the first one to be doing so is Hap. Big smile on your face. You seem very happy for your final day.
Yeah, we were actually discussing if I was going to send Tollers on just to mess with you, but decided
Руслан, привет.
to listen to your calls.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. We've been doing the same order. I was thinking about, like, you know, doing that as well, like the sudden switch and seeing if you would listen to it or not, but...
We can't listen.
Oh, okay, it's fine. We'll get the
Я
final
думаю, нас ждет
announcement as well to
грандиозный день.
complete our picture. That
Возможно,
is Tollers
если
now.
доступ мне дадут.
Hello.
Hello, hello. I hope you're feeling good for the final day of this tournament.
Oh, definitely. I just was waving at some Hepta players, and they seem stoked for this match.
That sounds very good. I mean, all of us were slap squatting backstage as well for some good spirits to commence our tournament. I don't understand how you don't have muscle pain after that.
You need to stop doing that. Like, that's a condition.
I can just keep doing it all day, every day. It's like, and my heels are not in the sky, so I'm official, not a spy.
I might have to take some lessons on how to correctly do the form for that to make sure I don't hurt my back or any other body parts later. But you know what? You might want to slap squat walk towards the caster booth if you want to. It's a bit of a pressure. I wouldn't do that. Maybe you'll do a few slap squats over there.
I will try.
Yeah, but at least you two can make your way there because we do have a very exciting game ahead of us. You can go to the caster desk and make sure you are ready for it as well.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
He actually did it. I can't believe. I wasn't thinking he was gonna do it, but I mean, he actually did it. So he got this.
16:30 тут в преисподней.
But let's have a look at how we eventually got here, right? Because as we said, it was the third, the
Ну,
final
кстати,
day
может быть,
of
ну
our
да,
tournament. And
может
3
быть,
days went ahead of us as well. So
после
let's look at what
гранд-финала
went
прям
down
что-то
in those 2
Никита
days with
скажет,
some
что типа
highlights,
вот
with
все
some
открыто,
plays that we have seen from this tournament.
можете
Now,
заходить.
Demo, what really stood out to you?
Либо
I think the gameplay was actually a lot better than probably what it was in day one. I think teams really starting to grow in to the competition.
Ну нет, скорее всего,
starting
так и
to get
будет.
more accustomed to the kits that we had. Obviously, we've seen some of the more beefier classes come in yesterday because we went up that kind of tier grade. But for the most part, you know, I think the kind of first group stages that kind of set the bar where MP9s, that was the name of the game.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we've moved on from just agent v agent. It was good to see in some of the mirror matchups, just to see who is the better shooters. We kind of have an idea now of the players on each team, what they like to do. We're seeing these duos and trios forming little squads in amongst these teams of 5 who are, they've got all the angles and they're able to pick off enemies, and they've got some good strategies. But as these teams have progressed through, we've almost seen some of them kind of copy each other's styles as well, and things that are working too. So it's an evolving game. This is the first time we've seen it in a fully competitive environment. So no doubt we're going to see lots of different changes as we've gone through the tournament so far.
Yeah. we have to keep that in mind for sure, right? Because as we said, it's the first time we have this tournament. The players have had access for about a week. It's a very new, very fresh game, and still we're seeing some kind of strategies evolve.
Yeah, I think teams have played it pretty safe. I don't think it's been too crazy where they've really tried to push the boat out. It's the classes that we kind of expected to see whenever we were able to look at what everyone was able to have. Obviously, agent classes, just with how small some of these maps are, and you kind of need those stims to get yourself turned around. Obviously, we've seen a little bit of the map that we weren't really expecting to see. Which we were always thinking maybe this might come out of the best of threes, but best of ones also, we've kind of seen it as well. Sawmill, I think, kind of plays into that more slow, methodical play style. Snipers, a lot of them were kind of being used as well, both on bringing snipers into it, but also the pickups around the map.
Yeah, exactly. That kind of map knowledge is really important, and it is interesting to see teams with players coming from different fields, different games, and how that actually ends up influencing the strategies and the maps that they prefer. We talked about it yesterday, but PUBG players, they love a bit of Sawmill. It's just the way it goes.
Чуть-чуть поднастраивал, короче.
Chris picking up that sniper early, dropping it, and then coming back to it later on, really when he was in his comfort zone. So yeah, lots of stuff from prior experience really plays into how these teams are performing right now, and that experience is almost more important at this point just because of the limited time that the teams have had with the game.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see some players really have that knowledge indeed, as you said, looking through some slits in the wall, walking onto some beams, for example. We've seen an air pit. I'm also really happy that we saw all of our maps in play so far in this tournament because, as you said, we do have the best of 5 that has the potential for all 5 maps to be played in a singular matchup. But of course, we'll have to see if we make it to 5 maps or not. But 3 teams still have a contention of playing into that grand final. 1 team is confirmed, but we had way more teams when we started out. So let's have a look at what went down in that group stage, what went down earlier on in those few days, and the teams that were participating. So we have the group stage and the round robin format that we had for that as well. We saw Virtus Pro and Gamer Legion coming out in top. Now, before this tournament, it was very difficult to predict that because we didn't really know all those teams. But do you feel like these are
Было бы креативно, если бы вход в арену запустили 17-12. 17-12, ну да, прикольно, ну, блядь. Да. До воскресенья. Я вообще думал, лучше было бы им как-то, наверное, с утра людям доступ дать, но... Блин. Турик, конечно, тоже должен быть сначала в фокусе, потом, наверное, Аренка. Я надеюсь, что они в этом дне перестанут вот эти долгие паузы делать.
Full sense of security. You're like, well, we don't actually even need to win the game, but you do have to win 3. But yeah, it's funny that it's come so close, so early on in the competitive history of this game. It's a funny one.
It's very good to see. And of course, after our group stage, we had our bracket. We had the top 4 teams of our group stage move into this bracket, with the top 2 getting an extra live. The very top left of this.
Так, ну чё, сейчас, значит, Геймер Легион выиграют Непту. А потом мы опять будем смотреть Virtus Pro против Gamer Legion. Второй день тебя смотрю, подписался. Спасибо. Надеюсь, что не разочарую, как говорится. Я в стримах еще пока не особо шарю, поэтому, может быть, стримы не так, как ролики. Интересно смотреть. Ну и правда мы еще, конечно, не играем, а смотрим только такое. Ничего, придет с опытом.
And we're talking about teams, but I do have to point out Chris honestly because he came back from playing a completely different role and ending up on SMG and then dominating the enemy team. Honestly, he ended up doing so well, showed that he could play in lots of different roles.
Хорошо, поэтому подписался.
Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them.
Ну, слава богу.
Carried them through.
Значит, в правильном направлении идем.
From a slow start to really building up some steam. So yeah, they've got the crowd behind them too. So who knows?
Very good indeed. And as we said, it's our final day. Let's have a look at our schedule. What exactly is going to go down today? As we mentioned,
наконец-то они этот лифчик хоть на бабу одели.
Later today, that is Virtus Pro. But we
Интересно, что за шоу-матч будет? Кто с кем? Им бы еще на трансляции побольше статистики собирать по игрокам. То есть как в КС-ке, допустим, там есть турик идет, собирается инфа по поводу того, как они там, сколько попаданий в голову, там вот это вот все. Ну, я думаю, в дальнейшем сделают, чтобы награждали потом за это. Никак не могу жену подбить. Бля, кайф. Тебе вообще повезло с женой, я бы тебе так сказал. Играет в шутеры. Ну, Тарков сложно. Вот сейчас Арена выйдет, туда я попробую засунуть. Там полегче будет. Тут инфа прошла, то что сеты будут... как это? Короче... Будет 5 штук разных направлений сетов. То есть, что я имею в виду, это типа снайпер, разведчик, там вот это вот все, танк, там не танк. Вот. И суть в чем? В том, что система прокачки что здесь люди игроки-то, о чем это маркетинг? Только бизнес, ничего. Просто дадут только после турнира, иначе турнир смотреть никто не будет, все дадут играть в арену. Ну, с этой стороны, да, но доступ дадут, во-первых, не всем, а во-вторых, сколько вот будет человек. Я не думаю, что доступ сейчас дадут для... Ну, хотя, с другой стороны, у них на трансляции сколько человек? Ну, 1020 было вчера. 20 тысяч это много? Не знаю. Со стороны маркетинга, да, согласен. То есть вы смотрите турик, потом после турика мы анонсируем там громко как. Просто я не понимаю, зачем он тогда вчера это сделал. То есть он вчера вышел и сказал, что вот арена будет. Было бы ну как вот сказать, было бы эпичнее, наверное, после гранд-финала. После того, как, типа, там, не знаю, за кубок, они за что воюют? Вот я тоже не понимаю. Как там какие-то медали, может быть, дадут. И после этого Никита вышел бы в дыму такой и сказал, все, в данный момент арена открыта, доступ выдан и так далее. Был бы кайф. А так я вот именно вот этого момента не понял. Я и поэтому и думал, то, что, типа, зачем, вернее, почему сейчас сразу его не дать людям. Именно. Он сказал завтра, блядь. Может, он нас вообще заскамил. Сидим, все ждем. Вот, ну и вернемся к тому, что это, по поводу пресетов. Получается, будет система прокачки пресетов такая же, как в танках. Кто за лица на турнире, кто это, в душе не ебу. Вот никого не знаю. Вот знаю, что в Геймер Легионе очень сильный это какао. Вот. Они там все, в принципе, хорошо играют, но вот какао прям жесткий. Прям вот тот чел, который прям нормально рубает. Вот. И сразу, кстати, интересно, будет Best of 5 или Best of 3 в гранд-финале. Если будет Best of 3, то это плохо. ВП первую могут проиграть. Почему? Потому что они не будут размяты. Ну вот, вернусь, блядь, к тому, что вот эта вся сетка, которая там есть. То есть, как я понял, есть, допустим, вот у нас таблица. Представьте таблицу, в которой есть такие 5 полосок, допустим. Каждый там рейнджер, ну, снайпер, там, не знаю, танк, еще что-то. И т.д. Их 5 штук. Ты качаешь, получается, значит, вот, допустим, ты выбрал танка, ты качаешь вот эту вариацию первую. Потом, чтобы открыть второй уровень этого персонажа, то есть, получается, тебе нужно, как в танках, под вот этой вот, как сказать, под вот этим уже открытым персонажем тебе нужно там еще 2 открыть, 2 вариации его, то есть там с глушителем, может быть, там с прицелом, там, не знаю. И только потом тебе дадут доступ к второму, допустим, левелу вот этого персонажа. То есть он там будет уже с другим оружием и там с наушниками и так далее. А вот этот будет без наушников, там, с оружием с одним, которое там потом можно будет добавить глушитель, можно будет добавить прицел, можно будет добавить там какие-нибудь, не знаю, хилки, не хилки и так далее. И вот, то есть это будет все вот таким вот образом. И вот Маза вчера сказал то, что, короче, чтобы открыть хотя бы вот раз, два, три, там 5 уровней получается. Ну вот, открыть самое последнего, это надо полгода играть. То есть за проигрыш дают 6000 экспы. За проигрыш. То есть за выигрыш, ну, допустим, умножим на 2. 12. 12-15 тысяч. То есть там экспу нужно будет так, сука, фармить. Вот как реально в танках. И это вот еще одно семечко в такое в недоверие именно по поводу доната. То есть в танках мы все знаем прекрасно, что есть донатные сеты, которые добавляют процент к, блядь, к длине члена, блядь. И ты быстрее там на фармишь же деньги и там все такое. Опять же, он сказал, для того, чтобы повысить количество запросов в сервис, связанный на торговом поиске времени открытия доступа к Арене. Это называется хайп. Ну да. Но... Да, вот, ускорители, прокачки, примаки и так далее. Ну, блядь. Но если все-таки он говорит, что, блядь, не будет, то я тогда вообще не понимаю. Это ж просто пиздец. Короче, посмотрим. Что гадать, скоро выйдет. Уже посмотрим. Сегодня вечером уже можно будет какой-то анализ сделать. Но я надеюсь, что они еще, конечно, допиливать будут, естественно, там все переделывать, доделывать. Потому что еще спектатор очень плохой. Вот, допустим, аэропорт. Я, в принципе, хотя бы могу ориентироваться где-то. Слева-справа. Ланги. Но где-то там вот карта с контейнерами. Я, блядь, вот просто я смотрю, я не понимаю, что происходит. Потому что у меня просто нету картинки сверху. Хотя бы радара, там, мини-карты и так далее. Очень сложно комментировать, там что-то говорить. А то, что вот количество запросов, да, но это работает только тогда, когда... Во-первых, Тарков, вот эта трансляция, я сейчас посмотрю, эта трансляция идет как Тарков. Как категория... А, нет, идет как Тарков Арена. Это значит, они вчера было. У них вчера была другая категория. Ладно, возможно. Ну, короче, да, не суть. Его выход, его рассказ о том, что Арена выйдет, блядь, завтра, видела там, ну, 20 тысяч человек, допустим. Так, а почему бы не сделать, ну, как-то масштабнее, допустим. Какую-то рекламу запустить. Что-то. Он напишет, что за один день количество запросов по Таркову выросло в 100 тысяч миллионов раз. Все хотят бабла срубить, даже ты. Нет смех. Да им не нужны бабки. Поставил 1 лайк, я что первый. Ну, скорее всего, видишь. Спасибо. Вот, блядь, на чем-то остановился. Сука, теперь он в идее опять в этой ебаной кофте какой-то, другой только. Ёпрст, блядь. Оденьте его нормально, пожалуйста, блядь. Вот, на чем остановился. Им деньги сейчас пока нахер не нужны. Ну, то есть, скорее всего, у них бабла очень много. Почему? Потому что типы, то есть они до этого анонсировали то, что Edge of Darkness закроется, то, что ну, вот этот вот пока больше не будет, то, что только с ним у вас там будет рыжий, там еще-то. Они денег подсобрали много. И вот эти деньги, которые они собрали, они пустят на рекламу. Dreamhack хорошая реклама, но узконаправленная. Как будто мне кажется. Ну, я, конечно, не маркетолог или как пиарщик. Ну, блядь, не знаю. Как будто реклама какая-то где-то в каких-то там, не знаю, источниках, где, ну, где у нас больше всего людей знают про ВКонтакте, к примеру. Просто какую-то рекламу запустить. На Твиче купить рекламу. Чтобы она именно как, когда ты заходишь на, допустим, типам, которые стримят какие-нибудь шутеры, ты же там на стриме, если у тебя отблока нету, то ты смотришь рекламу, а потом смотришь на Твиче. И вот в эту рекламу и засунуть. Я думаю, денег бы хватило. Да, я понимаю, что турниры есть реклама арены, я понимаю. Но он как будто, он узконаправленный. И, допустим, тот же Twitch Drops или еще что-то даст больше буста. Просто как вот делали, допустим... Блять, какая-то игра была. Я, сука, не помню. Вот, недавно была игра, ну как недавно, наверное, в середине этого года. Была РПГшка. New World, по-моему, она называлась. Ебать, просто ты заходишь на Twitch, у тебя все в этом New World, нахуй. Все его стримят, все его там что-то делают. Ну вот, организовать такой турик или организовать вот эту суету на Твиче. Английский у дикторов охуенный. Вы прям хорошо слышите или вы только меня слышите? Надо, наверное, побольше сделать звука. Да они, блядь, о чем они могут разговаривать? Там даже, сука, вот не проанализировать, типа, что делают игроки со стороны. Мы просто видим от первого лица, блядь, как они друг друга стреляют. Ну, ёпта. Буду ли... Ну, разговор ни о чем. Вот на вот этой мапе кидать гранаты имба. И просто она короткая. Или прокидываешь гранату куда-нибудь. Наверное, в конец хвоста или в начало, и все, ты можешь кого-нибудь подорвать 100%. Очко горит. Маза горел, очко будет гореть, пиздец от арены. Еще хуже, чем от Таркова.
Standing behind walls, staircases, and whatnot. That's very important to see how you might actually manage your ammo. And towards this phase of the tournament, higher tiers also have more ammo, have more magazines. That makes it way easier to sustain a prolonged line of fire, and of course also tone down your opponents. Let's also not forget there's weapon pickups. There might be snipers that people might want to bring in. However, we've seen that especially on Air Pit, the close range battles do really take most of the engagements.
I am wondering though if we're going to see more of the surf like with the VSS coming out, because yes, it's great taking down a one-on-one. As soon as there's a second opponent though, you're going to find
Ну, он, кстати, еще... Да, очко будет гореть от арены еще больше. Ну ладно, попозже сейчас поговорим. Смотрим.
Yeah, we see the Vimple also coming into play. SMG and Innate very strong as Plenty now already goes low. And as you said, Gamer Legion bringing in the serves with a 4-man squad. Grumpy as well towards Furlak, and he gets the opening kill on towards Plenty. Already an early tag and then also finished off. And that means Gamer Legion already started
Интересно. Типы с калашами, с вересками, с этими. Ну все, они въебали эту игру. ВСС переедут их. Калаши не поможет это нахуй. Четыре винтореза, один НАТО. Какао убили, нихуя себе. Ой-ой-ой. 3 в 3, 3 в 2. Нихуя себе, извините. Интересно. А, вот что Нынку взял, это дальняк. And let's not forget, he doesn't have had armor. Same goes for Dead Ace. So they are quite easy to take down, especially with the damage coming through as well. Grumpy tries to go in for a little bit of attack, but currently the players, Dead Ace will go in with facility. Ну все, ласт остался. Остался ласт, он ничего не сделает. Просто сядьте в закрытую.
It's going to be quite difficult for him to actually get this shot off. Going up to close range, using that laser. Now, again, point clicking is super accurate in this game, so he doesn't need to ADS. Just use that laser for the actual shots. And as he goes for a bit of a pre-fire, makes his position known, runs all the way across below, but the metal is very loud. And that means Vasily should be aware of it as he tries to pre-fire a little bit through the floor. Still gets popped to try and make something happen. But as the cleanup crew's coming through, Ferlik's just trying to find if he can see something. But Vasily with the ace, the first one of the tournament.
Хорош. Нет, нихуя себе. Че, они разыгрались, блядь? Забываю, что при организации турнира крутится большие деньги. Я согласен. Букмекеры и т.д. Возьми тот же желтый батончик в кармане ведущего. Призовые турнирные деньги от рекламы. Я согласен. Допустим... Ну, Никита уже говорил, что будет несколько мажоров. Поэтому, значит, у них там все хорошо, все с этим. Вот, заметьте. Ой, ну вот о чем я и говорил. Пацаны из Непты пиздец готовились к карте. Вот, прям видно, нахуй. Бля, ой. Хорошо раздали. Вот как будто калаш с этим прицелом хуйня полная вообще. Да желтый батончик это вообще какая-то херня. Это не реклама, там же даже не видно полностью название. Я не вижу прям рекламодателя, вот прям явного рекламодателя в этом турике. Естественно, рекламодатели есть там какие-то у команд, но, по-моему, я не уверен, но, по-моему, это как-то там договариваются. Да, турики, это тема, я согласен. Это нормальные бабки. Просто они вот этот стопудово на свои бабки организовали. Потому что я не вижу здесь прям рекламодателя, знаете. Это как этот. Блядь, скажите мне. Как International от Valve. То есть они же, у них там нету, почти нету рекламы. Ну, то есть именно явной рекламы. Понятно, скрытый дохуя. Я про явную рекламу, типа, здравствуйте, вот это вот букмекер номер 20, нахуй. Мы... Желтая точка, это какой-то же итем из игры, статистики, разгрузки из идей. Я вот не помню, Мне кажется, что он, да, туда либо засунул батончик специально... О, 3 в 3. Как он его, блядь, убил? Чинки работают. О. Кайф. Ну все, подхилится сейчас. И раз в раз, но, не, все, пиздец. Классно, проебал. Вот слишком быстро вот этот каптур слишком быстро. Ну реально. Это вот каптур сделан как в Warzone, когда ты, блядь, бежишь. Почему не подключил донат? Даже зачем? Я не хочу пока что вообще этим заниматься. Во-первых, ну, понятно, поддержать там хочется иногда людям. Ну, я думаю, я еще пока не заслужил донат. Так, 4 в 4. Кодекс перебил Тони. Рейнджпинг. Ну вот, ВСС чем хуев? Вот то, что ты 2 обоймы выпустил, он уже может заклинить нахуй тебя. 2 в 4. They want to make this as quick as possible, of course, as they want to go back for that rematch. Here gets the kill eventually. It was a bit tricky considering he was leading left and right, just dodging the bullets, Matrix style, but... Далось вам компания. Да ну... Мне кажется, это такой момент... Пока что рановато, короче. Я думаю. В Таркове желтых батончиков нет. Там батончик какой-то на букву Т, блядь. Причем желтый. Это не Твикс, там, не знаю. Какая-то хуйня просто локальная. И да, таких батончиков. Есть только сникерсы, все. Шоколадка. Ну, Аленка, блядь. Но это нихуя не Аленка, у него там лежит. Ну, он просто ее, наверное, всунул, потому что у него не было сникерса, блядь. Ну, в идее, почему, наверное, блядь, почему говорю? Наверное, сникерс торчал, а он просто туда какую-то хуйню засунул и все. Так, ну в раз. 20 секунд. Что-то сможет предложить с калашом против Эмки? Если он хорошо законтролит... Вот то, что он не переключается на верхний прицел, это ошибка. С него довольно удобно стрелять.
Amir, of course, does have to flip up if he really wants to go for it, but he's decided to stay with the one time.
Ой-ой-ой. Что это было? А, боты, все, пиздец. Сиди нахуй. Все, его уже пушат. Че, я не понял.
Yeah, just a bit of a waiting game there for Hapta, and they eventually make it work, but on the back of Meyer, now stepping up big time together with
Того бота убили.
Meyer, 2 big kills from the back line, getting 2 important frags, hoping that his teammate would survive long enough. He did, unfortunately unable to convert the solo kill, and then of course Cleanup Crew just running in after spotting Furlex, a little bit maybe too presumptuous that they wouldn't push on his heel.
Я тут, кстати, настроил оповещение на подписку канал. Я вот не знаю, правда, работает она или нет. Там, если кто-то это... Блять, может, подпишитесь, отпишитесь. Посмотрим, есть ли оповещение. Я его потом настрою по-красивому как-нибудь. Блять, весь упиздячился. В ручки, наверное. По идее, должно его подкинуть. Hepta, again, being a player down, hasn't faced them too much in previous rounds. Of course, it doesn't help you if Tony is unable to get a single frag in towards the game and this round again. And of course, now it's two twists. Ну, хорош твист. Ой, ой-ой-ой. 4 в 2 остались. Отлично. Плюс кодекс красный, разбитый. Что-то сегодня какао хуёво играет. И ты только на ютубе стримишь? Да. На твиче из-за того, что я как бы не стример, можно сказать, пока что. Там плохое качество будет. Вырви глаз. Здесь хотя бы можно 2К включить. Там будет вообще пиздец. Поэтому да, только на ютубе. Ну, у меня еще надо хороший компьютер иметь для твича и нормальную видеокарту. Так что пока на ютубе. Может потом, когда я разбогатею, это на ютубе и на твиче буду стримить. Ну, рестрим включать. Ну, я не знаю. Уведомления пока нет. На ютубе уведомления будет показывать только у тех, у кого включена настройка показ подписок. А, в смысле, у самих людей? Ебать, серьезно? Или у меня где-то на канале это надо включить? And interestingly enough, both rounds of Gamer Legion 1 were on objective captures. So Hepta should maybe, just maybe, keep hold on to a few nades just to make sure they can cancel it out. Да, у самих людей, если не включу, то алерт. Блядь. Nothing really happening early on. We hear a lot of the explosions, no real damage being done. Everybody fully into this fight. Smire, here you have it, that flip-up scope, just holding down onto the tight angle a little bit better, a little bit more accurately, you can almost say. Splinty is trying to go for some shots through these staircases to see if he can just tag up anybody, and I believe that Ace actually might have just taken a shot. Тогда что поделать? YouTube по сравнению с Твичом, вот в этих, во всяких штучках, он, конечно, проигрывает. Ой-ой-ой, опять 4 в 2. Вот это отрабатывает прям на все бабки. Я вообще я просто не понимаю, как они вот по вот этому что-то вообще говорят. Ну, понятно, что это их работа, но это пиздец. Ну, хотя здесь еще, ладно, карта нормальная, тут можно, в принципе, что-то понять еще. Она хотя бы... Это же... Но зато на YouTube можно продвигаться видосами. Да, да. Вот поэтому, как бы, собственно, я его и выбрал. Ну и на ютубе качество 2К, правда, только. Это засуетились пацаны. Красавчик, нахуй, он зашел просто им на лицо.
often getting it open and kill, just unable to get anything after that because Hepta is on a broader spectrum with their map control and knows how to control the rotations. Gamer lead.
Интересно, сколько будет игр. Если 3, то как будто это рандом. Ну, типа, кто разыгрался, тот первый забирает сразу же. И у ВП будет проблема. Нет, сейчас гранд-финал нижней сетки. То есть, кто из них выиграет, проходит в гранд-финал. И все. И там свой ВП будут играть. Хотя вроде в нижней сетке никогда же... Ой-ой-ой. В нижней сетке никогда же вроде не бывало по 5 игр. Это же тупо, да? Наверное, все-таки будет 3 и будет потом 5. Еще будет шоу-матч. Не знаю, кто там будет. Скорее всего, какие-то стримеры и стримеры. Так, ну все, сиденье. Зарубежный, ну понятно, но... Известный или просто какие-то непонятно. Хоть хорош. Артур пошел, Вася хорош. 3 в 3. Надо ему надо дохиливаться, иначе он тут просто сдохнет. Или байтить на хил. Он бы уже подхилился, но не лезть. Вот, красавчик. Правда, у него, наверное, брони уже нет нихуя. Еще бы броня показывалась. Вот патроны, ну, типа, еще броня вот показывалась бы тоже там, сколько она выбита, не сколько она. Было бы тоже прикольно. Ну все, пошли рейдеры. Сейчас они нахуй шороху наведут. Мэйр, нихуя себе 5-0 играет. Ой-ой-ой. Отлично. Ну все, ему пиздец. Разменяли. Все, остался один. Блять, зря не... Зря. Пиздец, зря. Ебать. Охуеть. Вот вам инвентарец, нахуй. Одного забрала, на второго патронов не хватило. Но он еще плохо перезарядился, можно было бы сразу скинуть. Чуть-чуть бы быстрее, но все равно бы там равно мало времени. Не успел бы он. Ну нифига себе, я думал, конкуренции у ГЛ вообще нету, а они как бы показывают. И как будто еще... Ой, как будто еще... Да, граната. Граната осталась там, в косяк уперлась. 4 в 2, блядь, очень быстро происходит вообще. Вот граната бы, если бы зашла нормально, то сплинту было бы хуёво. Куда оно сейчас смотрел на синий? Ну не, все, это 5-2. Это 5-2. Ой. Отлично. Веси? Я думал, они слабые, они ничего себе. Не понял, по карте с контролем разбросаны. Да нет, это просто боты, скорее всего, мертвые были. Вот, она в косяк уперлась и ему, блядь, взорвала его нахуй.
And the interesting thing as well is what you see here. Hepta was here very early in the morning. They were instantly warming up. They were ready to fight and also wanted to take a little.
Ну вот самолет занимает два чела у синих. Один справа, один слева. Какао убил 300, да, это... Йо, ну мэр сегодня вообще хорошо играет. Кодекс сплита убил. Ну все, да, посыпались. Что-то хуйни понаделали.
Yes, of course, but we do still have two incredible players left on the side of Hepta, and we've seen these clutches happen more often than not in the later parts of this tournament.
2 в 5.
Who knows? Maybe Tony and Meyer are going to be able to turn this ship back around, especially when Tony
2 в
starts off
4.
like that. And they are playing together.
Вот у ГЛ они постоянно пушат дальше, прям сильно грубо типов, которых осталось там двое-трое. Один-двое. Даже если там трое. То есть, ну... Как будто... Здесь можно отлететь вообще за изи, всем троим. Ну, опять... 5 секунд. Быть на той стороне, да? Ну нет, все, красные не пройдут дальше. Красные дальше не пройдут. Хорош. Вот уже 2 в 3. Ну нет, туда ты далеко начинаешь зажимать. Вот уже 2-2, хорошо. Надо было с синим сразу на кап добежать. По итогу они обосрались и сейчас имеют то, что имеют. Все дикие пошли. Вдвоем, да, вдвоем держать просто углы и все. Просто вдвоем. Их там сожрут нахуй сейчас. Их сожрут. Блять, все пиздец ему. Ну, прикрой, блять. Пиздец. Так, куда вы нахуй побежали? Килл убил Урлакса. Ну вот нахуй они побежали. Надо было дальше сидеть просто. О, тот клин словил. Сейчас все закончится, когда придет Килла или Тагила, блядь, на одного из них. О, он сагрился на синего. Все, ему пиздец. Кровотек. Кончился. Он кончился. Нахуй. Сиди, просто сиди, чел. Чел, сиди. На месте. Просто сиди. Он сейчас сдохнет просто и все. Если он... Хорош.
Confusion and utter disgust by Gamer Legion by not knowing how this round is played out and how much damage such a single player can take before dying.
Да, как он здесь законтролил, пиздец, красавчик.
You saw that Hepta is playing together. That allows you to basically both take those fights. You have less chance of running out of ammo, especially.
Да, вот трое идут в центр, двое по бокам. Синий. Open фраг. Гранаты вообще отлично. Какао потный. Сейчас их всех нахуй переложит.
need quite brilliant as well going through. He needs to heal himself as they are starting to come quite close to him. Gamer Legion providing a bit of extra support, making sure that he has the opportunity to get himself back up to at least some form of health.
Such a good name, but unfortunately the rest of the team not able to convert onto Tony. Free-fire takes down Furlex and leads back towards a 3-on-3 situation. And don't forget how incredibly hurt Cacao is. Tony, however, still fighting for his life, knowing there's people in the plane. And look at the damage he has already taken, but he still has a name frozen out right now, hoping to maybe take down a Gamer Legion player. Boom, nothing really happening. So we're still on even numbers. We both have a hurt player on either side. They know where Tony is, and that, of course, will trouble him further in towards this round.
Tony's going to be able to heal himself up at least to some extent.
Длины увала видели, может длины? Нет, они не отключены. Почему? Клин-то был у чувака. И в 3. Люди, которые привыкнут к стрельбе в арене и в Таркове, будут стараться такие же стволы собирать. Да нет. Нахуя? Скоро будет нормальная отдача. Там еще будет похер. Ой-ой-ой, Тоник отъехал. Нихуя там у типа 8-1. 8-1 чел играет. Он вообще не подставляется. Вот, блядь. Один смотрит самолет, второй... Вот где второй ходит? Вот я, сука, без радара, я не понимаю. Ой-ой-ой. Ну все, ласт остался. Нет, раз остались. Он его спалил, хорошо надамажил, Прям отлично. Ну и все. Теперь осталось только пережить ботов, нахуй. Блять, он всегда, сука, в том месте, где тот выбежит. Блядь. Красавчик, пиздец. Я с стрима спалился без радара, не понимаю. Ну... Всегда с радаром играл, а тут, блядь, нету, я не понимаю, что они делают. Длины, возможно, кстати, что шанс уменьшен чуть-чуть. Либо это из-за того, что вал всегда, типа, каждый раунд с новой стопроцентной этой, со стопроцентным состоянием. 15 ставлю. Хайлайты? Ага, хуй. Вот, блять, опять 3 минуты тупо сидеть. Вот что за прикол? Ну разве не понятно, что это просто бред? Ну дайте больше времени. 1,5 минуты дайте времени комментаторам сказать свою точку зрения по поводу этого матча. И 1,5 минуты дайте, блядь, больше аналитикам или тем вот чувакам, которые там втроем рассказывают, какие там все. Все. Из-за того, что эти комментаторы уже были в процессе, у них уже на языке есть там какие-то моменты, которые они подчеркнули. А за 1,5 минуты аналитики могут подготовиться. Блять, вот как в доте сделано. То, что они там слова передают друг другу. Это же не просто так. А вот эту хуйню смотреть вообще пиздец заебало уже. Да, а нафига вам таймер? Чтобы смотреть на тикающие эти секунды, ну пожалуйста. Сейчас что там у меня в лаунчере? Тишина. В лаунчере написано Juice Time. Ну, блядь. Фишка, не фишка, но это наоборот отталкивает людей. Juice Time. Ну, Амур вот написал, что играем вечером в арену. Типа. Кстати, на ютубе не появилась эта хуйня. Блять, как зайти-то? Как вот мне ее... А, нихуя себе, на ютубе еще можно скачать трансляцию. Твою же. Ебать. Это же вообще тема.
Well, Hepta are on match point to make it to our grand final later today against Virtus Pro, and this wasn't even their map pick.
Так, ладно, я вам сделаю погромче. Сейчас я тут пока разберусь.
Gamer Legion going with that strategy that we've seen both them and VP also implement in their games yesterday, using that surf class, which seems to be the kind of CQB kind of go-to class for the gunners of the game. But one thing that we kind of picked up on in terms of the matchups is those VSS, they're not going to carry you through those open maps like your summons, like your air pits. They're just not going to cut the mustard.
Yeah, exactly. Like Maya played that absolutely perfectly then, just sitting there still. Another thing to remember about the VSS, the surf class or the surf preset, is that you don't get any headsets, which I actually think was a big mistake in terms of just the balance of who's picked what. You know, the Hepta team has picked all headsets. They've got the Pharaoh class again, which is very balanced, as we said. You've got an Elcan holographic. You've also got that 3 times that you can just slap on. We saw Maya get loads of kills on that. You get information as well.
Я на ютубе Тарков Арена не появилась.
Now that makes so much sense because oftentimes in this game it came down to a 1v1, and then obviously if you feel like Hepta has a more balanced preset loadout, they'll have a better chance in that 1v1.
Yeah, we saw quite a few of these clutches here, and when you're thinking about the cleanup crew, the VSS as well, it only comes with the best mag that you can get for it is 30, but in this you can only have 20 rounds. And that's fine if you're 1v1 against another player, but if you're then trying to fight against teams of AI coming in, you really want the bigger magazines. Pharaoh also gets a 60-rounder with BT, which is slightly worse ammo than you use against players. It's way better for cleaning up the AI, and we saw in those situations, Game Legion really struggling to actually clean out those AI a lot. And in some situations we had strange things capture point, but it wasn't quite fast enough because it's 1 mag per player. You have to shoot one guy, reload, and again, and then the VSS barrel's heating up. You're worried about getting a jam. It's one of the few guns in these presets actually where you're going to worry about that.
Ну вот, кстати, да, вот он говорит то, что типа ВСС проебали этим. Ну что, короче, ВСС нихуя не такая уж и пушка по факту. То есть у него на самом-то деле есть и минусы. Ну, типа, клин ты можешь поймать за 2 обоймы. Ну, шанс есть. Чел поймал. Вот даже на турике чел уже поймал. То есть Да, кстати, у него шоколадка, ебать. Там должен быть сникерс. Тонкости понимания. И вот пример, когда калаши по итогу выиграли у ВСС. Потому что в калаше как минимум есть иксовка. Он не клинит. У него больше патронов. Тупо по итогу. Ну, хотя там еще 740, который тоже обет.
Splinty there with the Ajax class, which is really good for penning through. And he had a thorax that was right down to red, and he was trying to continuously bring out the health kit to hit. There was somebody literally on the other side of the wall from him. He was trying to like bait them out to come around. He'd bring out the kit, open it up, and put it away again without healing. And eventually he managed to bring May around with his 3 times to look through the side door of the aircraft. Said, right, I'm going to heal now. If they run through after I complete my animation, then you can shoot them. And it ended up working out, and he got that really nice like left swing and head tap in the end. And so that was really, really good. They played really well together. The rounds where they rushed, they had like a 4v2 on one of them, and they rushed and they managed to lose it. And so when they pulled back, I think, you know, Maya was playing extremely well. They knew they didn't have to push through. They had that range advantage. They had the audio advantage. So when players are getting forced to move around in the end with the capture points and stuff, they had a huge advantage there, and they just really capitalized on it after making a couple of mistakes. But you know, they really ended up working with that grouping very well.
Yeah, Hepta are on match point, and we'll go to their map pick as well. After, we'll talk a bit more about Bull after a break.
Дойду. Эти комментаторы самостийно. Да нет, скорее всего. Это вообще просто... Ну хотя, не знаю, может быть они знают что-то о Таркове, но я не уверен, что они стримеры. Стримеры так хорошо не пиздят. Шампанское, чушпанское.
We are about to head into our second map of the Special 3, the lower bracket final to determine who's playing the grand final against Virtus Pro later today. Now, let's talk about that second map.
Так, правый это стример Гигабит. А, вот что он меньше всего пиздит.
Obviously going to play a little bit more different than what Airpit. I think Ball certainly it's more about the
control of having the capture points because again you have 2 of them rather than what we see with Попробуй. Я думаю, ты охуеешь. Сложно все равно. Надо еще слова подбирать. Им нельзя материться. Но вот этот чел справа, ему похуй вообще. Как будто... Ебать, уже приколы начались. Лагануло. Вроде восстановилось. С Ареной у меня что-то произошло. Непонятно.
Yeah, and of course, Gamer Legion can have maybe done their research because Hepta were really good on this map against Ascend, against Into the Breach, but then for Gamer Legion, they haven't played
Он
against,
немножко,
so
но
Hepta are
что
going
гануло.
into this kind of blindfolded. They won't know what they're expecting to play against.
Yeah, I think that's always a worry. Whenever you have some form of VOD knowledge, it's going to always help you see positions, see the ideas that the team you're going up against, see what they're going to try and go for. So yeah, I think it does. It's their map.
Ну вот этот чел справа, он такой на них смотрит, блядь, думает, какую же вы хуйню рассказываете, ёбаный в рот. Вот да, такой, да. Эти двое, блядь, как две собаки, нахуй, которые за забором накидывают хуйни какой-то.
Yeah, well, should be going into our game very briefly, hopefully. Quick predictions, 2-0 or 2-1?
We're going map free.
Yeah, I think so. I think we could go there quite easily. I think Gamer Legion could pull one out of the bag here.
Что, челы думают, то, что будет 3 карты? Ну, да. Тоже так думаю. Что сейчас ГЛ вроде должны разыграться были. Да, это в натуре талант нужно иметь. Просто вот этот шлейф, знаете, у людей бывает такое, ну, некоторых. Они вот их, блядь, завели нахуй и все. А они их можно, блядь, часами нахуй сидеть слушать, это пиздец.
No, but maybe we get to see some more Vimpo coming out from Hepta, right? Like, it is an SMG, it has a bit of a higher capacity in the magazine. I think that allows you to actually, a grenade as well, allows you to actually fight off the surf quite well. Yes, of course, a scary class, good ammo, low recoil, high rate of fire. But you can only get one person.
Yeah, definitely. Right? And of course also no head armor. So still that Vimple on the short range will definitely work. As you said, 30 bullets in the magazine also really helps out. However, rate of fire is slightly lower. We'll see what we'll make of it as Gamer Legion again go quite heavy onto surf 3 times. One culture, one drone, obviously.
Но... Так, ну что, смотрим.
So don't change as much, but a lot of nades already in towards this game.
Смотрим.
Yeah, for sure. Quickly trying to open that one up as some shots are coming through, and you know, Game Legion have a bit of a different kick.
Ну, синего уже размажали, вот Мэйр, блядь, аккуратно. Надо выходить. И, сука, хочу, вообще, по идее, хочу, чтобы Хепта выиграли ГЛов. Тогда УВП вообще будет, блядь, рассос. Ну, хотя будет не так интересно, да, наверное. Блядь, вот это место пиздец опасное. Вот кто играть будет, вот это вот тут нахуй лучше вообще не ходить, блядь, не знаю. Так неудобно. Две балки стоят, ну, блядь, две стенки стоят далеко, и они не такие широкие. Под этой тебя видно, под той видно. У Гейла есть какао. Ну да. Ну он что-то вот на прошлой карте хуйню это делал. Не особо он что-то там смог. Ну вот, а кстати, смотрите, у них что, получается 3 калаша, 2 вереска. У этих синие победили. Заебись. Просто пацаны зашли и легли нахуй. Какао, какао, ага. Бля, я думал, что вот это какао нахуй. Он сидит с таким надменным ебалом, жует жвачку, бля, такой типа, да я сейчас тут всех разъебу нахуй. Он мне похуй. Вот, прострел запомните. Кстати, интересно. Кодекс Мэйра убил. Хуёво. Нихуя, ты помнишь, ты знаешь, как ее зовут, блядь? Кто фанат еще?
See if he can spot out a player or two, or at least provide some cover towards that helicopter. Also watching the opposing tower.
Вот, сейчас какао зайдет в эту хуйню.
From Hepta is trying to do the same thing. Of course, they have that.
Если вот там чел...
Just a bit of a zoom on it as well, as Kakao is looking to push in themselves.
Не простреливается. А, не простреливается. Ой, хуйню сделал. Ну что, 3 в 4. Ну на этой карте видно, ГЛ нормально работают. Хотя твистед какао ёбнул. Нормально. 5 секунд, сейчас каптур будет. 3 в 3, в принципе. 2 винтореза, 1 МК, плюс 2 вереска, 1 этот МКшка. Там столько дырочек, я вот сейчас смотрю, пиздец. Вот он зря так делает. Вереска вообще куда-то туда сложно очень. Больше там 50 метров уже хуёво. ПСС в этом плане изи. Ой, хорош. Блять, хорошо распекал его. Ну все, ну отойди, ну нахуй тебе дальняк, блять. Осталось полобойма. 2 в 2. Да ну нахуй. Своему въебало. Ай, бля, дурак, нахуй. Как же он ему ёбнул. Stuff there from both sides. Not really what we always want to see, but it does work out for Gamer Legion in the end. I'm curious to see if we maybe have one of those team kills on towards footage, or at least both. And then ну тут хорошо распекал. Типа, блять, не мешай нахуй. Сука. Блять, вот сколько таких моментов будет просто у нас в рейтинге, это пиздец. Очко будет полыхать, блять, синим пламенем нахуй. Был бы радар слева, как в КСке, было бы намного лучше. Бля, там медведь в самолете сидит. Ну, в смысле, рожа медведя. Мэйр хорош. Отработал одного. За хепту болеют. A little bit of motivation. I believe Furlek spotted someone out. I believe he's also scared of the player. Maybe if Arrow was looking in towards his direction, and his head can be taken clean off if he's not careful. Point about to open, and Grumpy, or at least Furlex on the Grumpy, is trying to check it out. Spots out a player, goes for the tip, unable to hit a single shot though. And now with the objective open, he has to move, and the same goes. Повезло, что он его не ёбнул. 5, 4, 3, 2. Ебать, какао еще двух забрал. Успели? Охуеть, успели. Пистолет, хуйня. А, это его, блядь, какао убил. Он еще живой, я думаю, какао убили, блядь. Какао разменяли. Ебать, ну вот этот раунд охуенный. Прям замес. Размен на размене. Хорошо вообще. Ну все, ГЛ сейчас разыгрались. Они сейчас начнут их ебать во все щели. Вот тут хорошо он сделал. Запомните, Калтер, заебись этот оперативник. У него 4-я Броня самая пиздатая. Нормальный прицел. Плюс граната. То есть твисты, да. Мы быстрые размены. 3 в 2 остались.
As Tony finds himself close around one of the capture points, he's just trying to go for a swing every now and then, just trying to see if he's being pushed, but also being a bit paranoid because he knows his back is not being watched, so he needs to make sure he's not actually being pushed at the same time.
No, definitely Splinty's trying to spot out a player. I believe Furlex is around that corner somewhere.
Ну да, они кусаются, но хули толку, 3-0, блядь, летят. Да я не знаю, верески хуйня. Ну хуйня же, ну. Почему вы не берете ВСС? Почему вы не берете, ну не знаю, даже М-ки, либо там еще что-то? Скорость стрельбы такая же, если вы на это акцент делаете. Причем вереск, блядь, так-то тоже, ну, разбрасывает. Тимкил. 2 в 2. Каптур. Смотри дверь. Смотри дверь, блядь. Успели. И он дверь начал смотреть. Хорош.
A little bit assist from the side of Gamer Legion as well, with yet another team kill coming out. Chaos ensuing on both sides, it seems, and Hepta able to eventually get back. Lucky, I have to dare to say, that it was eventually the point that Tony was moving across to, rather than the point Verlex was already laying down. But it is a gamble on towards that.
Первую карту они прям хорошо отыграли.
They might have one objective in the bag if it becomes active.
Well, Hepta, you need to get a couple more of these rounds.
Прицел не тот, ВСС. Ну, да, можно от бедра, блядь, работать. Ключи. Двоих ебать, нихуя себе. Вот как будто 3 в 4 остались, а это вообще нихуя не решает. Сейчас вот какая-нибудь одна такая шальная граната и все, пиздец. Причем ТТК очень маленький. Блять. Ну ёбаный рот. Мог. Поторопился чуть-чуть. Позиция у него интересная. Дохуя видно. Снайпера будут сидеть нахуй на ней постоянно. В рейтингах. Курликс тоже сидун, блядь. Ну, я сейчас встал, все в позицию, я думаю, да никуда тут не пройдут красные. Блять. Не очкуй, Вася, блядь. Какао убил. Ёбаный в рот, ну ты чё? Пиздец. Вася рак. Да не, все. ВСС очень быстро убивает. На чуть дальше расстояние, чем переск этот. Ну вот тут бы, да, вот он попал бы, уже другой раунд был бы. Но тут начал зажимать, надо было бы тоже вот одну пулю пустить, 2. Здесь не попал. Ну 4-1, да, я думаю, они это все-таки дожмут, заберут. Граната неплохая, кстати. Просто двухочковый, ёп. Вот они нахуй. Приуныли, пацаны. Прям Майер хорош. Хорош, ебать. Мега хорош. Все, 3 в 3. Булочки можно под это подрасслабить чуть-чуть. Не торопиться. Ой-ой-ой, блядь, ты посмотри, что он делает. Троих. Ну, блядь, все, пиздец.
Lost that bow for those arms as well. Gotta make sure that you're not taking too much damage here, Splinty.
Ебани ему еще. Все, уходи. Пиздец, Майера убили. Пинк убил. Жду шоу-матч, как бы он пытается играть в его же игру. В этой такой же удачей. Ну, да, кстати, Буян еще вроде там что-то делал на прошлом этом. В СПБ они там, по-моему, играли. Разрабы умеют играть. Ну, понятно, по стрельбе там они хуже, но... Что с каким там стволом, куда, в какую точку посмотреть, они знают. Майер вроде неплохо разыгрался. Уже 5-1 слишком как будто далеко. Интересно, вот камбэкнуть можно? Вот что... Хорош. Что должно произойти, чтобы камбэкнуть вот с 5-1, допустим? Ой, кодекс. 2 пульки, все. Ау. 3 в 4. Блять. Вот он, сука, как уж ебаный. Хорошо двигается прям. Видно то, что он жил в Таркове, блять. Ну, в КС-то да, ну, блять. Это не КС. Да, нахуй он прыгнул. Хорошо, 3 в 3. Кто не в позиции. 10 секунд до каптура осталось. Ой, хорош. Кодекса убили. Остался Сасао и Фурлекс. Фурлекс сидит, дрочит. Ой, блядь. Не зря сидел, дрочил. Ну все, 2-2 против вересков. Нормальными пушками. Вот мы посмотрим сейчас. Блять, вот интересно, если вот кто-нибудь прям лоб-лоб вышел, вот что перестреляло бы. Вереск. Наверное, лоб-лоб перестреляет. 2-1. Он увидел типа, отходит, его сзади тоже жмут. Он убил одного, и заднего сейчас тоже... А, не-не-не, нихуя. Хорош. Карту подучит, будут камбэ. Ну да, да. Я бы еще на месте Буянова добавлял бы к сетам не только обычные гранаты, а ну, дым, там, не знаю, что еще есть. Флешки тоже нужны. Чтобы была возможность у тебя взять в твой сет хотя бы там еще какую-то дополнительную гранату, кроме РГДшки там.
Good pre-clearing here from the Hepta side, but a little bit of damage taken on towards Vasily. Heals up straight away. Meyer wants to take a little bit of chopper control, still has his long range scope at the ready. Might want to go for hollow if
А, да, у CQB. Ну, блять.
good spot there from Vasily. Quick flick as well towards Cacao.
Я имею в виду, чтобы они у всех были. Ну, так было бы как-то, хоть я хуй знает. Хотя, с другой стороны, у вас каждый раунд будет постоянно флешки, это можно вообще все закидывать флешками. Штурмов, хаешки, дымовых нет ни у кого. Разные стратегии делают. Флешки, дым. Вот как будто дым в Таркове, он такой, ну, слабый. То есть в КС-ке ты сразу там проем закрыл, пробежал, а тут он, блядь, ты его кинул. Он пока разлетится. И то он какой-то такой, блядь, хуёвенький. Хорош, ебать, вообще в ноль закрыли пацанов. Бать, если 2-0 ГЛ отлетят, я охуею максимально вообще. Как будто они уже вышли. Вот тут вообще хороший повешал. Майер вроде разыгрался. Да все они нормально начали. Дымами? Да, то есть ты дым кинул на точку захвата, лег в этот дым. Конечно, да, но тебя могут туда прострелить, но это надо еще подумать, что тебе туда надо простреливать. Находишься ты там или не находишься. Как будто, да, это добавляет какую-то вариативность. Или наоборот, ты дымом закрыл точку, откуда типы будут тебя пушить. Тоже. А тупо гранаты, ну, не знаю. Как будто выбрать тебе можно вот в сете либо гранату, либо флешку, либо дым. Все. Тогда какой-то боль-моль, баланс там. И чтобы ты видел, что у твоих тиммейтов есть. То есть там кто-то взял гранаты, ты, значит, можешь взять дым или флешку. Можете, конечно, все там взять гранаты, или там все дымы, или там все флешки. Так было бы прикольно.
And now Hepta is down 2 players on towards Gamer Legion. 50 seconds before the objective will open. Knowing Furlex is already running down.
Ну, тогда можно будет так, ну, конечно. Ну, так и сейчас тоже можно. Но они, видишь, они хаешки выкидывают все в начале раунда в попытках убить. Поэтому, ну, опять же, вариативность. Здесь можно, да, прихалдить одну хаешечку. Вот сейчас там кто-нибудь пошел, ты встал где-нибудь в какой-нибудь позиции, прокинул, она упала. Все. Видишь, они просто очкуют, что это... Что когда он возьмет гранату, ему в ебало прилетит, поэтому сначала выкидывают на... У разведки в большинстве сетапов вообще игре нет, зато часто из живые или тримадол. А, из G6. Ну вот там кто-то, да, вкидывается это... С Джейкой. Че, один раунд ГЛМ остался.
Most of the grenades already have been tossed in, so that's no longer going to be a worry. But of course, those get used to gain some extra ground early on.
Yeah, definitely. And as Stranger Ping is moving up with his teammate towards the ambulance, that Ace is also wanting to create a little bit of room close towards the chopper, but they're scared. Actually, Gamer Legion now leaving it open rather than the Heptus side. So both teams very cautiously playing around it.
Сейчас Хепту может спасти то, что ГЛ на очке. Будут сейчас вот этот раунд последний на очке пытаться выиграть. Потому что что-то они вообще не двигаются. Ой, хорош. Все, у вас трое на точке, но, блять, они с одной стороны, он зря вышел из этого. Надо было обратно. Сейчас, если самолет займут, это хуёво будет. 4 в 4. Один коцанный.
But they need to get right behind it, and there is someone actually watching that at that point. So if they do get on,
Бля, вот сейчас бы гранатку будем туда, хорошо.
basically instantly afterwards, Kodak starting to capture 3 seconds left. Someone is
3,
picking up the
2,
helicopter.
1.
Actually, no one's trying to contest it.
Ну ёбаный в рот.
Game Legion, they just take the win
Вот сейчас бы
there.
граната хорошо бы зарешала. Они просто тупо не успели за ним.
And we'll go in towards a map free with Gamer Legion able to strike back. The interesting thing is something we often see in competitive games. Teams taking each other's map pick, and we see it here as well. Both teams with some strong numbers against each other, and there's only one more map now to decide.
Ну
And even
чё,
after every map,
еще
the
одна
space
мапа.
goes all around. This is for both teams a nice place to be at.
Yeah, that's it. It is all coming down to this very final matchup where there's only going to be a single capture point. We're not going to see any of that pre-laying down in it because it's maybe just a bit too dangerous. But it is going to be close range, and these Vimples from Gamer Legion have been a lot more successful. But we find out more about that after the break.
Что сейчас будут эти хайлайты? Ага, хуй. Juicy time. Леон, добрый день, добрый вечер, доброй ночи. Не знаю, как там у тебя со временем. Присаживайся поудобней. Как ваше ничего? А как ваше ничего? Вот сидим, смотрим на то, как нам показывают отчет до того, как нам будут говорить в уши приятные слова на английском языке. Так, ну на самом деле 1-1 это интересно. О, шоу-матч показывают. Дев против Микса. Микс, скорее всего, из всех команд будет. Что, 5 команд по одному игроку каждый. Разрабы против Микса будут играть. Ну и потом в конце ВП против... Все-таки я отдаю предпочтение насчет ГЛа. Думаю, что они смогут забрать. Все равно чуваки посильнее будут. Нас заставляет, чтобы я дверцы навешенные шкафы на кухню повесил. Я не хочу. Лень — это наше все. Лень — двигатель процесса. Или прогресса, как там это говорится. У меня глаза устали смотреть на пиксели, блядь. Я вообще не представляю, как у вас там это все на стриме. Ой, блядь.
Gamer Legion bring it back on their opponent's map pick, and we are now 1-1 in scoreline for the specialty in the lower bracket final. Now, Gamer Legion, as we said, they did their homework.
They knew exactly what they were doing. They studied Hapti yesterday. They seen the way that whenever they go into ball, they're not really worried about middle of the map. Hapti's happy enough to give that away to the opposing side. Hapti yesterday, whenever they went for that strategy, I will say I don't think Ascend really played into that all too often. They themselves didn't really know if they wanted.
Ну подходи на гранд-финал.
Gamer Legion right from the get-go, they know that they want mid because mid equals capture points.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, and we did see our first 5v5 with a full capture, and then in this as well, the very final round that we had, you can see Gamer Legion putting on the pressure here, sitting in the capture objective, and Hepta they just weren't close enough to be able to counter it. As we said before, it's only 7 seconds long, and that's the thing that you have to remember. We haven't really seen enough of that in the other games, simply because players and teams have made sure that they were close enough. And we can see some of these strategies where you've started to pull back a little bit, and you can see why in some situations you can't really do that, because the 7-second cap time is so short. You need to be there, and you need to have positions around both points so that you can get there in time.
Пытаюсь понять, что они говорят. Нихуя не получается. Так, что-нибудь там. О! Чернобыль написал, что сегодня последний мероприятие проходит в Германии, в Ганновере. Сегодня последний шанс купить Escape from Tarkov Арена Рыжий Edition. Оформите предзаказ до 3 МСК и получите эксклюзивный пресет рыжего сериала «Хроники Рыжего». Дает 10% Таркова. Вот, кстати, по вот этой информации, оформите предзаказ до 15 часов по МСК. Скорее всего, кто там говорил, что в 16:30 будет открытая арена? Вот, скорее всего, им вот этот час до запуска и нужен, чтобы там прописать, допустим, какие-то штучки, дрючки, чтобы сейчас людей еще подразвести чуть-чуть. И вообще кайф. Ну, короче, в 16 по МСК. Или в 16:30, как. Да, но я очень надеюсь, что большое количество человек запустят, чтобы быстро искала катки. И чтобы у нас был доступ. Иначе я буду плакать в подушку и смотреть стрим чуваков, которые будут играть в эту игру. Сука. Еще, кстати, интересно посмотреть, какой там будет FPS. Если прям в отметку будет долбиться, вообще заебись.
It'll be interesting to see. We saw some team kills and stuff, so it's maybe the pressure's starting to get to them a little.
Happens to teams, best of the teams, you crack underneath the pressure.
Indeed, yeah, team kills, but also nade heavy plays.
Well, more hepta, but the surprising thing was there was one set of nades in terms of what Gamer Legion brought, and it managed to get a double kill.
Exactly, we didn't really see enough.
Таркова уже издание Рыжий Edition. Ну да, из-за фулл-пак-то как раз и дают это все. Никита вчера сказал то, что фулл-пак, который у нас был, вот кто покупал самый большой, его уберут и за место него добавят другой. Заебись. Бля, ну тут он хорошо ёбнул пацану. Ни за что, блядь. Тип, который мы покупали, тут останется. Просто такой же теперь не будет доступен. Да, такой же не будет доступен, но будет доступен другой. А что будет в другом? Типа, если будет в другом больше плюшек, чем в том, который мы покупали, вопрос, нахуя мы его покупали. До 15 по ВДНХ. А что такое ВДНХ? Я в душе его не ебу, что это. Какое-то хранилище. Водное. А, нихуя себе. Нормально я перепутал. Выставка достижений народного хозяйства. А чё это? Зачем это нужно вообще? А к чему ты, Роман, это написал?
We needed our third map to decide our finalist, and we are going to Equator to decide who of these two teams that will be. Now, Equator, speaking about this map, it is a smaller map, if not the smallest, with only one objective.
Yeah, it's very mechanical. As we've said before, I really want to see Hepta mix up their team a little bit. That it's very general and good for a lot of things, but not so much for this map. The 3 times won't be as impactful. You know, you really want to focus on that CQB engagement. It's going to be a lot of lean peaks, a lot of headshots. You don't have to worry quite so much about armor pen. If you're hitting them in the eyes, you know, a lot of the face shields as far past the presets. They won't save you from the ammo that you get with
Да,
most
вот
of these things.
я типа не понимаю
Probably see a lot more
суть-то.
certs and that kind of stuff.
Let's have a look at some footage for this map as well. Dema, how are you feeling about this map being our decider?
Yeah, it's probably the most easy in the
Квартер,
eye
да.
in terms of it's very easy
Квартер
to see
хорошая
where
квартер,
everything
мне
is
нравится.
small.
Вот
There
все,
is
что
also
кроме
the
леса, мне
chances
заебись, мне
in terms
нравится.
of information gathering just from
Я
the
надеюсь, что можно будет банить или не выбирать
people go for the jump
карту,
peaks,
на
which,
которую
to be fair, we've actually seen a few
лучше
times
играть.
people jump peek around the corner to get information,
Потому что
and then
лес
they
это
just be
просто
peeking right off
пиздец.
the shoulder.
Это,
So
не
it is
знаю,
always
садомазохисты
risky,
будут
but
на
has
нем
to
играть.
favor Gamer Legion, their playstyle, the classes that they like to go for. It works a lot better on this map. Whereas Hepta, I don't think they can afford to go with AKs again. I think they might need to stretch their legs a little bit and maybe get a little bit more aggro.
Yeah, this is one of the issues going for those presets that they did. We do like the Sky, you know, we do like the AKs, but they're slower fire rate. They're only 650 RPM.
Рандом, бля.
And from Vimple, you've got the SR2M there. They're, you know, they're up at like the 900 RPMs, and it really makes a massive difference, especially as I said, when you're going for these headshots and
Такой же рандом, как и дождь, блять, в Таркове, нахуй.
you need just more shots down range.
Сука, постоянный, блять.
Yeah, what you said regarding the class is going to make a lot of sense, right? Because this map is similar to the previous one, a bit smaller, so it might fit that playstyle of Gamer Legion a bit more. They also
Бля, так-то
both
вообще
these
не
teams played
хочется.
this map against Virtus Pro, and Gamer Legion were able to win more rounds, even though I think both of them were pretty much a stop.
Yeah, well, I think Gamer Legion were able to keep VP at bay, certainly at moments, but then they just didn't have enough in the tank to really see it over the edge. But if VP looks so good in that map, and
А,
Gamer
там
Legion, let's be
можно
honest,
выбрать, какие
can
карты ты не
put
хочешь
them, they
играть.
can
Вот это
outright,
кайф, вот это кайф.
kill them, which I think this is
Это
generally what
кайф.
this map's gonna come down to, is just who
Никто
can-
нахуй не будет в лесу играть, я отвечаю, бля.
Gamer Legion's just difficult. They have
Нахуй
to
никому не
really
нужен.
smart players, but in this kind of game mode, you need to be
Пустодрочеры.
straight.
They've managed to come back before. I mean, quick words without saying too much. Which of the two teams do you think is going to make it to the final?
I think it's Gamer Legion favored. I do, just because of the way they play. The Hepta guys, they've just got a lot of variety within their team, but in terms of actual point shooting, I think Gamer Legion might cinch it.
You agree?
Yeah.
We'll have to see which of these two teams makes it to the grand final. Either Hepta or Gamer Legion will make it on Equator with Hap and Toldisma.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Have the cheers.
No, thank you very much, блять.
That means we're gonna get ready for the game as well. As you said, the decider on towards Equator.
Мне третий день не дает покоя его ебаная шляпа. Зачем она ему, сука, нужна?
Yeah, so maybe the Vimpo ones, but it's definitely going to be the higher fire rate kind of guns that we're seeing with either small or bigger magazines, but you need to be able to just get
Он ее
the
даже
shots
не
that
одел на
you
голову.
cannot rely on that longer range, not really
Нахуя
have
она у
consistency
него
here, so
висит?
I think we'll see a lot of the scopes lost.
And will we see a lot of nades? That's the question, of course. As you might say, the Vimple would really bring in those nades as well. Higher capacity, lower fire rate.
Ну давай, да все, заебал ты, блять, пиздеть, давай, показывай нам.
But the nades, especially on such a close-knit map, might actually have a very good favor, because what we saw from Equator so far is that teams really like to play.
Так, ну, я понимаю, что просто для дорожи, но она у него просто висит. То есть мы видим шнурок у него на шее, блядь.
Especially if you start looking as well towards, you know, the two flanks that we have underneath the overhang of the shopping mall.
Хотя бы одел бы, блядь.
If you know someone's out there, just get a grenade down range.
Почему нет?
You can push in right afterwards, because
Или
either
она
they
не
are forced to
подходит.
move, or they will be
Ну если она не подходит, нахуй я вообще одел.
There's so many lines of sight on towards this map. It might be
То есть я вот как зритель, я вижу только вот этот, блядь, шнурок у него, нахуй, и все. Как будто это кринж какой-то, не знаю. На Илона Маска Ну, кстати, есть, да, есть что-то, есть что-то. Ну, было еще потолстеть на килограмм 10, нахуй. Будет вылитый. А вот эти комментаторы, они тоже какие-то типа или не просто левые? Я просто за стримаков, которые... Ну, за бугорные. Я знаю только этот... Он... Элвен Марк или Элвен... Блять. Пизду, короче. Мужик такой, у него США флаг нахуй сзади висит.
Oh, definitely, and maybe that would have really worked out for Hapta. It is a completely different playstyle. Sawmill is so incredibly open. We see
Да, Landmark.
strive on it, and I think that's maybe why Hapta might be a little bit scared to play on towards Sawmill again. Just those long angles, they just don't know every spot. They just didn't know where Chris was playing from, because Chris the Menace was already there, and they know, for instance, that Gamer Legion has Furlex, who's really good on range as well.
Yeah, he's been using that M4, you know, the big scope on top of it as well, just allowing him to get some taps off. I mean, he's not the best ammo in there, I believe it was, but, you know, you're going to be able to really get some good shots off, especially if you see those heads and manage to click those.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that, of course, that we see Hapta has taken the first map by quite a long shot. I wouldn't say to anyone's surprise, because, of course, they're the best team out there. But then losing the second one quite convincingly, I believe it was 7-3, is quite a, well, shock for them as well. They were quite confident. They were walking around quite happily. Now going in towards the last map, Equator completely in towards Surf's target already. Again, short range, VSS might work well. We've seen VP and Gamer Legion play with similar setups on towards that map as well. I believe it was 10 serves in total, if I remember correctly. So I'm curious to see if Hapta will dare to change in towards that, or if they really want to do their own play, so they want to bring something completely different, because if they do, they might have a chance, or they will be completely overrun.
Well, this is kind of the thing, right? Do you really want to be bringing their game towards themselves, because they should be aware of it, as, again, just quickly showing Equator, for those of you that are just tuning in, haven't seen it yet, single capture point that we have in the middle, and basically you have that middle area with a lot of cover.
Накурен больше. В натуре. Ну, пешки у него в натуре такие чуть-чуть подуставшие. Вчера он вообще выглядел как, я хуй знает, зачем они на него стринги одели, блядь. Сейчас хотя бы хоть как-то. Но, сука, меня бесит эта шляпа у него, блядь, максимально. Ой, блядь. You can maybe surprise your opponent. You have a little bit more control over the objective, but you also are a little bit more safe from the Cleveland crew if they do manage to run in.
Yeah, but at the same time, right, like, you got to stay prone, so your movement is going to be very impaired, and if they're coming from the opposite side, the turn takes a little bit of time. So you got to make sure that you balance all of that right. So sometimes we do see players, indeed, they like to be prone on top of the bus, for example. The others would like to be all the way in the coordinator spawn and just wait there and hold that one angle to make sure that if Clean the Crow comes after them, well, they have the angle they need.
And the interesting thing is we have a bus as well here in the back, but it's time to see the real in-game bus as well. Some nades already. It's going to be Stranger Ping on towards the Pimple for the Gamer Legion side, but we see the Cavalier and a lot of Pimples coming out from Hapta, so they do really want to bring that explosion.
See, that's what I was thinking, that they're just going to be bringing these Impulse, and the Cavalier, of course, has that face shield, so it's a bit better at taking these shots towards the face. Of course, you still want to prevent getting shot in the face, but, you know, it's going to be able to maybe take one or two.
At least you'll survive a little bit.
Сплинту хорошо заехали. Ну вот все равно они с вересками играют. Ну, блядь, ну вам же уже показали. Окей, забрал Тони. Ебать, какая потный, красава. Еще одного сейчас заберет. Майрон. Мой RCMSX, ну, хуй знает. Парокс. Ну, что-то сможет сделать. 16 патронов. Ну, суетится. Перезарядись ты. Да у него еще граната осталась. А нахуй. Не, нихуя не. Это так не работает.
As we were a little bit scared of a very convincing fashion already, just racking up kills left, right, and center, daring to pick literally everything, and well, some good shots as well.
That's straight up shooting coming through from the side of Gamer Legion. That's what we were afraid of. If you go into these close quarter maps, you need to make sure that your game is better than theirs, and well, that's not something you can just change with strategy. Grenades being tossed in. Are they going to find anything? Doesn't seem to be the case. It's four half pops.
Ну, две тимы в центре играют. Ой-ой-ой. 2 в 3. Неплохо. Разменялись. Ну, блять, остались тупы, которые нихуя не могут. Ну вот неудобно с вереском играть на этой карте. Ну неудобно, нахуй. Но здесь такие уже более-менее пространства, которые хочется зажать прям нормально. С вереском это нереально вообще. Еще и с этой отдачей, блять. Вот они, нахуй. Ползут, блять.
Spinty about to be flanked. He doesn't know it yet though. There's two players coming into his left, crouching very slowly. He himself is trying to do the exact same thing. He's checking for the high ground, but soon the cleanup crew is going to be sent through, I believe. Or he's still at the capture point. It's sometimes hard to keep track with how quick these rounds go. But still, he has no clue that it's about to be flanked.
No, definitely not. And now the point has just opened. The initial phase was so crazy, then the team just
У Васи сдали нервы. Хорош. И там еще второй. Блять, ну вот. Какао нахуй. Васю, блять, разъебал. 2-0. Как будто на этой карте без шансов, нахуй.
There's going to be a completely different game that's on later today, and it's Spinty here managing to find one pushing his area. Oh, there was one around the corner already, as he said, like they were crouching slowly but steadily towards that tech light area of the map, and really worked out for Gamer Legion. Again, some early grenades being tossed out, and also some
Почти попал пацану в ебальник. Ой, хорошо. Плохо. Просто двоих сбрил. Дойдет сейчас. 2 в 4. 4 в 1. Течет 2 перелома. Пиздец.
He has to heal up, he will with a little bit of a stim, but still you see his health not doing too well, and that means Gamer Legion with
не работает. Какая жалость. Ну, баги такие же, как в Таркове, нахуй. И, блядь, жмешь какой-нибудь этот, блядь, пропитал или загустин, а он у тебя не прожимается, и похуй вообще. Ran in, got a few kills, got the round already because I dare to say Tony in his current state isn't really the one to make the most damage.
No, I mean he cannot take a lot, that's for sure. He can definitely feel some as he gets yet another head.
Практически все, кстати, из разведку играют. Ну, я не знаю, может быть, им запрещено, типа, за других играть. Ну, я имею в виду классы какие-то другие. Хотя просто, скорее всего, другие классы не такие имбовые.
Gamer Legion being happy by the performance so far, doing the work and getting a 3-0 lead at the start of this final map.
По-моему, нету. А, ну да, у него не было. Ладно, тогда это я туплю. Я просто думал, что он вколол себе загустин, но он, блядь, не вкололся. Он такой, ебать. А схуяли он не вкололся? Вколол еще что-то. Ну, видимо, либо он опять кровотечение не пофиксил. Или он просто не знает, что разведка самой домашней стволовой. Передача ниже, наушники есть, но защиты нет. Как будто... Блять, вот хуй знает, двоякая ситуация. На самом деле, если у тебя быстро скорострельный ствол с нормальными патронами плюс наушники, перестреляешь типа, который будет в нормальной броне забралом нахуй в шлеме, блядь. Ну, имеется в глухом. Просто ты можешь выйти, ему въебало 2 дать, он уже нихуя не увидит. Даже если ты его не пробьешь в этот алтын. Ну, он уже будет как потерянный котенок бегать. Ну, 4-2. Что, опять будет ситуация 3-1 по раундам? Ой, граната хорошая. Была бы. А вот уже 2-2. Сейчас если пинг заберет кого-то. Нормально. Нахуя ему второй винторез? Выкинь второй, блядь. Тяжело.
He has created an opportunity for Gamer Legion, actually falling back to support his teammate as well. They're now together again, whereas Hapta still maybe a little bit scared of the player behind him, but too twisted again.
Ебальник. 1 в 1. Вот это интересно. Ну, Тони... Кодекс как будто сильнее Тони.
And they just don't know where they are. Cleanup crew is now going to move in relatively soon, and that means it's all to play for.
Bit of noise to be made there, and that might just be what's necessary to find out where the other player is. You see Tony slowly sneaking around, the same for Codex, trying to listen, trying to find some information as he runs up towards the roof. He sees the cleanup crew coming in, and that's definitely not going to be helping him. He has to go pro to top of him.
Да ладно, лег. Тони, ебать. Просто нахуй. Ебался. Хорошо дал пацанам просраться.
This was a game changer. 6 bullets, more than enough to take down Meyer, and that meant that Gamer Legion was in it to possibly win it, but unable to convert.
Все за разведку играют, потому что там винторез, да, я так понимаю. Ну, блядь. А что может конкурировать с винторезом в босс-файтах? Там СП-6, 4 патрона, 5 в грудь. Любой уроник разлетится нахуй. Плюс скорость стрельбы. Может быть эмка какая-то, ну хуй знает. Что-то я смотрю, эмки все какие-то, блядь, с прицелами, с X2, блядь.
Yeah, Meyer just trying to move around every angle, looking for the little gap there. And still a bit scared he might also be flanked, because I think that's a possibility with Gamer Legion having such a outnumbering party over Hatta early
3 в 2. Что-то смогут придумать.
For instance, just trying to go around, and it seems as if he is indeed doing so. He just sneaks. There's no reason to be afraid because the rest of the team already has the opening kills. There's so much room to work with, and he's going for it to twist.
Вот это вот мандибула его ни разу не спасет, но.
And now it's a 1-on-3 here for two twisted, and now he is up against many fronts. Tries to fire against the first, but unable to hit anything just yet. And the objective is live, and they're trying to move towards it. And the cover is there. Another round for Gamer Legion. They take the lead a little bit further. And Hepta is just not really sure on how to counter this aggression.
That's what we expect to ride in. They just need to have that cover out there, especially if it's a
Тут хорошо. Здесь как будто он его вообще даже не заметил.
Wherever the person are, they need to move in, and if they're on the, you know, outskirts of the map, it's just a lot of running you need to do if you want to be in there in time. So again, we get going, 90 seconds for this elimination phase. After that, we head towards the capture point, and as Twisted opens up into Codex, it's a great start.
Ну ебать. Там четвертая броня или это третья? У ССов. Что-то не могу понять, четвертая.
Possible for Hepta again to take down this last player, take a round, bring it to 2-on-4, and keep the dream alive.
Ну что, заберут они этот, или какао их расхуярит? Он чуть-чуть коцанный, но он подхиливается. Какао, ебать они его называют.
If Hepta's smart, they play together, they can play for refrag at that point and just slowly clearing their way throughout the map and get themselves towards the capture points. But will they? That is going to be that big question. Now, Kakao holding in tight. Tony, the same thing as well. Both just looking for it. Both just trying to find the opposite team members. 15 seconds left before the true push is going in with the capture point. Kakao is making a run for it.
He just wants to check side already, wants to get close up and personal. And I think Hepta might be able to hear him out and just have a little bit of a hunch where he might be. A lot of noise, of course, being made by jumping. And now they know wallbang spray just coming down from Tony.
Вот какао всегда репикает. То есть чел заспотал, в него начали стрелять, он отходит налево. Ой, простите. И еще раз репикает. Всегда он так делает. Хуяк наушники скинул.
They see Myers actually, the raid boss currently gets a headset as well from one of his teammates. Spots coming out, Splinty going really low now. And look at the damage all across his body. He's not too well currently.
Граната.
Also flying by, no kills.
На нахуй.
Until Stranger Ping does take down Tony. And we see Facility unable to hit the shots as yet. Gamer Legion still quite healthy until
4-4, нихуя хорошо. Ах, не разменял чуть-чуть. Какао опять начал хуярить всех. 3 в 4. Двое здесь сейчас. Синие должны крутить через справа по-любому. Если не закрутят, будет плохо. Эти могут дальше продавить.
With 30 seconds left before the capture point goes live, Gamer Legion, they don't need to make anything happen, and all these shots are just giving away what is about to be happening as Meyer slowly cutting the pie, slowly coming around the corner there with one of his teammates, who's vastly trying to join in as well with that Ajax class. A little bit more vulnerable to the head, so you say.
Definitely Facility just using the cover fire for his teammate just to run it almost, of course, a risky position, but the Daze now takes down two twisted again. A kill coming in from Gamer Legion. Point opening
Ну эти все, они обосрались, пошли назад. Хорош. Неплохо. Есть шансы даже. Он не видит, куда стреляет. А нет, видит. Ай, бля. Ну нормально, нормально, ничего. Это все еще могут выиграть, все еще могут выиграть.
Going towards the final to have another rematch against VP.
And it did what they could do there, stop that cap from happening, but you know, as soon as you do that, your position again known by the remaining two players out there, and they're just going to be taking you down as soon as you try and move away. So with that. Gamer Legion 2 to 5 up. Are we going to see another couple of early grenades to be sent out? Both do. Twisted actually managed to get
Хорошо. Ой, хорошо.
Tony on the stranger ping. It's a great
5
start
в
for
3.
Hepta. All they need to do now is try and convert this into a round, but it's Kakao that manages to pick up a double kill. Tries to go for the
Ну да,
turret,
они
but
как-то
has to
больше
run out of ammo on that VSS. Reloads, heavy bleed, gets shut down by
какао
Splinty.
добили. Хорошо. Вот это хороший раунд. Вот то же самое повторять
And the work has been done here by Hapta to at least get a little bit of play.
каждый день.
They had the map control needed though, as Furlex is without one arm. But still there are two players standing.
Да, у них такой, как будто расфокус. Да сука. Я зеваю, я сижу нахуй. Скучно, блядь.
Entirety of Gamer Legion stepping up, but just Kakao being way better with 12 frags in his name.
Yeah, he's been really surfing around the map with that preset that he's carrying. That's really suiting him.
Какао 12 челов захуярил.
Furlex now having some pain from that fracture as well. I'm not quite sure if he saw something move there. Codex trying to sneak around as well. Tony finds Furlex though, so only one Gamer Legion member standing. Hepta, they need to bring this back to a 3-5. They need to try and get this closer if they want to get themselves an opportunity for that grand final on this stage.
Definitely, it's just a 1-on-3 for Codex to stay alive, bring it to a map point, but he has to find them fast. And as we said before, the VSS not really the best weapon, as you do not have enough ammo count to deal with multiple targets. We saw the same from Kakao in this round as well. Took down 2, unable to get a third, and now Codex in the fight of his life. Vasily takes him down.
Разъебали.
Rightfully so for the side of Hepta.
Ну все, попейте водички, блядь. Растряситесь, давайте. Блядь. Здесь надо было ему дальше идти. Что вот он, нахуя он развернулся? Дальше просто резать угол и все. Ну, конечно, мог остановиться, но все равно. Ебать, на, -2 нахуй. Уже не работает так раунд. Надо другой отыгрывать. Ну да, да. Я тоже. Ну, видишь, он мог... Из-за угла, скорее всего, он пошел в ту сторону. Ну, он, короче, хуйню сделал. 2 в 4. Ну, как будто это забей. Блять, ну вот на Six что получается? С левой ручкой. Ну, по идее-то он не должен вообще подкидываться сильно. А он на пешках, интересно. Перелесните. А, это нихуя себе. Это на БПшках, блядь. Вот почему он выбрал этот Mystic. Там хороший патрон. Ой, MPX, да-да-да. Да-да-да.
Need the support right now. They cannot afford to lose a single round anymore. They need to have these great openers that we have seen before if they want to get themselves a shot. You know, that 6-6 match point for either side. And as we get these gates opened up, we get going again. Grenades to be sent out early. You want to make sure you're not actually going to be prone to any of these early fights from the side of Gamer League. You see a little bit of damage done to Stranger Ping, but Kakao is already going quite aggressive right here as he's looking to head towards the opposite side of the map. He's actually been flanked, but somehow still manages to...
Нихуя, как он там? Тылу врага, что ли, хуярится? Бля, Какао разыгрался, пиздец. Это очень опасно на самом деле. Если ВП вот в первую игру могут въебать нахуй.
player advantage. Of course, 2 players have been hit up already, but still it's Gamer Legion trying to rack up kill after kill, and Stranger Ping.
Хотя, ну да, все здесь забей. Хотя будет же перерыв, поэтому он чуть подуспокоится. Из куража выйдет. Но из-за того, что они в принципе почти равные по игре, ГЛ и ПП, ПП могут первую въебать. Ну да, Хард с Мэджиком. Ну, блять, Хард менталкой посильнее, чем Мэджик. Мэджик, он молодой еще. Он волнуется дохуя. Там, где вообще это нахуй не надо. Там прям видно, что он переживает. Вот вчера смотрел. Прям переживает, пиздец. Надо наоборот холодной головой. Но эта хуйня придет с опытом. В любом случае волноваться будешь. Вот первую карту, поэтому ВП могут въебать. Потому что сейчас Мэджик будет волноваться нахуй. Этот Сосао, блядь, раскликанный весь на бустах нахуй. Game Legion. Победили, в принципе. Ну, отдать должное Непте. Конкуренцию они им составили даже неплохую. То есть карту они забрать у них смогли. Так, 2 минутки. Я думаю, что сейчас будет шоу-матч прям сразу. Наверное. Либо что-то пизданут в уши нам. Буянич. Но я уже, блядь, на низком старте, на. Минутка еще, да?
I'm standing here with our grand finalists, Codex and Stranger Ping from Gamer Legion. First off, congratulations. How are you feeling about being in that grand final?
Thank you. I mean, Pretty good. It's yeah, it feels very good. We had a rough first match, but we kept the heads high and
О, наушники
we focused for the last two.
за 200 рублей.
Very good. So the feeling is very good. Adrenaline is pumping, so it's great.
Или за 100. Отвечаю, у нас продаются такие наушники, они стоят 100 рублей. Или вообще там... Короче, это наушники из фикс-прайса, блядь.
The airpit pick for us was not very strong choice, but it is fine because we end up by winning. We play one more airpit game, it's good experience for us.
О, это немец, да, походу, чел? У него прям такой этот... Говор.
I mean, we got three more matches in, and yeah, we talked a lot of stuff through. So overall, we're going in very confident. We're going in with a smile. We're ready to have some fun, and yeah, we're down to beat them.
That sounds very good. I'm really excited for your game later today. Thank you so much for your time. We have a few things to say about this game, so we'll toss it back to the endless desk.
Бля, как же она тараторит, я того рот ебал. Да-да-да-да-да-да. Интересно, что за шоу-матч будет, что в нем будет. То же самое. Или какие-нибудь пресетики будут другие. Интереснее. Я бы еще пахал бы на самом деле. Ладно, сейчас дождемся, короче, шоу-матч. Посмотрим, что там будет. Если будет хуйня, я пепку выключу. Волюмес завалю свою. Поем, а вы как раз посмотрите на шоу-матч, если кому интересно.
This is the final round between Hepta and Gamer Legion that eventually qualified Gamer Legion to that grand final today.
Yeah, I think it was expected to see them go through. Gamer Legion have been a great team all around. Hepta, I think the map choices there, second and third, just it doesn't kind of lead into their play style. They played their better Tarkov whenever you look at the more open area maps. But yeah, just you look at Gamer Legion, I think individual standouts. Kakao has to get a mention, 16 kills. Individual performance like that will just single-handedly win you the game.
Yeah, especially on this map. I think it's really unfortunate for Hepta that they ended up going to that third game because, you know, neither team really wants to play Sawmill. They're, you know, they're not the PUBG team. They want to play those other normal maps, but Airpit really fitted their style. Bowl was a little bit more balanced, slightly smaller, but they, you know, they still could have had an edge there. So if they'd managed to eke it out, they wouldn't have had to have faced them on one of the two CQB maps, either being Equator or Bay 5, but they had to choose one. It's just unfortunate for them that it went to that game because it's just Gamer Legion favoured, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think especially considering that they had just had the momentum from winning out that previous map, this map being a bit similar towards that second map as well, and then it fitted into the playstyle of Gamer Legion because they had a very strong start to begin with.
Yeah, they ramped up the momentum, and Gamer Legion going into that, they're going to have that momentum from the second map I mentioned before. Whenever a team gets that second map, there's a big likelihood that we see them go on and win the third. So no real surprise for me, just because I know that's how 9 times out of 10 games will just go like that. It's just the system for some reason. But you look at the team comps again, nothing majorly changing on the side of Gamer Legion. Surf still their most picked class that they wanted to go with. In terms of headsets, you don't really need it for that map because it is so goddamn small.
Yeah, I think the thing about the preset selection is that I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't see more of a mix-up on the side of Hepta. You know, it kind of fell into Gamer Legion's lap. Like they wanted to.
Well, they went more SMG-based Hepta compared to the assault rifles that we're used to seeing.
They did. However, it fell into Game Legions that because of the Surf classes, but the one that I actually really liked was the pickup that Maya used with the Cavalier. We've not seen the Cavalier used that much, and I thought that was a really, really smart choice, but they only grabbed one, which I think was really unfortunate. That particular preset comes with an MPX. It's really fully modded out, so it has 19 recoil. It's one of the lowest recoil weapons you can actually get as across the presets, with the ammo that deals with the armor on the Surf. The Surf isn't that heavily, it's not that heavily armored, so you don't need the Ajax to get through, because it's not a class 5. You also get a 50-round drum mag, which really helps against the 20-rounders on the VSS side. So I think if they'd maybe mixed in maybe 3 of those, I think it could have been a little bit different. I wish they'd like changed it even more than they did.
Take more of a risk.
Yes, exactly.
All right, well, now that indeed Gamer Legion is confirmed for the Grand Final, we still have 2 things on our schedule for today. Obviously, the Grand Final later today, but before that, we have a show match between some BSG developers and some players from all these teams. We'll have a bit of a longer break between it, though. It is lunchtime, so grab yourself some lunch, grab a drink, and we'll see you back in a few.
Так, короче, тогда пойду я так кишую. Пока смотрите суету эту. Жрать охота, чуть пиздец. Люся чуть будет.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. I'm still Anne, but now I'm joined by 2 different people with me on the analyst desk. We decided to shake things up a bit.
I'm on the wrong place.
Yes, I am indeed joined by Todosma and Heb. How are you 2 feeling on the other side? Is it on the other side than your caster desk?
This one is way more spacey.
Yeah, this desk feels nice. I want this at home as well.
Maybe if you ask the production kind enough, you might be able to take it home with you.
Production?
We'll shoot a nice look in their way later today for that. But we do have a show match, as you mentioned, on the schedule between the developers from Tarkov against a mixed team of players that have participated in this tournament so far. Let's have a look at the players and the developers that we will see in this specific show match. Now, we mentioned a mixed team of players versus developers. Now, these names that you see on the side of developers might not immediately speak something to you, but it is Nikita. We have some other developers as well, but they have nicknames that are a combination of their own plus someone else from BSG that isn't here but is working on the game.
That's almost too kind. Gene Python, that is Nikita. That's going to be the main man to watch, the game director of Battlestate Games. And we believe also have Roman, the head of HR, who's called Mr. No Fear. Artem, that is MC Tank, the system administrator. And we have Daniel, lead community manager, as called TRB Mike. And Oroku Free X, that is none other than Alex, the motion designer. He's a very nice guy. We just talked to him. Everyone from BSG we've talked to is actually really nice. But we just had a little bit of a conversation with him, and he's just also really happy to be here. Everyone's happy to be here.
Yeah, but they know this game through and through, of course, right? They are working on it. They know the intricacies.
I was going to say, if any team had enough time to scrim, it's these guys. they have been developing it. They've had years to get themselves sped up to the process here. So I expect a lot from them. I expect them to just 7-0 these players.
Okay, I expect a lot from them too. So let's make sure we also welcome them to the stage. Our team of developers. Unfortunately have no eyes in my back, but yes, the developers are already on stage. We have seen them make their way towards the stage, getting ready, of course, to, you know, set everything up and play this game against the pro players. But as we mentioned, the pro players, well, I mean, they have been performing in this tournament. They know what it's like to be on the stage. They know what it's like to perform as well. And one really funny thing is, which we haven't mentioned yet, is Hepta, the team that has just unfortunately lost the lower bracket final, have an extra player playing this. They have Scooey, one of their friends, as they mentioned, will be playing in the show match.
Not just a friend, he's the backbone of the entire team, and now he's going to show why he's currently the best player. So I think that's going to be very important to see what Hepta is really capable of, but then in a mixed team.
Indeed, yeah. Now, you already mentioned your expectations. Developers are going to easily 7-0 this.
Yeah,
now, it is a show match, and we have seen show match, for example, have some funky struts, some funky ideas. Anything you would like to see, hopefully, for a show match like this one?
Inverted mouse controls.
or just a knife only. Like, that's always just going for full melee. We've seen Demo walk up yesterday with a hammer. Like, it's hammer time. Just make it happen. See what they can do with just their bare fist or a knife or whatever they want to bring in, and see how awkward those fights might be, because it's not a one-hit kill. So that just makes it a little bit more difficult, a little bit more different, and then you're really going to see the momentum and, of course, also the movement coming in.
Yeah, if I remember, some kids do have a knife or a melee that is a one-hit kill in this fact, but of course, knife fights in a show match are always great, because if you're that player that hasn't really been able to find the scoreboard so far in the show match, it is a bit more RNG based, right? So you also have a chance of getting a kill.
Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, you know, sometimes we even have like great knife players that just manage to like get an ace on the board or something, like untouchable when it comes to CQB. To that extent, I mean, there's nothing closer than a knife fight in CQB, but as soon as they do head for the guns, it's a little bit less. People start fighting back a little bit more. Yeah.
It's going to be crazy. That's all I know.
Indeed, yeah. Any other things you would like to see than maybe a knife fight, for example, or the inverted mouse controls, which might be very difficult to do?
Turn off monitors.
Pistol only.
Pistol only.
We've already talked to, of course, our production as well, and said, like, what...
Иду разогрел до состояния плазмы.
Are actually beating the developers, which won't happen, of course. Nikki does the best. But in case it would be happening, that they can only go out of the spawn one by one. If one dies, the next one can move in. And then I'm curious to see how the developers will react to that, and if they will just spawn camp, because that will just be the best victor then.
I mean, by the time that one person has made it out of the spawn from the pro players, I'd imagine that the developers have already sneaked their way towards the spawn or holding them off when they do eventually spawn.
Potentially, I mean, they don't know when that strategy is going to be implied, right? So maybe, you know, they're just in a normal round, so you want to be a little bit closer, and then suddenly
holding angles.
You have the one-by-one round, and you know, you never really know what's going to be happening next. So it's going to be interesting to see when that will come into play.
And now, we have obviously been playing this tournament with 5 different maps. Some obviously play really different than some other maps, some smaller, some bigger ones. What kind of map do you think would be ideal for a show match, or what would you want to see for a show match from the first tournament of Tarkov Arena?
In a sense, I like my personal favorite is Airpit, so I'm just gonna throw Airpit out there. And in a way, it might also work for the show match as well, because it doesn't really have those long lines of sight, not easily wallbangable just from spawn to spawn, as you might have seen on Equator in the previous matchup that we just had, Gamer Legion taking on Hepta. So in that regard, it might just be a little bit of a safer play to just go for Airpit, have a little bit more cover, make sure that the players from the developer team are actually able to get on towards the map and then find their groove.
Wouldn't be surprised to get see Bay 5 very quick, of course. Like, there's a good opportunity there to have some very quick gameplay to come through and back after back rounds, so that might be one as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'd imagine that the developers have played this game themselves. They've obviously made this whole game and Tarkov Arena themselves as well. Maybe a bit less for someone like a community manager or a head of PR that might be less familiar on the developing side of this game?
No, that's going to be very important. Like, in the Netherlands, where we're from, of course, this is the Dutch test now, we've claimed it. What we usually see is that on Friday afternoon, people go for drinks. I believe that Battlestate Games, I have no confirmation of this, but I believe that they will just on Friday afternoon, or just the entire Friday, play games together. It's the only way to do
Drinks
it, right? You
and
have to play
raids.
test it. And then maybe some drinks on the side, because why not,
Can
right?
we
We saw in the trailer as well that there were beers in the hand, and Nikita really liked the beer, so I think beers will be prevalent.
He was smiling as soon as that beer was being shown, that's for sure.
It has to be one of the key factors on towards their studio as well.
For sure, indeed. And in regards of a score count, you said the developers are going to 7-0 this.
Yes.
Do you agree? Do you feel something else? Do you feel like it might be a close game? Do you feel anyone is going to give anyone a few more rounds or some donation rounds?
I think it's going to be a 7-6. It's going to be down to the wire hat, because, you know, we have pro players on one side and we have the developers on the other. Like Nikita, solo carries everything. And how can you counter Nikita? Try to get his team to team kill him, because it's probably the only way, and maybe also get a hope that Killa will actually spawn on towards the map.
What if the developers actually show a meta we didn't know yet, and we're right about to head into the grand final, and Gamer Legion and VP are watching like, yeah, let's bring that one to one of our best of 5 maps.
That's a good chance, actually.
That's a good one.
We'll see if this goes to a full stretch, as you mentioned, with a 7-6. We'll also see what kind of map we will be playing, but we'll have a short break, and we'll be right back.
Это кюш. Может так микрофон оставить? Нет, так хуёво слышно. Как вы, блядь, есть теперь? Вернее. Так хотя бы.
The memes are commencing before the show match even.
Пришли наши
You said the developers are going to win this easy peasy.
гомункулы,
I think one player
блядь.
may have got scared. They walked off the stage and someone else has taken their spot.
Бать, удивление у него.
Well, okay, I'll just call the player change instead. We were supposed to have Tony from Hepta play in this match, but he stood up and gave his seat to Twisted.
Yeah, well, sometimes you have to make a change, and Tony has been doing so well already throughout this tournament, and he needs his rest. I'm not saying he's getting older, but sometimes at a certain moment, you have to choose yourself, choose for yourself, and have a little bit of relaxation.
Very true, indeed. Now, it doesn't really happen often that we have a player change so close to the actual game.
Yeah, we haven't had it yet this entire tournament so far, so honestly, it's a first for everything.
Yeah, there is a first for everything. We'll obviously, hopefully, see some exciting plays in the show match itself. That will be the first for this tournament. But now that I have you two with me here on the analyst desk, I'm actually really excited because I have not got to speak to both of you that much so far this tournament about the entirety of what we are seeing. So, you know, we've seen air pits. This is the map that we are going to. How have we seen air pit being played so far in this tournament?
Wallbangs galore. I think that's pretty much how we want to say it, because there's just been wallbangs all across the map currently.
А чё наших пацанов не пригласили? Хотя бы одного.
Have some angles that we might not know of, but they've already found out because they put them in themselves.
I mean, you already saw people jumping on like all kinds of railings, and you're like, oh, yeah. I mean, it's logical now to see it, but I wouldn't have thought of it. So it's like, you know, it's good.
Я так понимаю, разрабы будут, блядь, дебил, будут против буржуев играть.
So, you know, there's always, you know, that kind of stuff going on. So.
I think presets are going to be really important in this as well, right? Anything that you expect. I mean, we've seen these try-hard presets. We've seen like the serious guns.
Cringe.
Anything crazy you're expecting?
I want to see the double-barreled shotgun.
Oh baby, give
yeah.
it to me. Like, that's what I want. What I want from a show match is just mayhem, craziness, sick plays, and highlight reels. We've already seen an ace. We've already seen some good stuff going on. But now it's time, Hap, to see the crazy of the crazy.
What about that big revolver that we saw? Like
yes, in the trailer.
Yeah, in the trailer.
I need it in my life.
Now. I haven't seen it yet in the game.
I want to see it
Блять.
now. And if we don't see it, it's your mistake.
Ёбаный чай, какой же он горячий, сука.
Oh, then maybe it's just Demo's mistake.
Yeah, do we
Точно
blame Demo
микрофон
if he does
поставлю.
Yeah, definitely.
that? Yeah, cool.
Okay, well, of course, since I have you two here with me on the analysis, people at home might wonder where Demo and Giga might have gone, but they're actually on the other side. They're at the caster desk, and they're ready to take it away for this show match.
Thank you very much, Anne and the boys on the desk. Yes, we've done a bit of a switch. I haven't seen that many Dutch people if it wasn't for a Martin Garrix concert.
Они, ебать, поменялись местами.
Dutch desk, but yeah, we are ready to get into our show match, everyone. We've got the developers on one side. We're going to have a bit of a mix of the players already seen who unfortunately are out of the competition, but I suppose they get another chance to play on stage.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how a completely random team of pros work together. You know, communication's so important, and these guys haven't played together. They're playing against the devs who, you know, if there was any time when the developers were going to have an advantage, it would be now. They've been building the game. These guys
Камеру не тряси, сука, стучит, блядь.
You know, you can't.
Пиздюк.
You simply can't, but Yeah, obviously you're gonna have to favor the pros. Come on, like these are the ones.
Блять, там
that put in the
чё,
hours, they get the
комментаторы,
developers, they're there, but
типа,
they
все?
make the games, and if they're all making everything for you
Я думал,
guys,
это отдельные
they
люди,
have
которые
that
должны
much
там
time
как-то
to prep for it
комментировать.
and get it in. They want to make sure they can finalize their products as best as they can. So there is
Вот он,
always that
блядь.
toss-up.
I think that's the
Сука,
issue.
с
Yeah,
этой
when you're a
шляпой.
professional, not gamer, you know, you struggle with time sometimes. You know, I even feel that being a content creator, right? Like I'm sat there in Premiere Pro cutting videos and stuff, and everyone else is out there playing the actual game. So I certainly feel that myself as well. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they all work together. But at the end of the day, it's like we've said previously: if you can hit your headshots, then that's what it really comes down to. But you know, so long as it's a headshot on your own, on the enemy team, and not your own team, we will see.
It'll be curious to see what the developers are going to bring in terms of their kit selection. These guys have built the kits. They know what is in every single thing that they've put in. The pros, on the other hand, I wonder, are they going to be sweats? Sure, you can't be sweats. I hope to see a bit of fun out of the pros as well.
I hope so. There are some fun loadouts that we haven't actually seen. There's a bunch of them. I'm hoping that we see the one with the ult in. There's one with the massive big helmet with the visor, the Zenith kit, that one, and there's a couple of others that are pretty jokes as well. So we're going to have to see what they bring through. You know, it's different when you're playing a kind of casual. This is more of a pub game, right?
Yeah,
and so you don't need to go for those like specific, you know, precision strategic kits. Hopefully we can just, you know, ditch the surf and go for something a bit more interesting.
Yeah, just go with what you feel comfortable with, what you want to go for, of course. We'll just quickly, you know, run down, I think, some of the players that we have. Obviously, we've got 2 IDB players. We've got 2 players coming in from Hepta, and we've got the 1 player from Ascend. So out of the teams there, you've got the good mix of the 3 teams still left in the competition. And hopefully, we'll see, maybe it could be a super team. This could be, who knows, this could be the next big thing.
Who knows? This is all going to be, you know, mixing up over the next year or two. The teams, you know, who knows who's going to end up where? You know, we've got a Blitz girl on the team. We saw her absolutely fragging out in one of the other games previously on ITB. She did super well. You know, there's a lot of great players they've got on that side, but we haven't seen the devs so much. So everything's to play for.
Feels like we're back in day one where we don't really have the expectations for a team because they're the developers, and even if we knew they were a team, it's like, come on, they're devs. Like, what are we going to expect out of these guys? But hopefully it's going to be an enjoyable time as we're just slowly waiting to get into the game. We had just a bit of an issue there, so hopefully we'll get back in within a few minutes or so. But overall, in terms of the competition, you know, we've seen a good amount of gameplay so far. We've kind of almost, I don't want to say developed a meta because that's going to take months on end to really start figuring out. But from what we've noticed at the moment is assault rifles and more the longer range classes can be good on certain maps, but for the most part, the close quarter combat classes seem to be your best friend.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the typical Tarkov thing where the helmets that you're wearing, they aren't that great against the ammunition that you have available to you. And so you want high RPM, you go for those headshots, especially in the higher tiers of skill. And that's kind of what people are leaning towards, like no semi-auto really, it's all full auto and higher RPM. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we still have a few more technical difficulties to get through, so we're going to go to a quick break, but we will be back with our show match.
Заебали. Со своими паузами. Просто пиздец. Ой. Якнулся.
Be ready to jump into our show match. Airpit, of course, is going to be the map selection that we have. It's a little bit more of an open playing field, certainly. And I've heard Toldus say this is probably his favorite map. I'm inclined to believe with him. I think it's got a good mix where it's not overly complicated. I think it has a mix of everything. You can play close quarters in the plane. You can play longer range if you want to. It's pretty open in terms of getting the cap flag. So there is potential for all sorts here in Airpit.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's one of the ones that we've seen more of the cleanup crew on, just because, as you can see on screen, the points themselves are very open and they are prone to getting shot down upon from the plane itself. I do think it's one that's one of the best to watch, actually, just simply because you can kind of see what's going on. If somebody's in the plane, it's very obvious, and around the edges you've got those 4 shops, but the rest of it's quite open, so the sight lines are relatively clear with enough cover to move around. But I think for the general player, it's a nice map because it's not just CQB focused. You don't just have to be a headshotter. You can apply some strategy, and you can win that way rather than just with pure flick skills.
Don't forget, we've got drops as well on this map where you can go and find yourself a sniper
Да это
rifle,
вообще
pick it up.
пиздец,
You don't
просто
necessarily need to go
невероятный
in with
нахуй.
a sniper rifle, so there is options there, of course, in terms of the class selection. Airpit, as we know, we're talking about that middle of the plane. In terms of, you know, the kind of what we've seen the meta be, it is all about the SMG.
Если вот это все сделал Dreamhack, именно вот эти паузы, вот это все режиссуру и так далее, и Никита туда никакие там свои правки не вносил, то это пиздец. Вот эти паузы по 5. Вот мы 10 минут тупо сидели и смотрели на таймер. Это бред, блядь. Полный.
And that didn't actually work out when you've got 4 teams of surf players. It's a bit tricky. You need a bit of a mix because those longer ranges, it just increases that TTK, and especially with smaller mags, it makes it harder to actually clinch those kills.
Whenever you're looking at, obviously, the dev team, you know, these guys are here just to obviously see how well that they can kind of go up against the pros.
Хотя бы просто чтобы они разговаривали. То есть 5 минут эфира можно занять вообще спокойно же. Ну, разберите какой-нибудь момент, разберите что-нибудь еще. И уже забьете эти там, сколько, 5, 8 минут вот мы ждали с того момента. Именно на паузах. Плюс эти пиздели. Блять, сделайте еще пролетку или хайлайты, которые они будут на фоне пиздеть. Хотя бы так. В доте же сделано это все. Аналитика есть. Эти же тоже тут аналитики, по идее. Пусть нахуй отрабатывают свои деньги, блядь. Сори, а хуй ты, пацаны не извиняются. Блять, на 10 минут, да вы ебанцы. Ой, ну это пиздец. Давай, давай. Давай, давай. Блять, может пока Тарков просто запустить, я хуй знает. Что в нем делать? Давайте посмотрим хотя бы. Будет про глобальное потепление. Я
1800 ученых и экспертов, среди которых нобелевские лауреаты, подписали совместную декларацию, которая переворачивает текущую мейнстримовую повестку, в которой повышение углекислого газа в атмосфере приводит к нагреванию земного шара. Организация под названием Climate Intelligence, сокращенно CleanTel, наделала немало шума, выпустив документ под названием «Всемирная климатическая декларация» с кричащим заголовком «Чрезвычайной климатической ситуации не существует». Мне даже в личку писали, мол, смотри, тут независимые ученые говорят, что климатология должна быть менее политизирована и более научна, а то сейчас климатология превратилась в дискуссию, основанную на убеждениях, а не на самокритичной науке. Мы должны освободиться от наивной веры в незрелые климатические модели и больше уделять внимание эмпирической науке. Согласен, согласен, где подписать? Давайте же посмотрим, какой мир эмпирической науки предлагает нам CleanTel. Герои нашего выпуска обращают внимание на самую главную проблему всех климатических прогнозов – компьютерные модели. Ведь все симуляции, которые мы знаем, являются не каким-то волшебным ящиком. Они создаются людьми, которые заранее закладывают туда свои предварительные ожидания. Для тех, кто не знает, в мейнстримовой повестке главным источником является межправительственная группа экспертов по изменению климата, сокращенно МГИК. Они каждые 7 лет выпускают здоровенные работы.
Нет, не закончилось, просто там 10 минут, блядь, перерыв, они нахуй въебали.
Что температура по земле растет, что увеличилось количество жарких дней,
Падлу смотреть
дождей, сельскохозяйственных засух.
на таймер.
И если ничего не остановить, то станет прям ой как горячо. Поэтому бунтари из CleanTel, чтобы вы не запутались...
Смотрим про глобальное потепление пока что.
Так вот, они говорят, давайте-ка мы без всяких моделей просто посмотрим на температуру Земли. Да, за последние 170 лет температура поднялась на 1,1 градус, но посмотрите, все циклично. Вот вначале разогревались, затем охладились, дальше опять разогрев, пауза, разогрев, и с чего мы уверены, что следующие 30 лет будет постоянный нагрев. Ну, фиг с ним, давайте допустим, что самые негативные прогнозы сбудутся, и к 2050 году мы получим разогрев на страшный 1,6 градус. Давайте зададим себе вопрос. Действительно ли это большие числа, которые приведут к катастрофе? Давайте для примера возьмем два города с совершенно разными температурами. Один крупный город, близкий к Северному полюсу, второй к экватору – Осло и Сингапур. Обычные замеры говорят, что разница температур между этими городами составляет 22 градуса. Так почему не скатился в катастрофу и прекрасный Осло, и футуристичный Сингапур? Ответ прост – адаптация. Так что не пугайтесь глобального потепления, люди смогут адаптироваться. Непонятно, почему из углекислого газа делают демона, ведь он необходим для роста биомассы и благоприятно сказывается на сельском хозяйстве, повышая урожайность во всем мире. За последнюю сотню лет, благодаря адаптации, основанной на науке и технологиях, мы смогли сделать нашу жизнь лучше и безопаснее. Посмотрите сами. С одной стороны, зеленые политики кричат, что резко повышается СО2, но при этом многократно сократилось количество смертей от наводнений, засух, штормов, пожаров и прочих климатических пугалок. В целом, это все. Я постарался изложить позицию 1800 ученых клиентел, которая отражена на сайте и в PDF-файле. Признаться, я ожидал от пары тысяч ученых много букв и исследований, но когда открываешь документ, оказывается, что содержательная информация только на одной странице. Дальше идет перечень подписантов. И если вас убедила прошлая глава, то поздравляю. Чтобы на вас воздействовать, достаточно пара обывательских манипуляций в стиле «вот посмотрите на Сингапур и Осло, и вот уже никакого глобального потепления нет». Давайте посмотрим, что же не так с заключениями этих ученых. Итак, тезис 1, что все циклично, и в 1850 году как раз закончился малый ледниковый период, после которого логично идет потепление. Но вот проблема не в самом факте роста температуры, а в скорости изменения. За последние 2000 лет, а на самом деле больше, такого не было. Вообще, когда пытаются обосновать в стиле «все циклично», часто показывают вот этот график. Мол, посмотрите, мы уже дохренолеон лет живем в температурных качелях. Сначала тепло, потом холодает, потом тепло, потом холодает. Но тут часто забывают показать второй график по концентрации СО2 в эти же года, в котором оказывается, что рост и падение температур совпадает с таким же ростом и падением СО2, что и является аргументом зеленых в пользу «давайте-ка последим за выбросами». А то что-то мы уже как-то стрельнули очень мощно за короткое время. С метаном, кстати, такая же история. Это были данные со станции «Восток» в Антарктике, полученные в конце прошлого тысячелетия. Замерзшие пузырьки с воздухом из ледяного керна подарили нам климатическую историю земного шара. Тезис 2. Углекислый газ не вреден, он необходим для нашей планеты, больше СО2, больше биомассы. Но с тем, что СО2 необходим, никто не спорил вообще. Нет такой истерики, что надо выкачать весь газ из атмосферы. Углекислый газ усиливает парниковый эффект. Явление, когда солнечные лучи частично удерживаются в атмосфере, согревая наш земной шар. И если бы не парник, то наша Земля была бы холоднее на 33 градуса. И без парникового эффекта это видео не вышло бы. Потому что вообще не факт, что на нашей планете развилась бы жизнь по нашему сценарию, приводящему вас в точку, когда вы вообще существуете и можете посмотреть это видео. Весь бугурт состоит в том, что частицы углекислого газа за десятилетия растут настолько, насколько раньше росли за тысячи лет. Если смотреть в перспективе миллионов лет, то мы за несколько лет проскочили буквально эпохи изменения углекислого газа и дошли до миоцена. Да и просто так неконтролируемое увеличение СО2 ни к чему хорошему не приведет. Дело в том, что углекислый газ должен где-то храниться. Частично в атмосфере, частично в деревьях, а частично в океане. И вот быстрое повышение его концентрации в океане не остается незамеченным. СО2 меняет pH-среду океана в сторону повышения кислотности, а это оказывает влияние на всю подводную жизнь. Тезис 3. У вас модели неправильные. Ну, во-первых, МГИК не только на модели опирается. В своих работах указывают, вот это, например, обычные инструментальные замеры мы видим, что вот за 170 лет наблюдений получили такой-то рост. Вот как-то так стрельнули резко. А вот расклад, как получился разогрев Земли на этот пресловутый 1,1 градус. Вообще разогрев должен был быть 1,5 градуса, но человеческая деятельность не только разогревает, но и внезапно охлаждает наш земной шарик. За охлаждение у нас отвечают аэрозоли. И вот если сложить все причины разогревающие и вычесть охлаждающие, то получится 1,1 градус. А если вам не нравятся какие-то конкретные модели, то, пожалуйста, критикуйте. Это в упрощенном варианте 30 страниц инфографики. А в оригинальной работе несколько тысяч страниц со ссылками на все исследования и исходные данные. Но почему-то 1800 ученых не удосужились сделать вообще что-нибудь. Лишь одна...
Так, ну что там? Началось или нет? О, вроде началось, заебись. Кайф, смотрим. Как играют наши разрабы. Нихуя себе, как бы. Они их выиграют, что, бля? Потеют, блядь, сидят, сука. Так, а Буяныч, кто... Как у Нику? У Буяныч. Вот он, блядь.
Some of these that we just haven't seen before. Again, it's a lot of assault rifles. It's kind of what we expected to see on a map like Airpit. You've got Cavalier again that we saw Hector pick up previously, which is the MPX of the Class 6. So if you don't hit that guy in the head with one of the pistols, then you're going to really struggle to get through it at all. Hector...
Ебать его, бро. Вот что будет, когда все прокачаются.
He's taken. He actually gets TK'd by Vasily. What is going on there? Absolute carnage, mayhem, everything you want to describe it as. That's what's happening in this round. Look at the health. Blitzer goes down. And once again, the devs are in the lead at 2 versus 4. For anyone who's wondering, the devs, they're allowed to go wherever they want, and obviously the pros have kind of made it a little bit more of a substantial circumstance for them, just to maybe give the devs a little bit more of an easier time.
Exactly, on the meme kit. The PKP is not the easiest weapon to use. It's got a lot of recoil. It does have a 100-round magazine. You can see we've almost taken it for granted up until now. The teams who've been practicing together, but we've seen team kills from both sides. We can hear the gunshots going off when you're in the game. It's incredibly hard to actually figure out who is who.
Я не понимаю. РБ Майк это, походу, этот Буян. Бать. А второй нахуй. There you go.
1v2, it is doable for them, just in case anyone's wondering which one's Nikita. You're looking at Gene, that is who Nikita is. I'm sure that's what the community wants to know.
Exactly.
They look a little bit worse for wear. I mean, so is Mike as well. Both of them very low. Silly certainly has that. And oh, a swing. Down goes Nikita. Bit of BM there, just keeps making sure he's dead. And now a 1 versus 1.
Никита вроде бы... Блять. Я не понимаю, где Никита. Вроде он с мутантом был. Но я что-то мутанта не увидел.
Whereabouts Mike obviously has a headset. He can try and see if he can sound him out, but Vasily just goes for the spray, gets the wall bang. Such low HP as well, wasn't he? So You knew that was going to come in, but my word, a 1v3 from Vasily and just LMG spam.
Exactly, you know, the bullets that you get in that's one of the largest calibers in the game.
Потепление, новый хайп. Ну да, может быть. А может быть и нет. А, вот. Вот это вот Буяныч. Дженни Бюрн. С мутантом. Что у него счет? 1-1. Две помощи. Я себе. Даже убивает кого-то. Ну, Фирс ПП. Танк. Это хуйня. Батя их потушил. Там 1-4 захуярил уже.
Good to see Nikita getting some frags here.
Yeah, quick cleanup. Just all 5 kills just came in a matter of seconds there for the devs who, I'm telling you, it's generally these show matches where you're putting pros against developers. It's usually very weighted heavily in towards the pros, but the developers.
Он это сделал, блядь. У меня вопрос. Тупо такая шара залетела, пиздец.
See that butcher again going straight in towards the plane, no surprise.
He's the class that you want to see going into that plane. You don't really see it on the observer, but you've got the helmet on. You have slightly reduced vision, but it matters a little bit less when you're inside. He's got M62 ammo inside, 50-round drum mag with the SA-58, which is pretty big. Takes a headshot there on Blank.
Yeah, Blank goes down, and in comes the Cavalier with that MPX. The recoil is virtually non-existent with how it's modded out, and almost gets caught out there. McTank, but he will now sprint upstairs. They're looking for the last one. Vasily's there with the cover. He's just playing a very slow game. Vasily, it seems to be he's stuck in the clutch positions a lot of the time for his team.
Exactly. We also, Nikita cleaning up on the kills. You can see how happy he is. I think he got even 3 kills in that game. He's using that preset so well.
And one thing as well, look at the Hector class that we haven't really seen featured either for Mike. He's just sat at the back of the map. You know, whenever he's got the scope, you can give that vision. It's, again, very little recoil. As well, so it's quite easy to hit your shots.
Low recoil 556.
Бля, нихуя Бутчер просто, пиздец. В рысе бегает. Счет 7-2.
Which is typically either first or joint first, depending on who you ask in terms of the scopes that pro players like to use and players at the top of their game.
What's going on
I don't
here?
know what they're going on doing here. They're all grouping up at the back.
Is this a firing squad? Are they waiting for an unlucky soul to walk around the corner and he gets met by 4 of them? Not too sure, but even the devs, they're not entirely sure. Looks as if that's going to be the case, so somebody did take a bit of a tumble, but actually I think that was from the... Oh no, it was, yes, somebody came around the corner and met their demise. Now they're going to move in towards the plane.
Now that their plan is spoiled, now they're pushing in late, which is an interesting strategy. They've let them get the advantage, and maybe they want them all in the plane. They're going to get them all stuck in there, cover each other while they reload, and just fire through and kill everybody.
It's just... it's incredible. They just keep spraying, and they hit the shots, but surely at this stage... Head will know where they are. They're still sat behind those cargo boxes. But yeah, they have no idea. They're none the wiser right now. In comes the Butcher. No, this is very strange. They don't see each other. They're running up. But there's no headsets, as we know from the Eyes team. So they're probably not going to hear him running around. But no, he gets flanked.
Вообще нахуй нихуя не слышит, блядь.
That's insane. Yeah, that helmet's not going to save you against the large caliber there from the Ratatouille kit with the PKP.
Oh, gets shot from behind. Trying to figure out exactly where he got spotted from, and we'll try and reposition now, no fear. Now just going to sit and wait, capture the objective.
Smart play, trying to force them out. You know, if there's only 1v3, you want them to come out of their position so they can't
individualize
just sit
the gunfights.
Exactly. And then you can use the advantage of your team rather than just going around and trying to pick them off. You can force them out.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single attempt at a cap yet so far in this game. It just seemed to be very kill-orientated. Eyes now on the hunt, looking for him. He's actually been able to wrap around where we've seen the majority of Eyes players start out from, just camping almost in the spawn area. We'll now move in towards the shot, but Blitzer Maybe she's trying on some clothes.
Yeah, catch them out in the open. As we said, the large bullets on that just piercing straight through. Doesn't even matter if you've got the class 6 on that you get from the Cavalier. We saw Mayor use that earlier, and it's decent against some of the lower grade ammo, but the cartridges that go in that are just so big they're going to punch right through. The armor damage is absolutely incredible on that thing.
This is always a bit of a very comical one, isn't it? They're right beside each other, so close yet so far at the same time. Just gets very unlucky. He checks his angles, but as soon as he looks away, then the guy pushes. It's
that was really unfortunate timing, yeah. And especially in those situations with the verticality, it can be very difficult to actually figure out where people are, especially if you're used to playing with a headset and you don't have one as part of your preset. I think that's something of what it comes down to. You know, we haven't really touched on the individual headsets at all, but players have headsets that they prefer. Even using different ones allows you to hear in different ways. And a lot of these players play Tarkov exclusively with headsets, and so not having one at all really can throw you off.
Again, this sit in the spawn strategy. It's coming in all prone. We're missing one. Where's the 5th? Who's the coward? That's what I want to know. Oh, Twisted, he's just in the plane by himself with a pistol.
He just couldn't wait, you know, he's not that kind of player. He's just going to go in and do 5v1 with the pistol on his own.
Wrong choice as he gets slaughtered. And oh, they're doing the 1-by-1 strategy. There's only allowed to be one of them in the arena at one time. Whenever a player dies, then another one will go in, and they just keep racking up like that. So who did they send in next? Who's gone? Oh, they've gone to the spawn. They've came to them.
Блять, забайтили пацана.
Taking down Rook 3.
One of them need to get in there. Come on, they're ruining the game. You just can't camp.
Surely they know where they are now.
Chat will be saying El Camper.
Even the announcer is shouting within the game itself.
Ну вот у этого пресета, типа, заебись пулемет, ну, который вблизи, естественно, разорвет нахуй. Ну, нахуй с прыжка, блядь. Ну, брони там нет, каски нет. Как... Не знаю, это такой чисто, наверное, по рофлу сет. В 4 классе брони, блядь.
The jump and hip fire. We've actually seen quite a few kind of jump plays as well, haven't we? On even during yesterday's games. Obviously, it's good just to get that kind of little bit of a crosshair adjustment, isn't it? You can maybe catch somebody by surprise.
Yeah, exactly. There are some strange mechanics within Tarkov of when you jump. You know, so if you're jumping in certain ways, then you can leap sideways, and your gun is actually still out in front of you.
More gunfight in towards the mid this time. The Butcher class is on the high ground.
Ебать, отдача охуенная. Бля. Пиздец там. Сашка просто.
We've hardly seen any fights underneath the plane at all, and I think one of the reasons for that is that there are no stairs up into the center. So once you're underneath, you're kind of stuck. You really have to either go to the back or the front, or go up the wings, and so you're kind of exposed doing any of that. So people haven't typically gone under there, but because people don't, it can surprise you.
Well, the devs certainly have control of the plane right now as they are in the midst of it. Everyone, though, from I seem to be scattered around in towards the shops, perhaps. And
как будто мутант, пресет мутант, будет заебательским. Еще есть бригадир, вроде бы тоже, что там, МК или что это? А, это ХКшка. Ну поменяй, блядь, режиссер, по-братски. Вот. Ну, блядь. Не успел заметить, что там.
Yeah, No Fear running around, just trying to make sure he doesn't get grouped on. He's trying to pick the players off one by one, which is quite sensible. I mean, it is a 9mm weapon that he's using. It's not the best for long range. It does, the bullets do actually, you know, they lower on damage and penetration as you go further and further and further away. And so he wants to make sure that he's like close enough that he can actually get the kills, especially against something like the PKP.
15 seconds or so until we see that clean-up crew come in. It almost looks as if eyes are maybe going to be looking for the objective, because they are lingering around the shops beside it. No Fear. He's just looking for anything that he can get, but he should know that most of them are going to be situated towards that B site, and here comes the cap point. 3 seconds to go, and no, he gets taken out. Eyes, successful cap for them. I mean, it's what you expect to see. Good decision making. You're in that man advantage. just go for the count point. He has to move. He has to make the play.
Exactly. I think that's the way that you need to play these 3v1s and 2v1s. If you have a man advantage, you can send somebody inside, you can force the other player to move, you can hear where they are, you can see where they are, and you get them out of their hiding holes. It's just, it's the safest way to play. We've seen the more sensible teams like BP.
Ну нереально даже лежа стрелять.
Even if they've started off the game really aggressively, they then pull back towards the capture point and just wait, and they just lure you out.
Let's see what the pros have in store for us this time. What strategy will they be looking to, I want to say implement, what strategy will they try and meme us with? It's probably the better way. McTank again trying to get mid-control, but Twisted, who he has been relentless in trying to take that plane.
We've got the Cavalier, we've got the MPX with PKP with the 50-round drum coming up through the center. This is straight out the playbook for this preset, which is great. Comes in and catches one of the enemy team. We'll see what happens from here.
Oh, trade
Никита не запушил.
But no fear, he was just putting in such a massive shift right now with that MPX. There's virtually no recoil. We witnessed that. It was so easy for him just to hip fire, and most of the bullets just hitting its mark. The devs take a very quick round.
It's everything to play for. It's so close right now. I'm surprised. Look at Nikita.
He just looked happy to be here.
He's so happy just to be playing his game on the stage. You know he loves it. We saw his DJ set last night. You know he loves to be in front of the crowd, doing his thing, doing the things that he loves. You can see the pleasure on his face.
He's someone who I certainly would like to have around the Christmas table. Just I think it would make it more exciting.
Let's get back into this next game. 5-3.
Again, mid control probably going to be the option.
Vasily going for those weapon spawns there. He's got a bolt action.
Короче, на всех картах лежат пушки, видимо.
Probably using it more for information than anything else.
Oh, that firing coming in. It looks as if Oroku is taking a bit of damage, and oh, look at this. From tarkovtactics, he has to try and dodge. There's a lot of bullets coming in towards him.
Пулеметчика ЕТГшка. Ебать, так это ж вообще пиздец. Просто вколол и побежал в какой-нибудь коридор, нахуй.
We see some bolt action stuff going on. Doesn't manage to land.
Misses it, yeah. Misses the shot. Maybe going to go in for another re-peek. He knows exactly the lineup. And who's that running away? Gets shot in the back, it looks as though, but actually didn't get the...
На нахуй своему въеби.
Going into the side of head, and now Vasily whips out the LMG and just going to go for it.
Giving covering fire. Unfortunately, he doesn't manage to catch anybody.
Oh, Oroku goes to the swing, but the LMG just keep pre-firing everything, 100 bullets in the magazine, and there you go. Look how easy it is just to walk around the corner, just hold M1, no fear. Once again, stuck in this position where he has to try and go for the clutch. Has the MPX, that's a good kill though. Gets him back in it again, but still, look at the damage. You know, his right leg there is completely blacked out. He'll try and go for the med to try and get himself back up. That stomach area has also taken a bit of damage. Sees a guy in the plane. Oh, misses too many shots there.
Even the 50 rounds are not really working for him. He's in a bit of a bad way, you know. He's got to try and re-heal his thorax up. He's got to get some painkillers on. You can see the reticles swaying around there, which is the issue that you have when you've got a leg that's blacked when you don't have painkillers on.
And you can't run away either.
Exactly. This is why it's so important to have. This is one of the reasons why we see people picking classes like the Surf within the pros, because you have that painkiller effect for pretty much the entire match. So when you get shot, you don't suddenly start hobbling around all over the place, and it's really important to have, well, your aim on, right?
Yeah, especially if you're in clutch positions where you're going to need to try and outmaneuver your opponent as best you can. If you can't move, you know, it's like a wounded animal.
Exactly.
Just slowly but surely they're going to fade away. So 5-4, a close game so far. Has this been scripted to go to all 13 rounds, perhaps?
6-7, who knows? Let's see. Pushing out again. They want to get closer with those PKPs. They're not really much use at long range. They don't have any scopes on them really. It's just iron sights and lasers. So they really just want to be right there. You can see all the team's lasers from behind on the walls in front. So he's got backup, does Blank. They're going for a full flank all the way round for back. He's going to try and surprise the devs from behind.
That is extremely fortunate if you're Blank, the fact that he's been able to go all the way around. But it looks as though actually they've been spotted out perhaps as we seriously Vasily lose his life. Blank behind them now. Trying to see if he can spot anyone, and there is one player out in the cover. Oroku, he gets found out, but a good refrag though from McTank.
His cover was blown. Now there's a little pause here, trying to find some more players.
Into Louis Vuitton perhaps, might be where they want to head. You ever got any of your gear from Louis Vuitton before?
Plenty of times, plenty of times.
That's a good shot though, just a tap fire there from tarkovtactics will eliminate one, but still the devs in control. They have that man advantage. Blitzer Girl trying to get involved with that LMG. I mean, I love the way I keep saying with that LMG as if they all don't have LMGs.
Still got Nikita alive, just barely. He's just hanging on there, and you can see on his health bar, he's just going to have to fix that back up. We've still got the Cavalier class open as well with the 50 rounders. You can see how well that thing performs.
Да ну, с пулеметами это сложно стрелять все равно, чё. Сейчас, если он его зарежет, он его зарежет. Блять.
Just seeing that sprinting to you, that's a bit of a horror story.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're going to go for it, you want to go for it when somebody's reloading the PKP. The animation on that is probably one of the longest in the game. Trying to get the belt back into the gun and click it all back down again, you know, really struggled. You can see it was like right at the end of the animation. Nearly didn't work.
Oh, almost. He got two shots off.
Exactly, it was right there.
That was a close one. So match point now for the devs.
Я надеюсь, что это будет только одна игра, и все, и мы дальше пойдем смотреть гранд-финал, пожалуйста. Я не хочу смотреть пиздец. Я все понял. Все охуенные, все красавцы. Нахуй это надо? Кому?
Very clean kill. Twisted gets eliminated straight to the head, and McTank will try and challenge. And this is the advantage of the Butcher. He can challenge angles that no other class would dare challenge.
Exactly. You do have a little bit of extra flexibility because of all the armor that you have on there. Got the green stims from the PKPs coming out, and that's one of the fastest heals in the game. Taking a lot of fire, but not dying.
That was a close one there from Vasily, just about makes it out of harm's way. Blank setup, trying to cover that plane.
Ну да, как, ну, блядь. И тот уровень показа даже. Блядь. Я лучше посмотрю, как нормальные типы стреляют, чем просто веселье какое-то.
But he wasn't going to catch anyone. Vasily taking some extra damage as well. Thorax really low. He's going to have to heal that, otherwise he's going to have a real issue.
Second kill for Orku in the round. Here comes a flank from Nikita. Eliminates Blitzer Girl, and looks to be it's all said and done here in the show match. As the devs are storming away, Vasily tries to keep his team in it. Eliminates Nikita. Will he survive a ban wave? We'll find out. Getting that kill onto him. Vasily, another one goes for
3v2.
Still more defined, but more shots peppering back and forth. That plane control is still so significant. The information gathering you can get. tarkovtactics has made his way into the plane, though. Finds one. Can he find the second? Oh, he keeps spraying. Yes, he will.
Second as well.
Oh, my word. The pros have pulled it back from the clutches of defeat.
We've just got Orku, the only one left with the Brigadier class.
Oh, we're going to see the cap come in, though. Has to try and stop him. This is for the quad, but no, Vasily. It was prone, ready. Aiming at the window, the pros stay alive.
They had every opportunity to clutch that there, but it's going to go to another game.
Still going. It's just relentless, isn't it? Just rapid. See how it goes now as we head into round number 11. See if the pros can take us to that 6-6 scoreline, but
Не, каждый раунд меняет снарягу, это
so much ammo in the
хуй знает.
you just don't have to stop firing.
Exactly, you just don't want to be caught out in those situations where you're one player against another player 5 meters away with no cover at all. You just don't want to be on the other end of that PKP.
Setting up again now.
Как будто заебет. И все будут бегать с одним, который максимально закрывает все потребности. Ну, там, допустим, интерес. Или там МК. И все. Так, ну, Никита. Чё, сможет что-нибудь сделать? Никита. Нихуя. Ну, считай, как С или Велики. Летит пьяно, взял другую пресет или понял, что челы снайпер тебя тоже взял снайпу. В этом... С этой стороны, да. Но... Там... Допустим, в КС мало же ганов. Там всего их сколько. Ну, я имею в виду, что, калаш, галил. Допустим. B4-4, ну, это вот, я не знаю, как там она называется. Все, ну и фармган мы не рассматриваем. По факту. Плюс, да, снайпа. Кто-то, конечно, бегает с мухами, там, со всякой хуйней, ну, блядь. Флешку поднять. Ну и чё, кто выиграет-то? А, ну все, понятно. Ну все, скажите, что вы только вот одну каточку сыграли и все. И сейчас пойдете нахуй. Голова вытекла, сейчас умрет. А, он что-то завязал. Один патрон ему пиздец. Один патрон ему пиздец. Но нет. Но нет. Ну ты не знаешь, что возьмет противника, согласен. Например, вы пикнули. СС, ты все перестали. Взял тоже что-то по скоростению. Тогда тактики, тогда разнообразие. Ну да, тут я согласен. То, что типа, чтобы... Если ты взял, блять, не знаю, там, ППшку, а типы все против тебя бегают с там, с эмками, с ВССами, то ты берешь хотя бы там что-то, что может этому противодействовать. Ну, хуй знает. Не, ну да, я надеюсь, что это будет одна игра и все. Потому что они все уходят, и слава богу. Какие-то, ну включи, блядь, арену уже, заебал. Все, мы все пойдем в нее играть. Тут-тут-тут. Тут-тут-тут. Тут-тут-тут-тут-тут-тут. Заебала эта музыка. Не 10. 3. Блять. Сука, как заебало. Подожди. Видите же, да, мою мышку, правильно? Шоу-матч. Дев против микса 0-1. Горит белым. То есть оно еще будут играть, походу. Потому что когда кто-то отыгрывает, то она горит вот так. Ну как, наоборот, не горит. То есть нам предстоит еще пострадать немножечко. И только после этого мы будем смотреть нормальную игру, а потом играть. Я упаду рад. Ой. Сука, я реально спать хочу уже. Это пиздец. Скучно. Нереально. Нереально скучно, сука. Я уже заебался размышлять, что-то сидеть. И доводы делать. Я даже не знаю, как вас развлечь, блядь. Наверное, еще какой-нибудь стрим на Твиче какого-нибудь Мазы, наверное, включить, чтобы видеть, зашел он, не зашел там куда-нибудь. У меня еще, походу, задержечка, да? Есть небольшая. Давайте, наверное, перезапущу.
This show match had everything that we wanted to see from a show match. I mean, it had the memes, it had the amazing plays, and it had
Звездки
all
подкинуть.
14 rounds.
Да ты душный.
All in a corner waiting for the developers to come around as well.
Все.
But they actually stay there. Usually after you see one player peeking, you just all run out. You're not that fast with LMG, so you saw them just waiting and standing by, and it actually worked out quite okay.
Indeed, yeah. We saw all these other kinds of as well. A one-by-one round, all the players seem to go in one by one.
At some point, they seem to figure that out.
Ой, а куда чатик? А, вот он.
At the door right there. Someone getting a bit too greedy instead of holding out the single door, pushing in as well instantly.
Мазер малоприятный тип. Понимаю, почему у него столько зрителей.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, the developers
Ну, он
feeling
не был
maybe a little
таким.
too greedy there, but
Раньше он был
seemed like they were
нормальным.
having a good time.
Сейчас
I mean, it was all
просто...
smiles, all laughter as well when we saw the cameras on their faces.
Fist bumps as well.
Ну,
So
это
the really
не
good
развездился, а
being amazed by his own level of play as well is something he
заебался, наверное, может быть. Объяснять всем все.
like there was one player just
Пусть знает. Мне кажется, люди не меняются. Он таким и был. Только
bringing the pro players to the
раньше это все скрывал, а сейчас нет, потому что ему стало похуй.
despite them playing with pistols and knives, whatever, but
Пули.
their best.
They did indeed.
Все равно
Some
люди
people
смотреть
said that,
будут.
I think, on the side of the developer team. You said how they're gonna 7
Это, кстати,
They did really have
немножко обидно, то, что люди
final round.
до какого-то момента развиваются. Ну, имеется в виду, вот, допустим, улучшают какую-то, ну, там, картинку и так далее, вот это все. Я имею в виду то, что он же тоже там с того же начинал, там, что и я. Вот. И по итогу он остановился, и сейчас происходит даже какая-то небольшая стагнация.
I think for me personally, it was that last clutch we had two people coming at him with knives, and he's just able to just fend them off as well, get the last two kills as well, eventually securing the victory, of course, and it's for the players itself.
Не знаю, допустим, блядь, если бы... Ну, вот у него есть 100% возможность там разыграть там между своими там этими подписчиками хотя бы какие-нибудь там, не знаю, арену, какие-нибудь шмотки какие-нибудь на Новый год, вот, блядь. Накупить у него денег да хуй, ну, не считаем, конечно, чужие деньги, это неправильно, но, блядь, возможности у него есть, давай так скажем, то есть можно было бы там, не знаю, какую-нибудь полосочку сделать снизу. О, блядь, слава богу, нахуй, один матч, кайф. Вот, сделать полосочку снизу, там, не знаю, на подарки на Новый год там. Не знаю. Ну, так не делать, не знаю. Вот. Разве что рофл ловит своего горящего пукана. Да, блядь, очко у всех горит. У меня тоже, блядь. Ты думаешь, что я такой пушистый? Нихуя. Я тоже, блядь, всех хуесошу, ну просто... Это эмоции. Хуесосить противника — это одно. А вот, типа, хуесосить свою аудиторию — это другое. Сейчас он начал просто вот хуесосить аудиторию, это не особо нравится. Да, там, конечно, долбоебы пишут в чате. Вот, я первый стрим начинал на ютубе. Первый стрим просто. Зашел какой-то чел, хуй пойми кто. Просто написал, типа, маму ебал. Зачем? Почему? Что? Ну, что вот. Вот что ему понравилось? И типа... Я думаю, просто каждый человек по-своему видит. Ему что-то нравится, что-то нет. Кому-то нравится, что он всех хуесосит, кому-то нет. Ну, горит по-разному, но, блядь, Я думаю, человека, какой бы он там стрессоустойчивый не был, можно довести до такого, что он просто начнет поливать грязью всех и вся. И это как бы, ну, какой бы ты там, блядь, не был, все равно это тебе могут расшатать психику. Ему повезло залететь в Тарков в то время, когда плацдарм был пуст для стримеров. Ну, наверное. Фила любит потоксичить. Зашел, написал. Ну да, то есть, блядь, люди... Большинство людей... Не знаю. Я не говорю там... Вот... Как, блядь, как объяснить-то нахуй? Типа с нихуя на человека пиздеть. Зачем? Большинство людей адекватных, они либо вообще в чат не пишут, либо там привет и просто смотрят дальше стрим. То есть, ну, либо там вопрос задают, там парочку. Вот, а есть некоторые, которые, блядь, либо мозги тебе ебут. Ну, имеется в виду то, что там зацепиться за что-то пытаются и так далее. Сам где работаешь, сколько времени на стримы? Я работаю, ну, у меня это удаленная работа, короче. Вот. Техподдержки, давай так. На стримы у меня... Ну что, я вот в 6 я заканчиваю работать. Мне надо поесть. В 7 я начну, допустим, стримить. С 7 часов до 11 я могу постримить. Что это? 4-5 часов. Подожди. 6 часов. Подожди. Давай на пальцах нахуй. 7, блядь. 8, 9, 10, 11. А, нет, 4 часа. Все правильно посчитал. 4 часа у меня на стрим. Но стрим... Вот надо что-то стримить. Типа Тарков стримить мне уже не интересно. То есть вот сейчас арена будет, я буду больше стримить. Но все равно нужно что-то заливать на YouTube. Да. Да просто само здоровье. Типа сидишь на стуле пока да вообще целыми днями. Вот, короче, суть. Большое количество времени занимает монтаж видео. Раньше я, когда вот, ну, работаю, так это, немного было, я мог там по 2 ролика в неделю заливать. Сейчас, с учетом того, что вайп уже конченый, впадло играть в Тарков, нечего заливать. А какие-то инфоповоды там... Новости, блядь. Я что-то один ролик сделал, думал, хуйня какая-то. Не знаю, в чем прикол. По 8 часов за компом, потом если играть еще. Ну да, вот представь. Тяжело? Ну ничего. Конечно, хочется, типа, максимально там много всего заливать на YouTube, как-то творить. Такой творческий человек. Но все мы ограничены либо временем, либо финансами, либо возможностями. Но возможности вытекают из финансов. Гайдики и тактики или разбор карты и тому подобное. Ну, так и делаю. Перемещу. Видно было. Так, ну чё, полетим. Что, плакать закончили, нахуй, собрались. Работаем, блядь. Отдохнем, когда в могилу положат, блядь, закопают, тогда будем отдыхать. Ну чё, самые интересные типы у нас, самые интересные катки пошли. Посмотрим.
Exactly. He's just been popping off in some of these games. It's absolutely insane. You know, the other players to watch out for as well. That Ace also doing extremely good, and Magic too from VP. But yeah, I mean, all of those four players are so strong, and this is the reason why Gaming Legion are actually here now, simply because those two were able to, you know, overcome some of the VP's core mechanics.
Да, это хобби.
Yes, for sure. Now, we have seen Gamer Legion play that lower bracket final earlier today. You could say that is an advantage because
Не знаю, мне нравится... Раньше мне нравилось, короче, монтировать ролики. Я еще в школе там какой-то хуйней занимался. Потом я типа играл в Days, тоже там что-то пытался, монтировал и так далее. Потом я на все это хуй забил, потому что мне ничего не получилось. Я типа хотел делать игрофильм по Дейзу. Но оказалось это слишком трудно. Вернее, даже не слишком трудно, а ты один не сможешь, короче. Ну и контент. Людям не нравится такое. То есть им нравится хихоньки, хахоньки, пиздахахоньки. Вот такая вся хуйня. То есть, а взрослых людей на ютубе, ну, кот наплакал. Вот. Большое количество подписчиков зависит от того, какой ты контент выпускаешь. Если выпускать, блядь, не знаю. Привет, ребята, сегодня мы с вами будем распаковывать ручку, блядь. Ну это же пиздец. Сразу же понятно, на что это направлено. Это направлено на детей. Маргела, здорово. Присаживайся, как раз вовремя пришел. Вот. Типа это направлено на детей, направлено на то, чтобы, блядь, выкачивать бабки. Ну, деньги на еду у меня есть. А это... Все остальное это такое, наживное. Конечно, я там мечтаю о том, что, блядь, заниматься вот этим делом, то, что я делаю, там как-то, блядь, развиваться в этом пространстве, но когда это, что это будет, я вообще понятия не имею. Монетизация точно не стоит на первом месте. У меня же нету, блядь, никаких ни донатов, ничего. Не прошу, не упрашиваю, ничего. Ну и какой-то кайф, да, я, наверное, получаю. Когда разбираешь вот эти все моменты, там, которые там люди присылают. Ну как люди? Один человек. Вот, свои моменты какие-то рассматриваешь. Интересно. Это все покопаться. Ну, такая, типа аналитики. Вот, что-то такое. Прикольно. Если кому-то нравится, почему бы это не записывать? Вот, поэтому так вот. Ну да, вот последний ролик, его две в начале и в конце, два его видео. Ну ничего, он еще научится играть. Сейчас вот арена выйдет, будет в арену шпилить, потом будет всех разваливать. Кайфовые схемки, да. Блять, вот мне бы еще научиться вообще в идеале у меня в голове было, когда я все это создавал, что будет у меня, видите, нету, как сказать, нету свободной камеры в самом Таркове. И поэтому сложно делать на местности пролетки. То есть я пока это схематично просто рисую на карте. Это, ну, мне это не нравится. В идеале я хочу делать, вот, допустим, вы видите библиотеку на таможке. Лабу или библиотеку, как кто называет. И вот в идеале сделать как-то, может, я не знаю, исходники какие-то, какой-то язык программирования, блядь, движок какой-то найти, чтобы я мог вот эту как-то библиотеку вот эту превратить в такую 3D-схему. Вот. И, допустим, ну вот я пока не знаю, как это сделать. Если это все рисовать, самому вручную, я охуею. Но это просто очень много времени, и ролики там, ну, вообще никогда выходить не будут. Поэтому пока что все схематично. Может быть, в дальнейшем будет какая-то возможность как-то это... X-Ray, вот, X-Ray, как в этом игре, блядь, было, я не помню. Типа то, что ты можешь вид сделать скелета здания, и тогда будет вообще охуенно. Какие-нибудь модельки бы как... Ну, короче, их хуй знает. Думаем. Это игра, где ломаешься как игрока. Я сначала бегал, ссался в кустах, сейчас просто летаешь по карте. Ну, все зависит от опыта и времени, проведенного в игре. Я уже подписчик с жгутами забиндил на 4, так что уже стал лучше. Красава. Если бегу не очкую, мне обязательно кто-нибудь с другой карты шлепнет. Ну, такое бывает. А это, кстати, вот, Юра, это проблема таймингов. Просто не задумываешься. Если ты долго играешь в Тарков, то потом к тебе приходит осознание, вернее, такое наитие, или вот я хуй знает, как это объяснить, у тебя просто в голове ты знаешь и понимаешь тайминги, то есть в какой момент, в какой точке будет противник. Если его там нету, то либо его убили, либо там все равно кто-то сидит на бутылке. Радует, что эта игра не для всех. Ты имеешь в виду школьников? Многие просто на словах разбирают, вот зайди с второго этажа и там чел. Ну да, так делают в комнате, но тут, видите, в комнате не хочет этим заниматься. То есть в комнате у Мазы, там, у Харда, у всех игроков, у которых там по 25 тысяч часов, блядь, у них очень большой опыт. Но, в принципе, Тарков не такая уж сложная игра, как кажется. Ну, по сути. То есть ты должен выполнять просто те действия, которые лежат на поверхности. И тогда, ну, вернее, довести их до автоматизма. И тогда у тебя все будет получаться. Стрельба и тому подобное, это дело такое, наживное. Если тебе надо, могу как-нибудь для материала что-нибудь отснять. Играю слабо, разберешь что-нибудь на примере, хотя и так многое понимаю. У меня 600 часов игры, из них 300 сыграть. Я присылаю, если... И нет. Если хочешь, если тебе реально... Вот, смотри. Можно присылать, блядь, хоть каждую смерть, но это будет неинтересно. Именно если тебе... Вот, допустим, ты поиграл, не знаю, на какой-нибудь таможке, тебя вот как-то убили, и ты такой, блядь. Вот тебя, вот что-то тебя задело, и ты вот, допустим, не знаешь. Хотя вот в основном, почему я всегда говорю то, что типа вот все, у кого есть возможность, записывайте там 5-10 минут, ну нет, 10 минут дохуя, 5 минут или 3 последние своей игры. Потому что если тебе будет что-то непонятно, ты просто нажимаешь там сочетание клавиш, сохраняешь видос, смотришь его сам. И, ну не знаю, в 70% случаев ты все сам поймешь. Без моего объяснения. Просто основываясь на взоре со стороны. То есть ты смотришь на себя со стороны, такой, блядь, ну ты еблан. Ты же вот тут просто там, не знаю, пострелял неправильно. Или ты вот тут такой, блядь, ну я же, ну нахуя я полез? Я же мог подхилиться, я же мог там что-то еще сделать. Или такой, блядь, вот тут гранат хуёво кинул. Или, блядь, вот здесь вот лучше было от правого плеча, наверное, пикать. Ну, допустим, машина у тебя стоит, ты такой слева, вот как Маргелов в последний момент. Вот он зашел, с левого плеча начал пикать. Он же понимает, вот сейчас он понимает то, что левое плечо это плохо. То есть через там 20, 30, 50 смертей он уже не будет так делать. Он не будет идти вот так на МЧС. Он пойдет с другой стороны, к примеру. Нет, материал мне нужен, но... как объяснить? Просто смотри, если я буду снимать, вернее, заливать одни и те же очевидные моменты, это будет неинтересно, правильно? Я пытаюсь в ролике уместить, допустим, там несколько механик или несколько там правильных позиций, допустим, там вот тут лучше там прочитать противника, то есть, допустим, вы должны что уметь делать? Читать противника, то есть думать, что он за него думать, короче, куда он может пойти и так далее. Допустим, в этой ситуации вы знаете, куда он может пойти, значит, вам нужно что-то сделать там такое, 3, 5, 10. А вот здесь, допустим, мы должны там делать какой-то определенный, ну, допустим, пикать от правого плеча, чтобы у нас все было хорошо, а не слева. Материал тебе нужен год, на котором местный. Ну, да, типа того. То есть там очевидные вещи, непонятны. Так. Я закрыл вам этот таймер. Через минутку начнем смотреть. Пока водички налью.
As we've done everything in our power to stop the sun, which is quite hard because the sun is very large, we're almost getting ready for our grand final. Virtus Pro taking on Gamer Legion in a best-of-5 series. We could see all the maps available at this moment in time, but the first one we'll be seeing is Equator, and probably one of the stronger maps for VP. Hap, look at this beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful and fun map. Just a single capture point. We have, 2 lanes over the overhangs from the mall, but also the entire middle part to keep in mind. So, where is the main push going to be coming from? Are we going to see any grenades? Is everybody just going to be running around with the
Как наши бойцы? Ну, ВП у нас сейчас вот в гранд-финале против ГЛов играют. ГЛ это буржуи. ВП вроде все наши, да, там? Я не знаю, не уверен. Вроде все русские.
And it's quite interesting to see, especially on such a small map as Equator, where you'd expect them to at least be able to land into the feet of your opponents. But what we saw from Gamer Legion is that, just like VP, they're very happy to go for an aggressive push and get real up close and personal. And you just can't throw a nade in towards that. They're just too fast to move, and that means that we might see a little bit of a serve battle again. Yesterday in the higher stages in the bracket, where of course we have higher tier presets, we also saw a serve almost mirror match coming out, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we see that again here.
No, wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they've done that before already, but that's maybe where we're going to see a bit of the counter strategies coming in, right? Like Game Legion, they lost. They have the need to change something here, whereas of course we have Virtus Pro Day 1. They might just feel very comfortable actually sticking around with that VSS Ventores. So I think the ball really lays with Gamer Legion. They need to make the choice right now. They need to make a change.
Yeah, the difference is, of course, VP having won every map so far, have been unbeaten. And oh my god, it's the real Nikita. He's coming up. Oh boy.
You can talk in my mind.
Никита! Вот финал сейчас. Леон, ты вовремя.
Hello, television.
Начинается.
I'm really happy to be here.
My name's Hap, and very happy with the game. Looks really cool. Good.
Что он сейчас скажет? Что-то скажет сейчас? Нет? Сейчас прикинь, скажет, блядь. Нет, сука. Ну все, понеслась. Синие наши ВП против красных ГЛов. Хардыч хорошо. Опенфраг сделал. Отлично. Ой, FMX тоже какао убил, блядь. Отлично. Все, они уже в тильте, нахуй. Хорошо. Блядь, я думал, то, что ВП наоборот будут. Типа, первую игру плохо отыгрывать. Но нет. Ну все, челы сели. Осталось их просто дожать потихонечку. Одного заспотали, второго убили. Все, инфа по последнему есть. Ну ебать, хард. Ну все, зажимайте его, несколько ебал. Где размен? Хорош, Мэджик, красава. Отлично. Хочу посмотреть на Мэджика потом, ну, на камеру. Переживает, нет? Не, вот тут кодекс неплохо ёбнул.
Definitely VP just showing that despite them playing less games than Gamer Legion, of course, coming from the upper bracket, they are still able to
Блять, Харда чуть-чуть подразбили. Праска тоже. Сейчас граната может полететь от вымпела. Эйс убил Мэджика. 4 в 5. Эйс еще одного убил. Раск. Летел. Блять. Тут дали по зубам нашим. Карта раз. Что, клатч будет от него? Как вчера. Ебать пикнул, но он не заметил. Хорош. Перезарядиться. Надо менять позицию. Ходи отсюда нахуй. Все зря. Попали в ногу без... А, сломали 2 ноги. Или руку, или ногу, хуй знает. Короче, поломали.
He's going to have to go and pick up some mags, but there's not really going to be too much time to do so. Misses the bullets. He's going to be empty. You got to go for a reload. Hard.
Блять.
No, there's still rounds in his magazine. He just needs to change it.
Вытекает, ну да, все, здесь пиздец. Ну ладно, ничего.
Despite Hardest beautiful shot here on the flying player, take him its head clean off. It was just a little bit too tall of an order that Ace taking him down in the end.
Зря прыгнул. Надо отучиваться в арене прыгать. Таркову привыкли, блядь, скакать нахуй, как сайгаки, блядь. Здесь надо отучиваться этой хуйней заниматься. Здесь потолков нет. Ой, хорошая зашла. Если минусанули. Какао FMX ёбнул.
Oh, definitely he's back towards a one-on-one, but Verlax has been hit up already, so he's slightly bleeding. We'll have to use some of his heals. And that early nade kill just coming in for a good effect for VP. Magic then sneaking up
Если
again.
типы из ГЛ анализировали вчерашние игры, то Мэджика сейчас будут здесь ждать. Ой, хорош. Шки Таркова не работает. Да, ну, в определенных ситуациях работает. Здесь как будто они медленнее прыгают. Ну, имею в виду, медленнее моделька в полете передвигается почему-то. Может быть, из-за прокачки персов, потому что они здесь не 50-е все. 4-3. В принципе, выгодная ситуация для ВП. Мэджик, по идее... да, Мэджик, по идее, уже далеко закрутил. Он может просто остаться там. А, Какао, походу, его идет. Смотрите. Кодекс Раска уебал. 3 в 3. Какао убил Харда. Ходит назад. Мэджик хорош. Тоже отходит. Котсоны. Грудь бы подлечить. Чем он занимается. 2 в 2. В принципе, работать можно. Без рук хуй бы с ними. Все, пошли. Блять, ВТГ. Беги нахуй. Просто плюс В. Просто беги. Блять, Какао тут уже сидит.
And in 1v2, you as Magic should not be able to win this normally. However, he'll just try to play the slow game, takes down Stranger,
еще одного. Потерпи, и потерпи, блядь. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Что он, блядь, делает? Перезаряжает мышку, блядь. Что это за движение было? А, я понял, что он делает. Ебать, реально. Он охлаждает ее. У него, видать, руки потные, пиздец. Он ее охлаждает. Мэджик сегодня на плюс... Но, походу, да? Походу, да. Блять, пинг Раска уебал. Сидит нахуй раком. Блядь, малой. А чё там, сука, режиссер, я твой рот, блядь. Ну пиздец. Эйс убил Мэджика, осталось 3 в 5. Despite also having ammo issues the same as VP, they are able to continue this fight in their favor. Now also Hard being tagged up, already lost an arm, lost an leg, heavy bleed, has to stop it. Блять, ну, они как будто вообще не следят за происходящим. Ой, хорош. Кодекс еще и своего захуярил. Отлично вообще. 2 в 3. В принципе, нормально. Хард, ультанешь сегодня, нет? Куда ты, блядь, смотришь? Хард хорош. Сасао убил. Блять, еще бы кодекса забрал бы. Вообще было бы заебись. И FMX или кто там, ВТГ не смог. Ну, рандомный тыквы.
Just closing and continuing to trade out these rounds. I mean, I would be up to see this go to a sawmill. It's just, you know, something that we really haven't seen from Virtus Pro. How will they fare in these longer ranged environments?
Early night just being tossed towards the staircase. No kill coming out from VP, but Ferlex with the
Мэджика убили. Раска. FMX, вот если заберет, будет хорошо еще ситуация. Блядь, пиздец. Граната еще хорошо зашла. О, хорош. И отойти нахуй. И похилиться. Жопу шьешь, и все хорошо. В принципе. Сейчас Хардыч ультанет. Что будет заебись.
Was able to continue fighting, getting that kill, bringing at least the buddy balance slightly back into their advantage.
Блять, ВТГ убили.
It's just hard in FMX left, the 2 against the 4 of Gamer Legion, who are looking to take the lead in this series. And it's hard. Just looking slightly through some windows, through some cracks. He doesn't really see anything. And in 27 seconds, the capture goes live. They're outnumbered by 2. So,
хорош. Мега хорош. 3 в 2. Отходи нахуй отсюда. Просто уйди за эту ширму.
Being taken out as the most scary player on the Gamer Legion side, always trying to move across. But FMX currently not doing too much, of course, being hit early on, but still should be able to fight in this round.
I mean, Kodak's doing really well right now as well with the Vimpol. 8 kills so far. Of course, has the opportunity to take multiple fights in quick succession with that magazine capacity. And his heart is coming around the corners here. He's trying to clear out some ground. It's Gaming Legion as well.
Хард хуйню делает. FMX хорош. 2 в 2. В принципе, остались такие полубичи там. FMX суетится. Хуёво.
And it seems as if FMX is trying to move in towards the side as well as hard, but hits will find their bodies. That means Gamer Legion has again slowed down the pace of the round. FMX is trying to find a little bit of a place on towards the side lane to possibly hold on for longer.
Блять, когда ёбнули. Просто здесь лечь нахуй, все. Блять, надо было ложиться. Перезарядиться там дальше что делать. Блять, у всех руки потеют, все в штаны нахуй сидят, блять. Вытирают.
Quickly, looking at the sun, it's starting to reset again. You actually see one of the players playing with the cap on right now.
Oh yes, the anti-sun cap, you know well. 3-2 in favor of Gamer Legion. They have the lead. The nades now come out. I believe they might have a few nice, juicy lineups. But it's hard to take some nades. It's at least the only kill coming in for the VP side.
4 в 4.
Kodex is moving in with the SR2 and looking for a frag in return.
Сосао убежал. Нормально его подразбили, хорошо. Когда энергетик, газировки, да? Я не замечал. Ну да, адреналинчик у них, конечно, играет. Но я думаю, на последней карте будет прям показано, кто по менталке хорошо. Раск пока хуёво отыгрывает, 0-4. И ВТГ тоже 2-5. Там у пацанов 4-2, 5-5, 3-5, 9-3, 1-3. Ну, Фурлекс только вот. Не особо. Could still go for a flank if he wants to, but he's currently just in the middle of the side, very unlike himself. But at least he wants to keep a little bit of control, scared that maybe VP wants to move in swifter than they can respond otherwise.
I like these little jumps like forwards and backwards. That's why you see them use like the alternate look where they can look to the side rather than look over their weapon. It makes less noise as well, of course, instead of you turning your entire body.
Мэджик, по-моему, сидит, кемпит. Кемпит фурлокса. Ой, хорош. А, это кодекс был. Сосао, главное, сейчас прочекать. Блять, хорошо. Раз что-то хуёво сегодня. 0.5 идет. Пинг, блять, FMX убил. Ну, 2-2. 2-2 Мэджик. И ВТГ остались. Мэджик хорош. Блять, ёба народ. Мэджик, просто ляж. Я тебя умоляю, нахуй. Сейчас тебе в ебальник прилетит вот от них, нахуй. Ляж, блядь. Куда ты, ну, засуетился, нахуй.
This is the moment I knew when he walks down. This is like the entire cleanup crew come towards him here. If only, you know, they should have known that Stranger Ping was inside the fan out there.
А, его еще этот убил. Я думал, боты захуй. Ну, его боты выдавили, и все, и пиздец. Как будто самые сейф позиции это в автобусе в этом ебаном от ботов. Граната. Ой-ой-ой. Хорошо. Ну все, 5-2. Сейвово сыграйте, закройте раунд, и все будет заебись у вас.
But one thing that really stands out to me is that Magic is doing what he usually does, but Rask being a high frag player for VP, currently on 0, unable to make a mark in this game so far, and I think that's also one of the reasons as to why VP is currently struggling. Rask usually very strong in the early engagements, but
Ой, Хардыч. Ну все, Хард начал работать, ребят. Теперь наши тарковчане хуярят всех вместо Раск, FMX тоже. Чуваки из Радуги что-то пока не проснулись. Ну все, остался один. Его нужно дожать. Если, ну хотя просто каптур, просто закройте каптур и все. Все будет заебись у вас. Просто каптур закрыть. Он его просто нашел. Хард, да, это который стример, да. Хард, наверное, самый потный тарковчанин, блядь. Waiting for another player to be picked up, and it's something that we've seen in previous maps as well. Sometimes it's just better to have one of your aggressive players be able to run in and just have the nade. Можно вообще все гранаты одному типу скинуть, чтобы он просто стоял и кидал их по КД нахуй, пока вы остальные все пушите нахуй. О, все, Хард начал. Хард проснулся. Сосао убили, заебись. 3-4. Пока летим. Но вчера тоже было жидко на этой карте. Вот, кстати, тоже, видите? Он стоит закрытую, пикает и поворачивает лицо. Когда просто так вот будет смотреть, он этого не увидит. Тоже можно на заметку взять. Но это, кстати, такие моменты, они в рейтинге работать не будут. And now it's just going to be close towards, of course, the objective being open. None of the parties really being as upfront about it, but maybe VP will try to make a move, and when they do so, хуёво пострелял.
banged up himself quite
Трое.
well.
Нихуя их трое просто справа лонга было.
They do know where some of them are right now, but Stranger Being still quite close towards that bus.
ВТГ хорош. Тоже включился. Разменяли его. Бля, ебать, куда он залез? Там охуел, что ли? Блядь. Ну хорошо, он спалил позицию. 3 в 3. Блядь, плохо. Он дождался все-таки Мэджика и Харда убили. Ну все, пиздец. Кураска сегодня не летит. Проеб.
So he only has to hold down the point and hope the NPCs will actually help him out. First shots being fired, no big damage, and of course now they know where he is. And Team Gamer Legion
Все, тебе либо бежать, либо...
just a few seconds left. Rask is trying to dodge around, he's unable to do so. 5th round here for Gamer Legion, and they are taking the lead just a little bit further and want to beat VP on the map they've never been beaten on.
They just have never been beaten in general, so as soon as they lose that first map, it's really showing that Gamer Legion has been growing throughout the tournament to really show that they are a force to be reckoned with. And only 2 rounds away from doing that for the very first time. Of course, it is a best of 5. Even if this first map goes away from Virtus Pro, there's still plenty of time for them to get back into
Мне
it.
вот интересно.
All of them are CQB maps, and that
Что нахуй делает ВП тренер? Что он говорит? Мораль поддерживает?
Comes in with a frag on towards WTG. Again, Gamer Legion getting the early things done. Again, Gamer Legion able to get a first frag and VP on the back foot the moment.
Пацаны еще не разыгрались. ГЛы хотя бы играли прошлую. Сейчас пацаны разыграются, я думаю, вторую, третью заберут.
Yeah, it definitely does. And Gamer Legion, of course, whenever they are low on numbers, they really group up, they play together, they try and at least force a trade that way and get themselves in a good position. But it's Magic again, flanking around the corner, hoping to find himself with a kill, some shots again to be fired.
Юр, да тут, блять, Тарков тут не работает. Это вообще не то.
Might actually help him to get the shot he needs.
Мэджик хорош. Тут от Таркова-то только стрельба и движение, а все остальное это КС-ка нахуй. В принципе, все схемы, которые есть в КС у профессионалов, они здесь тоже применимы, я думаю. Ну, с учетом, естественно, своих каких-то точек интереса. Но там Какао тоже не играет, это заебись.
Triple bleed and a fracture. It's going to be making sure that he's being hampered a little bit for the rest of the round, so he's going to have to use some of his medication.
Хорош. Кардыч хорош.
Yeah, hard just getting the frags they need in the end, and eventually it will be around in favor of VP, closing the gap steadily but surely. And this is very important for them at this moment in time. They just want to slowly bring Gamer Legion to their knees and take them out. And luckily the frags do start coming in. Rask able to find his first of the match after a grand total of 8 rounds. And in the 9th he was finally able to do it. It's way too slow for his usual pace, but Magic and Hard again, of course, stepping up both in the double digits already.
Yeah, and as soon as Rask is really getting into this game, it's all Gamer Legion's really going to be struggling. So if this is the start of what he usually plays like, well then Gamer Legion really needs to try and lock this one off as soon as possible, because otherwise this might just head towards a 7-5.
So many bullets already being expended. Rask is trying to just hold on and get in towards a more aggressive angle. WTG now with a nade on towards Codex. Magic taking down that ace. Suddenly 2 kills coming in favor of Virtus Pro. And that means Gamer Legion is outnumbered massively in towards the remainder of this round. And they don't really know what to do. Now VP is getting, as you said, in a very comfortable position.
Did you see that? I was looking through the little crack of the sandbags down there, and it's going to be really difficult to actually penetrate because those sandbags are meant to stop bullets. So you might be able to get a tap or two out. As we do see VP facing off against one of the Gamer Legion members right here. The swing comes in. FMX will get the kill to Furlex. Leaving only two standing.
Ну все, это 5-5 будет, 100%. Было бы правильно всем участникам нашивки с именами приклеить на майку. Ну да. Да, может у них на спинах-то и написано. Ой, какао хорошо въебал. Ну, сразу потушили. Нормально, нормально. Харду въебало еще что-то светит.
Slowly but steadily, sometimes by off angle, just standing in the middle of nowhere, not really something you can pre-fire upon. And
Паш, да я не знаю, когда откроют доступ, тогда пойду.
5 to 5, equal numbers going in towards the end phase of this match. Let's not forget, people, if this is the first time of you watching.
Ой, какао продамажили и уебали. Отлично. Блять, Мэджик подорвался.
So we're on towards a 4-on-4. The nades suddenly in the last two rounds really hitting their marks, and Gamer Legion at least staying alive due to that.
Magic being taken out is a huge feat as well for the side of Gamer Legion. He's been an absolute thorn in the sides of them. Of course, there's still Hard left, who has a good opportunity to equal the score of his teammate now as you know, he's fallen off and he's still in there. So as he's slowly sneaking around and about, Gamer Legion, of course, they want to get themselves up into 6th first. They want to be putting up that pressure to Virtus Pro that they have not really felt before.
Oh, definitely. It's still, though, when 4-on-4 teams are slowing down after the initial engagement. Hard had luck that Coco was already being hit up by a nade towards half HP, so he didn't have to put in too much. Two players here from Gamer Legion standing by, and it will be Codex on towards the Vimple, I believe, trying to push with
Сейчас он ебальник схватит нахуй.
That might mean we see an early engagement. Is there a chance on a refrag? Well, if Codex goes too deep, there might not be, but he still will get the jump on towards Rask.
Раск, ну ты чё, блядь? Не проснулся, реально.
During that move, they were moving very slowly, moving crouch as well, aim down side. There's no noise being emitted at that point, so you really got to hope that the gun sticks out. But with those SMGs, not really the case. And as FMX is now looking to see if he can, you know, maybe
Какой страйкбол, блядь? Чё? Есть FMX, ну, блядь, 6-5 будет.
High peak as well, coming down on towards Hard, unable to really expect that angle. And only WTG alive, the point being active. Gamer Legion, of course, just jumping straight on it and holding down every angle. They will take the lead again, 6-5. They are now on map point. And you see VP doubtingly just sitting there like, what's actually happening? We don't really know how to be in this position because they never had a map point against them.
Блять, ну тут вообще пиздец.
Oh, if not, Gamer Legion being the first team to actually beat Virtus Pro.
Oh, definitely the nades might have another big effect coming in with Codex just lining one up. Will it boom? It will. Will it hit? No, it won't. The same goes for VP's nades, but Hard
хорош, закрыл. Блять, Мэджик, ну ёбаный в рот, но ты же знаешь, что тебя тут ждут уже. Уже какой раз? Раска ебашут опять. Так, ну 4 в 4.
Gamer Legion 4v4. If they win this round, they find themselves with the very first map win against Virtus Pro the entire tournament so far. They've been unbeaten in the grand finals now. Gamer Legion, they had to fight themselves through that lower finals against Hepta, the crowd favorites. They managed to come out on top after losing the very first map. And now, as soon as the capture point will open up, they have the opportunity to take the very first away from VP.
Oh, definitely. It's a 4-on-4 currently. The objective will now open up. Kakao has been hit slightly. Will go down to
Хард,
range
ебать.
of VSS, just hitting the head and taking clean care
Халяву
of it.
повесил.
Stranger Ping, though, close to the bus as always, is his favorite spot in towards the entire map, and he'll be able to counter any objective take that they want to put in. That means this will just be another stalemate. VP not able to really capture what they want. And it seems as if the long lines of sight still have to be played. FMX able to
размен.
towards his
Нормально,
teammate.
3-2.
Luckily by the take on towards the side lane, but now it's a 3-on-2 and VP is actually trying to go for the side.
Of course there will be Stranger Ping though coming around the corner for the pre-fire.
Блять. Хорош. Разменял. Все, ласт остался. Убить. Отлично. Отлично. Хорошо. Все, Мэджик опять начинается. Эмоционализировать. Либо он заряжен наоборот.
But still, either party can lose it here in the end. 6-6. Gamer Legion moving up with the nades. 2 nades, of course, against the one of VP. Will there be kills? No, not in towards this round. And VP stands a chance of fighting with their guns.
That's true, but I only heard a single explosion to come through, but Ferlich starts it off great. A hat shot onto Magic will shut him down. That means it's a 5v4 for the remainder of this round, for the remainder of this map, and they need to try and work that advantage that they've just been able to take this early on. Some shots again to be fired, no one really receiving any damage whatsoever. WTG is going to be throwing out a grenade. Will it land at the right place is that question? No, does not, but it does tell him, all right, that corner is going to be clear. We do not have to worry about that. Might actually allow one of his teammates to move up slightly further to see if they can creep into Gamer Legion.
Definitely look at Stranger Pink score though. 15 kills for him, 13 for both Magic and Hard on the other side. The scary thing is Magic is currently off the table for VP. He's been taken out as the first player of the round, and that puts a real dent in towards one of their strongest forces.
Блять, Хард потом домой приедет, откроет арену и будет просто на сигарете сидеть нахуй. После того, как с этими, блять, убийцами поиграл.
Definitely a big chance that the cleanup crew is going to come in and decide this round, decide who the winner will be. We've had that happen before. Luckily, it's not map 5 yet,
да,
where it's being decided by potentially killer coming around the corner, but it is going to be one of those first.
Время раску включаться и все. Ну все будут лежать сейчас нахуй. До талого. Ой, раск, отлично. Все, блять, отойди. Все. Нормально. Ой-ой-ой, хорошо, вообще заебись. Strange Ping, да. Эйс. Блядь, ебать, как вы нафидели. Ёбаный рот, блядь. Бля, Хард. Блядь, все. Ой, пиздец. Блядь.
They celebrate. VP has been unbeaten so far, and it was a very close matchup. 7-6, even at the advantage until 3. Suddenly, kills come in for the side of Gamer Legion. He saw there on that final person, right? The cleanup crew comes in, he's panicked, going into the bus, sees 3 players move in from Gamer Legion's side, and it's just shut down as they go. So, Gamer Legion, map 1 in their pocket. That means that either they're going to 3-0 it, or we'll see Sawmill.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Of course, we're going to a short break, then we're going to see the second map. And will Gamer Legion be able to continue? We will find out.
Ебать, там нихуя себе. Увидели? Снизу справа кто там стоял? Да ничего, ничего, еще камбэк. Еще камбэкнут 100%. Верю, блядь. Вот эти juicy таймы, блядь, заебали нахуй. Я не уверен насчет двух. Но смотри, если Best of 3, то если ВП берут следующую карту, то будет еще одна решающая. Если не берут, то все, не проебали. Если игры Best of 5, то будет всего 5 карт. То есть, если одна команда возьмет 2 карты, другая команда возьмет 2 карты, то они будут против играть. Короче, блядь, чё ебу мозги? Это Best of 5 либо Best of 3. Я душе не ебу, здесь нигде ничего не написано про это. Если 5, то еще дофига, да, и есть еще, в принципе, возможность пацанов чуть-чуть подрасшататься и бомбони сделать удмуртом этим ебаным в рот.
Third time is the charm for Gamer Legion as they finally take down Virtus.pro on Equator. It took a little while in this tournament, but Virtus.pro are no longer flawless.
Yeah, no longer flawless is the case. My word, where do you begin to kick things off with a 7-6 for Gamer Legion? I actually thought near the end of that kick they choked it because it looked as if they were in lead and then they started giving VP a bit of momentum.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're about to see the moment here where
На каком турнире? Да Гопстер он не играет турниры. Я не знаю.
Situation before. They've always had a clear win ahead. I mean, early on, sometimes Gamer Legion have taken a few games and been ahead by maybe 3-2 or something, but they've always pulled it back. So it's never really been that close to the line. And you could see some of the players, you know, Magic we know is super, super good. He was like absolutely dominating earlier on. But later, he started getting killed in a bit of a few interesting ways, getting caught sprinting out of cover and stuff like that. So some of the mistakes that started to creep in got a little bit, you know, they started to get used by Gamer Legion and eventually ended up with their victory.
We were watching this game in the green room, all on the edge of our seats. It was a very tense game, and you know, the fact that we needed all 13 rounds to decide the victor of our first map in a potential best-of-5 series. Now, Gamer Legion, as we said, third time they played this map against Virtus.pro. What have they done different to be able to counter the super strong Virtus.pro?
Well, they didn't. Whenever they had their man advantages, they didn't lose them, which is what they were doing previously. They were giving the players from VP those individual gunfights, allowing them to clutch. This time, whenever they have that man advantage, they don't lose it. They try and stay as strong as they can. They try and solidify that, stay as a unit as best as they can. Just that little one change of just use the man advantage, play with it, and just double up with people.
Yeah, both teams have played a lot more slowly as well. I think there's that respect from VP over onto GL as well. They know that they can kill them if they come out of cover. So we've seen a much slower playstyle from both teams, hanging back. It's all about those angles. Because the funny thing about this map is that you can...
Кто не хочет идти на турики, они либо не видят в этом смысла, именно, ну как сказать, короче, да, наверное, либо боятся ударить в грязь лицом, либо, не знаю, по каким-то другим причинам. Но я не знаю, Гопстер, он вообще, по-моему, ни в какие турниры никогда не залазил. Он такой же, типа, с каким-то говном постоянно бегает каким-то, ну, типа, путь бомжа или что-то такое. Или с калашом без прицелов, без ствольных коробок. Ну, такое вот, типа. Ему нравится. Как я понял.
It just goes straight through, so it's just as good, right? It's a kind of a nice counter pick in some ways.
I'm also so surprised by the consistency of Kokao. He has been stepping up for Gamer Legion almost every single game.
Yeah, told you so. Yeah, the guy's good. Equally VP, they also had their own players who were doing really well. I just think VP, there's a little bit weaker from them. Rask, I think, ended up with 4 kills. WTG with 6 kills. That is where you start to see a difference is, okay, if we're really getting down to a kill-orientated map, let's look at the kills and let's see what the difference is. And it's just the fact that VP tried really hard, but there were just a few people there letting them down.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate for them. You know, you had like Magic was doing really well, but Hard had a bit of a tougher game, and he's been really leading the pack, as you said before, like 4v1s and stuff. And he didn't do quite as well. We also saw some like funny little tricky strategies coming out from Gamer Legion. We saw Kakao actually end up getting given a grenade by Stranger Ping. He used the grenade from his class, gave it over to him so that he could take a different, because they must have been going different ways and he wanted to get a different angle. So you're going to start to see some of these little things coming in, some of the nuances that maybe start to turn the balance from, okay, here's just the angles play to, okay, now there's some extra strategies coming through to layer on top of what we've already seen so far from the meta.
It's almost crazy to say that, you know, VP has been beaten on a map and that Gamer Legion are leading the series 1-0. We have a second map coming up. That is Bay 5, and we'll talk about that after the break.
Блять. Все крошки от печенюшек развалил, сука, по столу. Ёбаный в рот. Рам, рам-парам. Я так смотрю, Булсыч, Маза, все смотрят. Дундук тоже, да, смотрит? Все смотрят за пацанами.
During the break, we saw the Gamer Legion players all huddled up together, looking at something what looked like a piece of paper, and they were discussing, heavily discussing as well. This is their map pick. I think they're coming in with a very solid game plan.
Yeah, but you hope so, don't you? There's been plenty of time for these teams to prepare against one another, plenty of footage as well. You know, Bay 5, very similar to Equator in terms of it's very small, very close range as well. You've got plenty of cover in there also compared to the Equator, where you've got a lot of the cargo containers that you can hide in towards. You've got a little bit of elevated gameplay also in the mix.
Так, ну вот на этой карте ВП их выбили.
Point of interest, I think both teams have really tried to control, because it's kind of like a crossroads. It's more of a T-junction, isn't it? You can kind of open up the map if you control that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really interesting one. It's a little bit more finicky than Equator, just because of the way the sight lines go. There's more verticality. You can see over and scout better to watch players go from one place to another. You've got that long section of the map over on one of the sides too, so it's a bit more varied, and you can put more strategies on this. There are more ways to go on the map, so I think there's more potential for flanks and counters and that kind of thing. But yeah, it fits into both teams' play styles, so it's kind of hard to say who is actually the favorite on this one.
Well, we saw these two teams play this map yesterday, right? And that was a solid map from Gamer Legion. I think they almost doubled the amounts of rounds that Virtus.pro had lost so far in that tournament. It looked solid, and I would assume that now that they've lost that map, they are coming in with that game plan that we mentioned to make sure that they can beat Virtus.pro going on this map pick. What do you think is their game plan?
I think you just have to make sure you just stay compact as best you can. Again, VP, yes, they've lost that, but I think that the discipline from Gamer Legion really shone through. The fact that whenever they got those opening picks, they made sure that they kept control of them. And almost for VP, it's a bit of a wake-up call. It's a bit of a reality shock for them, isn't it? That, oh, we've just lost. That hasn't happened to us. That's a new feeling that we haven't gotten yet here at this competition. So now the pressure's on VP to see how they bounce back.
The pressure was on during that game as well, because that's when we saw the first few team kills of Virtus.pro come out as well.
Yeah, it's the pressure is certainly on for them. They've not been in these situations before where they're behind. I think they're probably just going to go in with the same strategies, try to redouble. I think it would be surprising if we see some deviations from the surf kits that we've seen so far. I think they'll probably go for something similar, because it does lend itself to this map, but they've got to tighten up and figure out what went wrong, and yeah, pull it up a little bit to get the performance back that they've had before in the tournament.
2-0 for Gamer Legion, or 1-1 for these two?
I expect VP to have the bounce back. I think they'll probably get their ideas in check and really go out there and get us back on track for VP. So yeah, I expect to see them just kind of ease into it, probably give a little bit more, don't want to say respect, but I think, again, VP, maybe they don't go so aggro in the early game without getting the information first, because they are very information-centric. Again, those vertical angles that you can get up in towards the containers, you'll be able to look down, spot 1, 2, 3, wherever it is. There's always going to be at least one headset, usually from WTG. He's the main guy who they try and put in towards the center of the map to then try and sound as best as they can and then give that information back over to his team.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting seeing the usage of like one person on the team who's got a headset to be able to do some of those call-outs for further range. You know, you can only hear so far, but that extra player can say, okay, there's somebody even further back in this position.
Да ну поди. Там же организации сами занимаются ВП по-любому. Сняли им что-то. Но я думаю, это не настолько, как там КС или в Доте. Они не на зарплатах, они просто от лица, наверное.
So you can, well, see what happened, you can learn from that, and you can come back. But Virtus.pro having it so late in the tournament, you think that might hurt them?
Well, it's not as if it's best of 3. It's not as if they lose this or still out. Even if they lose this, they still have another chance. So I think the advantage of best of 5 is it's still not done until it says free for some team. So I think for VP, they're still not even worried yet. If they lose this, then yeah, then you start to panic a little bit and say, right, we're 2-0 down now. We really need to get going, but I still think they're going to be pretty calm. You know, at the end of the day, we're sitting here saying as though like Gamer Legion won that map convincingly, as if VP are sitting there thinking, oh wow, we had no chance. 7-6. That's as close as they can get. You know, VP's just like, is what it is.
Exactly. We also have to remember that VP's team lineup has got 3 professionals from another discipline, so they're well used to this kind of. You know, they've played professionally for a very long time. They've got a huge org behind them. They've got all the training, all of the other stuff that just goes into being part of a successful team that just understands how esports and the competitive spirit goes. They have the resources there to be able to deal with that, and that's how firstly they managed to get into the position they're in. But it also probably will help with their team composure. You know, the guys on there will be able to help those who maybe a little bit less experienced to just keep calm and carry on.
I think the second map is going to tell us a lot, because you mentioned it is indeed very close, or was very close on that previous map. We'll see on the second map if it actually is Gamer Legion that have that solid game plan, that know what it takes to take down Virtus.pro, or if Pro can come back because it was so close, and if they can bring this into a 1-1. We'll see if Gamer Legion can extend their lead, or if Virtus Pro bring it back 1-1. I see our cast is doing a wave. How about you wave to the camera as well?
Hi.
You weren't joining us. That's
we hoped you'd actually do the wave with us, but...
Wait. No. Okay, started from there. Dan's already walking off.
See, the little hand of Giga, a Giga hand, so to say, actually works out. We're going to get ready for our second map of today. Wave 5 will be the playing grounds for either team. Hap, Gamer Legion, seeming strong, seemingly to finally have found out how to beat VP, at least on towards the first map, on towards Equator. Yeah. And that's actually the first map pick of VP as well.
I mean, it took them 3 maps before they found out how to really beat them. Was quite close though, so let's see if they can keep that momentum going, or if Virtus Pro now is, going to be falling back into the old habits and being able to actually get their shots out. I'm sorry to say, Hepta's already out.
No, they're in my heart. Forever in my heart. I am nothing without Hepta, and they are there. You see?
Who are you guys cheering for? Virtus Pro or Gamer Legion? Gamer Legion. All right.
Okay.
Well,
then Gamer Legion has to win because I listen
Gamer Legion, да хуй вам, поняли.
Because they are the best in my book. Kind guys and of course good spirits, as of course we're gonna look into towards the second map soon. Gamer Legion unexpectedly taking that first map. I think we dare to say, even on the desk beforehand, people already said, well, this should be the map for VP. They've not lost it. They've been very strong on this one. And suddenly just, they don't seem to work well together anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, Gamer Legion's really, working together. The buddy team seems to be there. Something that Virtus Pro had at the start as well. Basically dropped off from a little bit. I mean, they're still working together, don't get me wrong. It's just these early picks that they keep on losing, and then they find themselves in some trouble.
Yeah, the scary thing for me is that the last time Gamer Legion had this map, they were able to have lineups on the nades in towards, for instance, the warehouse that seems to be so strong. Let's just call it oil.
Так, ну поехали.
In the meantime, the first strikes do come in, trade coming out, Codex
Размен. Нормально.
and suddenly we're back towards a 4-on-4. Nate's not doing the damage, but again, the serve being the most favored preset to be chosen, but again, double nade for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we see that being changed as soon as we reach Sawmill. Of course, that's map 4 in the rotation, meaning that Virtus Pro is going to have to win at least one map if we want to go over there. Although I don't think that should be a trouble.
Мэджик хорош. Ой, в итоге тоже отлично. И все, 2 в 4. Хорошо, какао захуярили. Остался последний чел.
Luckily, the capture point is not live just yet. 24 seconds still until that will actually be active, but VP most likely will be all over it from the get-go. A 1v4, it's easy just to have 2 players on the side, 2 players holding the other entrances, and then you can just cover whatever.
Спалился, все. Должны его дожимать. Плюс он потерялся. На, въебальник. Хорошо, Мэджик. Мэджик красава. 3 в раунде забрал. 5, вот эта вот штука, итоги раунда, пиздец как похоже на... Блять, как эта игра-то называлась, тоже от наших, блять, разработчиков, нахуй. Ну ладно, похуй, не важно. Не, контракварц это же их. Еще какая-то была. Вроде же нет. Вот типа, поняли, блядь, я не знаю, как объяснить-то. Сука. Где еще подкатами можно было кататься? Она, по-моему, еще до сих пор живучая. Как это хуй? Там, блядь, школьники в нее играют, нахуй. Какая она, блядь? Стреляешь еще там, крестики, блядь, нолики, нахуй. Ну такая хуйня, короче. Донатная помойка еще, пиздец. Забыл, блядь, как называется. Ну вот очень похоже на эту хуйню и, блядь, это нахуй не знаю.
Massive advantage right here from Virtus.pro as they find themselves in a 4-2 situation. Game Legion not really been able to fight back whatsoever yet. I mean, they found
О, Warface, в натуре, да. Оно. Да-да-да, Warface. Да, вроде бы. Шмайл, блядь. Так, вторую забрали, отлично. Ебать их нахуй, хвосты в гриву, блядь. Чел сидит так же, как я. Дурако. Эти все вот, блядь, скукожено. Не могу так сидеть. Бать, FMX сразу в рот дал. Сразу нахуй. Блядь, не повезло Раску. Ладно, похуй. Так, F6, тыры-пыры, профидыры, украинским филиалом, британским филиалом. А, Крайтек. Так, подожди, украинским филиалом, британским филиалом, а сам Крайтек чей? Типа UK и турецкий... Подожди. Турецкий филиал Крайтек. А, блядь, студия-то сама откуда? Ну, наверное... США, да? Или Великобритания, что это? Англия, хуй знает. А, немецкая. Вообще, блядь, заебись, нихуя себе. А, Россия сделала, похуй. Блядь, а почему у нас такая популярная, блядь, была в свое время?
Takes down another player from VP, and we're in towards a 4-on-3 situation. Gamer Legion, with the objective being open, wants to maybe try to go for it, but Magic was playing close, so that really slows that down again. WTG.
Так, 3 в 4, Magic живой, Хард живой, отлично. Хорош, Magic. Еще. Нет, только не слева. Ой, хорош Хардыч. Ну все, отлично. Остался один, Мэджика убили. Он инфу дал. Его добили. Отлично. Дота СКС популярна, хотя Windows разрыва. Не, ну да, но я имею в виду, типа... Видишь, я думал, что игра из-за того, что в майле находится, она же майловская. Это значит, там все, блядь, игры того времени наши. Но наша игра только вот Тарков, нахуй. Больше игр нормальных наших разрабов ни разу не видел, блядь. Топ фраг. Отлично. Метро не наши делали. Atomic Heart, да. Ну да, Atomic Heart, да, я забыл про него. Но она не онлайновская же, видишь. Да, главное, чтобы не получилось, как с The Day Before, нахуй. Пионер же это сталкер на русский лад, правильно? Это такое, да? Или, не, это ж, блядь, это же этот, типа как Fallout, нет? Я что-то где-то видел. Пионер, блядь. Это либо как сталкер, либо как Fallout. Вот что-то такое помню. Ну пока 3-0 хорошо идут. Кардыч, ебать, 7-0 хуярит. Разыгрался чел. Ой-ой-ой, ебать он. Ебать он вспотел, нахуй. Отлично, еще и ВТГ, ебать, двоих забрал. Пионер показывали хотя бы свои наработки, механика общаются с комьюнити. Ну да, да, согласен. За Day Before самого старта было видно, что они референс чужие пресеты брали. А у них старые игры были какие-то? Ни разу не видел, что-то там. Сибирский. Ой, это какой сибирский-то, блядь, это якуты же делали. Ой, размен. Эйс двух убил. 3 в 4.
That's it, right? They realize they need to go a bit more aggressive if they want to have a good shot at surviving this versus Virtus Pro. So you see a little attack come into FMX. Magic trying to hold, FMX trying to deal with the broken bone that he's suffering from. Heal himself back up to a slightly higher amount of HP as well. Of course, lost his arm. He's not going to get that one.
Почему иногда, блядь, прицелы не показывают? Что за бред? Баг демки.
Magic trying to spray in, I believe, onto a stranger ping because that's the player currently being tagged up. He tries to move in ever so close via this lane, but he knows that the moment he crosses there will probably be a Gamer Legion player also standing by. No more nades, of course, to expand, but look at the time, 15 seconds left on this timer currently before we go in towards the next phase, which will be the capture phase, and Magic just moves in, gets
Ой, Magic, отлично. Подхилься. Подхилься, подожди. Хард. Хорош забрал. Без дамага и FMX забрал. Отлично. Все вообще заебись. И все, и закаптурить. Блять, хорошая позиция у него. Может одного забрать. Менял. Что выглядит круто. Есть что сталкерское, что-то из метро. Да. Я вот посмотрел Пионер, там что-то это... Что-то вот мне не понравилось, я не помню, что. Монстры, что ли, там какие-то... Нет. Или что-то там, короче, такое было, я не помню. Давно было дело. Пять 0 и ебут их нахуй. Хвостую гриву. Я же вроде наконец-то еще года, в принципе. Хуй знает. Вроде бы да. Инкил плюс-минус в итоге 4 в 3, 4 в 2. Вообще заебись. Ой, он еще и промазал нахуй. Ну все, осталось дожать. Осталось дожать и все.
ground being gained here by Virtus.pro as well. It's basically the two Gamer Legion players all the way stuck in the back of the spawn. You know, they need to try and make something happen here. They need to try and get back into at least a 2v2, or maybe even better than that. Codex does that well as he gets the BTG. Wasn't really watching him at that point. Expected him to be coming through the oil warehouse, of course. Brings it back to that 2v3. So Virtus.pro, you know, still in favor, but they need to find a duo of Gamer Legion.
Oh, definitely a little bit of free fire on towards a cheeky angle at the doorway of the container. One avidly used by the Gamer Legion side, looking to usually get a cheeky play, a little headshot, at least some damage. But you see the side of VP, it's just not really in a susceptible position, wanting to probably go for the high ground again, something they really favor. And the capture zone is currently live, but, well, Gamer Legion is so close, I don't think VP should go for it right now.
No, they definitely shouldn't try and go for it, especially with these shots coming out. And, you know, they have the opportunity to take this high ground, which is generally a better position to be in if the cleanup crew comes in. If you look at Gamer Legion's position, they're quite close to the center. They're on that ground floor. They're actually being pinned down right now by the side of Virtus.pro. So all that VP really needs to do is just hold out and wait until the cleanup crew is coming through. But Codex will find hard, and that's going to be his first death of this game. His second one potentially to be found as FMX takes a small amount of damage, but lives for now. 10 seconds until that cleanup crew comes in.
If the cleanup crew does come in, advantage for Gamer Legion. They have more ammo in towards that SR2 on Vimple rather than the VSS on Surf, just running out as soon as can be. Codex now with a good shot on towards Magic, leaving only FMX alive. He goes on towards the side for some reason. There's still two players there, not really sure what you're looking into, but Gamer Legion will win the round, and the desperation play there from VP not working to great effect.
Yeah, I was maybe hoping for a bit of like an early fallback due to the Scav cleanup crew to come in, you know, get themselves into safety and not worry about the capture point anymore. But, you know, as soon as he goes on, everybody would have known, and, you know, quite a lot of time still left.
Hey, you would have still waited for the first shots to come out then.
Yeah.
Just to be on the safer side, know that you'll at least have a fighting chance. But now VP still on a 5-on-1, still a very convincing lead, but needs to get a bit more than that. 2 more rounds for them to win this map and bring it in towards the next. And that, of course, being Bull, will make for a completely different playstyle again.
Yeah, so that mid control is going to be super important to see who gets the helicopter. Nade play might be even more prevalent there as well, because, you know, you can either try and go for the person as...
Так, ну чё, 5-1.
That's not very nice of you. Uses the Saliwa kit to get himself back up. There's 400 hit points in there that he can
У них
use.
просто эта карта лучше. Как мне кажется, они ее прям хорошо задрочили.
Tiny bits of damage being dealt, but nothing really significant on either of the parties. And look at the time just dwindling down, 25 seconds. VP also a little bit lackluster to go for the play. And FMX is also trying to play some cheeky angles himself. Free fire, of course, coming out. It's the only thing you can do. Wall bangable, they are indeed. And the nades are flying out late into the game. Magic might be in danger, but currently unhit.
8 seconds until capture goes live. No one really have any advantage right now. Both these teams have set themselves up around the capture zone, and you know, if you
Плотничок начался.
don't really want to go for the capture right away unless it's like some last ditch effort, and you know you might be able to get away with it, and there is sufficient cover. I wouldn't say this map has sufficient
Прочекал.
on the
Подходит.
point. Many entrances
Успел.
in there,
Ебать,
especially
успел.
around the center area. Codex already receiving a couple of shots, being chased down by some of the VP players. 30 seconds left until the cleanup crew comes in, and that might be actually a very chaotic, like, end of the round if no one dies before that.
Magic tagged up currently in a fight, but Rascal get the first kill of the round, taking down Cacao on range. That means Gamer Legion is down one player, but they still have a little bit of room to work with. Magic chase
Или так будет засвет на ебальнике? Или не будет? Нет, так будет засвет на ебальнике. Сука.
Suddenly, it's a 4-on-3 laser going past Rast head, but I don't think it's an enemy.
Чё, 3-3. 3-3. Уже дикие, да, пошли? Уебать, уебать, хорошо. FMX хорош. Сбил захват. Раск добил, ВТГшка лев. Раска уебали. Кодекс остался. Хуёво. ВТГ же. Хорош. Рожь, блядь. Вот прошлый день в ТГ хуёво отыграл, в этот день прям хорошо.
Equalizing the score and bringing it, as you said, rightfully so, in towards a brand new best of 3. We'll just see how it plays out from there. But we shouldn't count Gamer Legion out just yet because they still have a chance. However, VP
Ебать, куда, да, стрелял вообще, пиздец, понятно. Блять, граната залетела.
Of course, hard. He's going to be that real big-time risk. He's been getting 10 kills so far in his game. Died only twice. Codex on the other side, of course, doing quite well as well. 10 and 6. Just, you know, the average KD seems to be favoring hard a little bit here.
Yeah, Rask really playing at angle, but the interesting thing is when he's on the other side, he tries to look through the window as well, hoping that Gamer Legion will overstep and actually play there this time.
Раз красиво. Пиксель уебал.
And that means Oil is susceptible for VP's push, but he knows he should not really overstep, should not over-aggress. They have the advantage now. As Furlex is tagged up, VP just needs to play it slowly, wait for Gamer Legion to get close towards the site.
Yeah, Hard quickly going for a bit of a run around here, holding some tight angles to get himself in a better spot. Of course, he fired through that window once before. They're going to be fully aware of that. Potentially even move some people into a position to try and challenge him there. Is Furlex healing himself back up. Again, pretty banged up. Just to make sure that he has the best of his ability available to actually take this fight as soon as the capture point goes live.
And that goes right now. We see VP still doing pretty well, but FMX has been hit up, so health-wise, that advantage is gone. Furlex, of course, still being tagged, but the same goes for FMX. Both not in the healthiest state, but Gamer Legion having angles. Hard, however, having way better angles.
Хорош. 4 в 3. Нормально, они контролят. Главное, что они контролят. У нихуя Мэджик куда забрался, блядь. Хорош. Ебать, хорош. Вот и все, ептать. На бутылочку верните их нахуй всех. Правильно, блядь. Ну вон у них сзади-то написано, кто где. Да на графику похуй, если игра, так сказать, наполнена, много механик и так далее, то, блядь, графика это вообще второе. Блядь, теперь мне захотелось посмотреть Пионер. Блять, а знаете, на что это похоже? Ну да, конечно. Эти чуваки реально пластилиновые. Но на это похуй. Главное, если в ней будет... Ну, блядь. Ну, не. Ну, что-то прям... Вот, блядь, в каких-то местах, сука, красиво, в каких-то местах какая-то кринжатина, пиздец. Ну, им надо работать еще, блядь. Ебать. Тип, нахуй. Ебать, у него харя. Пиздец. Блядь, ну передвигаются персонажи, пиздец.
We are back on the endless desk after VP bring this to a 1-1 in Maps scoreline. My name is Anne. I am with Demo and Giga on the endless desk as we said, and this was a very solid game from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, more than solid. It was electric from them. You look at the kill department.
Хуй знает, у Пионера еще много работы, пиздец. Много. Пока что это, ну, неконкурентно способная игра. Ну, в сравнении, допустим, с тем же... Даже, блядь, если в Сталкере накрутить каких-нибудь этих модов, то Сталкер будет получше выглядеть.
He's the maverick for that team. He is the player who will change the outcome of your games.
Yeah, absolutely.
So true. I mean, he's been so confident.
Не, если типа понял, вот это будет ММО, в которой будет дохуя всяких возможностей, там типа построить свою базу, там, ну вот короче, дохуя вот этих вот моментов. Это будет прикольно даже похеру на этих. На графику и тому подобное. Если вот по наполненности игра будет заебатая, то может быть она даже и зацепит своего фаната. Ну им надо еще работать, пиздец, там движения у персонажей очень топорные такие. Прям. It's something they're not getting 7-0'd, which is always a bit of a positive, but certainly it showcases VP and already their mental strength. The fact that they just narrowly lost a game, which already you'd be pretty gutted. You know, you lose 7-6 in the first map, especially your map choice, and to come out in the second map and put out probably a statement is so impressive.
Yeah, about that. With these map picks, teams have been winning their map picks a lot today in general. Why do I feel like that is? What's happening with that?
Well, the thing, I would argue that looking at the first three maps anyway, both of these sides like those maps. So yeah. It's both of their favorites. I don't really think you play too much into that. It's more, if you know a team has been perma-banning a map for their entire lives, and then they have to play against a team who will play that occasionally, then that's where you start to get that. But because it's so new, and we don't really get to see, the new maps all too often in terms of Sawmill especially, it's difficult to judge.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they both enjoy these maps, and once you've got your players like Hard and Magic who are just dealing all of the damage, all the kills on those teams, it's very hard to like play against that when they're just crushing in so many of the engagements that you see. It's very, very tricky.
Леон, у смотрителя маяка тоже такая себе мимика, блядь. Там он так чуть-чуть, блядь, щель свою открывает. Мимика во многих играх хуевая, а вот именно жесты, механики, движений и так далее. Это нормально. Ну, по крайней мере, вот этот смотритель, он двигается хотя бы более-менее. Рот у него, конечно, такой Пластилинки чуть.
Again, we mentioned before VP losing 7-6. Sure, that's fine. You always have to look at the scoreline. Does it really tell the whole story? In terms of the 7-1, it really did, because it wasn't close at all.
Поэтому они сделали снизу
It was just all VP in the
субтитры,
every single time.
чтобы у тебя ты, короче, читала снизу нахуй. А у смотрителя немного фраз, чтобы ты на его, ну, мимику не смотрел, а чтобы смотрел туда вниз в текст и не обращал внимания на его ебальник. Часто. Ну чё, 1-1. Best of 3 или Best of 5? Я вот тоже косяк нахуй. Как я должен понять, блядь, сколько они игр должны будут играть? 3, 5, 10, блядь. Ну да, как будто Best of 5 слишком долго уже. Как будто Best of 5 слишком долго. Сколько времени в Ганновере? Ганновер. Время, блядь. Время 15:33. Идем на сайт Арены. Гранд-финал написано 14:00. Время уже, то есть 2 часа они уже играют. Ну все, осталась последняя игра, я думаю, да. Best of 3. Ну вот тут, сука, писать надо, блядь. Кто нахуй режиссер? Кто за кадр отличает? Кто за эти инфоштучки всякие? Здесь бы можно Best of 3 было написать. БО там 3. Здесь вот БО 3. Здесь БО 1, блядь. Чтобы мы хотя бы видели. О, моралов. Моралы — это тема. Какая температура в Сибири? Я, кстати, из Бийской фармы. Вот я в Бийске и родился. Фарму заказываю определенную. Панты моралов. Вот не знаю, что такое панты. Я знаю то, что из рогов моралов у нас делают эти мумиё, короче, для костей полезная хуйня. Температура в Сибири, блядь, да ебун. На прошлой неделе было минус 40. У нас, короче, в Новосибе... Потише чуть сделаю их. У нас в Новосибе въебали морозы. А, короче, чуваки из теплосетей... понял. Вот, чуваки из теплосетей, блядь, такие, ебать, а мы не готовы, нахуй. Ну, мы, короче, тут все, я, блядь, чуть ли, нахуй, не в куртке сидел, блядь, дома. Дома на полу было 15 градусов. Ну, вот. Тупо на полу. Спали, блядь, в одежде. Сейчас заебись топят, но уже нахуй не надо. Как всегда. Россия, блядь. Мне кажется, блядь, пройдет 200 лет, нахуй, мы будем летать на машинах. Но, сука, летом, блядь, когда ты будешь приходить и говорить, нахуй, умному дому, чтобы он налил, блядь, горячей воды в этот, нахуй, в ванну. Ты будешь приходить, ложиться, а она будет холодной, потому что, блядь, воду отключили, сука, в России. Минус 50. Еба. Жестко.
I think it's going to be all around the helicopter. There are 2 points on this map, but you have to control the center because they're actually really close together, unlike something like Air Pit. So I think we're probably going to see something similar. Nades are quite powerful here because there's only so many routes.
Да, минус 50. Я вот, сука, кстати, минус 40 3 дня было. Ну, там 37, блядь, 40. Я, блядь, аккум из машины не вытаскивал. Я вот думаю, пиздец ли ему? Или нет? Сейчас еще потеплее будет. Надо будет хотя бы его вытащить, нахуй, поставить дома. Чтобы хоть отпотел чуть-чуть. Смотреть через зарядку. Сколько в нем осталось, блядь. Ну, 38 ниже у нас вот в Биске также было. При какой-то... Ну нет, по-моему, от 35. Таком свежий может оживать. Ну, чё? Упал я его в позапрошлом году. Но он какой-то то ли корейский, то ли японский, я не помню. Вроде он такой прям хороший. Сейчас ебать цены на аккумы вы бы видели, ебануться. Просто пиздец.
You dare to say VP has the better papers, even on this map as well. It should have been a designer in the best of 3 in the upper bracket, but it didn't really have to come to that because VP already won 2-0. And they have just been very strong, but we have actually only seen them play this map once. And that was in the first map against the Sand 7-1.
Ну давайте, последняя игра. Нас запустит. Цены, да, цены на аккумы как на яйца. Точняк, на. Пакет из идеи, сука, на 5. Заебали вы меня, нахуй. За эти 3 дня, блядь, 2 усечены, нахуй.
Despite the big scope being on there, he still wanted to go sometimes for chopper control. Really wanted to force the issue. All right, there's 20 seconds left on the clock. We'll run down that timer, and I'm already going to be laying either on the B or the A side. When it becomes active, hopefully the one he's...
Что за карта? Я проебал этот момент. Знаете, что за карта?
But then, as we said, maybe as a counter to that, you might want to bring in a few nades.
That's it, right? The nades are very good in those closed off quarters, and especially if you manage to get it inside the helicopter on the other side of the box that the player is hiding from, you have a good opportunity to just at least damage him very badly, so a single bullet would be enough, or to get him down completely. So, you know, that is something to keep.
ФКСки на мажорах в гранд-финалах.
It works as like a spacing tool as well. You can get them out of the room you want them to be in, so you can oppress them into walking back out the helicopter, or maybe someone's waiting for him.
Hopefully, someone would be waiting for them. Let's, of course, talk a little bit about the veto, because we don't have any bans coming in this series. We only have picks. There's only 5 competitive maps at this moment in time. We first saw Bay 5 that went. It's actually not Ace against ITB. No, it was first Equator being won by Gamer Legion, then a VP winning Bay 5 convincingly 7-1, and now we'll go to Ball Hap. This should be a map that then, if we look at this trend, goes to Gamer Legion, but I think that VP picking it might have a different plan.
You can also look at a different trend. VP won 3 maps, then Gamer Legion won 1, now VP's won 1. Maybe they win the next 2 as well. Yeah, I mean, it just really depends on how far back you want to look.
That's gonna be crazy. But the thing is, like we already mentioned, VP won against Ascent in the first match of the entire tournament on towards this map. But like, teams didn't know from one another how they played. VP just showed crazy aggression, was able to refrag in full, and just that little bit of a difference in team play already made them.
Сука, заусенцы ебучие.
But that's a long time ago. That's 2 days ago already, and since then, all the teams have evolved. And I don't think that even Gamer Legion can still look at that map and how VP played, because I think they've already moved on past that point.
So it's not even that. Completely different presets.
Oh yes.
You cannot even play the exact same. So as we just quickly look at the map again, so you just know what we're talking about.
Ну давайте, запускайте уже, ёбаный рот. Берлайн, окей. Там вроде бы ВП. Хотя ГЛС играли... А, ну так они в прошлый... Вчера то же самое было, да? То же самое играли.
Quite prevalent in the early phases. However, most teams prefer to throw them out straight away, not keep them in their hands or their pockets too long.
No, for sure, and I don't know, like if we're gonna see that develop as the game progresses, like of course if you manage to take someone out early, you know, it takes 5 seconds to get in combat with one another, so you know, that's something to keep in mind as well. But you know what, let's just head right into the game and see how this will be playing out. We do see a lot of culture indeed coming through from the side of Gamer Legion, so they've chosen to go for a completely
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой, как же они загранатили их нахуй. Самых охуевших и снесли. Йо, начало. Все. Вот такой один остался.
Tagged up, but still alive and in the chopper, of course, the key position. As we said before, I think Gamer Legion has already used all of their 5 nades. Don't forget, 5 nades on towards the side of Gamer Legion. So not too weird, they already get a double kill to start the round off with.
Maybe that's something they didn't really expect on the side of Virtus Pro, right? Like they maybe expected a single nade to go through or something like that. So they just wanted to be quick, but instead it is 5 of them coming through, and as WTG just dodges a shot there, do you really want to go for a repeat at that point as he runs out?
Ну хуйню сделал. Нахуй он убежал. Пацаны, соберитесь, я вас умоляю, блядь. Прошу, молю.
Coming in, and again, most likely at the start of the round, a rain of doom and nades, something we've been theorizing, fantasizing about even in our green room, hoping that one team would just go for that nade offensive, the barrage. But, well, until now, nothing has really happened with it.
This is really a carpet bomb that's coming down from the sky. It's like everyone's going with FMX.
Ой, FMX красавчик, нахуй. Сразу потушил ему свет. Все, эйс на очко сел. Дальше не полезет. Ой, и этому хорошо в ебальник. Ну все, вот, не торопиться. Четко, размеренно. Кайфуйте. Хардыч. Ой, Хардыч, да урод. Красавчик, нахуй. Ну все, сосал остался, он тоже отсосал. Мэджик добил его. Бать, Мэджика что-то прыщи высыпали. На все лицо. Чисто хард. Сука, он сидит вообще на спокойниках, нахуй.
second.
Again, early phase, early nades. WTG wants to throw his out straight away as well, wanting to cancel out some aggression from the opposition, throwing the nade in.
Бля, ну вот так хотя бы я понимаю примерно, что они куда разбежались. Получается, сейчас будет левый фланг пушить красный. Кардыч вообще наверх залез. Ебать. Да ты, блядь, умница, нахуй. Переиграл и уничтожил. Правда, столько часов игры. Да, там, у всех этих вместе взятых, нахуй.
Those accurate shots, and as I said, it is actually a sniper rifle, believe it or not. it is just being used as an SMG, but it is a sniper rifle. So, Virtus Pro opening 2 kills there.
А там, короче, у ВСС сначала они спавнятся с Валдаем, а потом его можно сменить на УКП-7. Пять недель в Тарков не проиграл, уже все забыл, нахуй. Ну, 3 в 5. Думаю... Блять, какао, минус 2, отлично. Мэджик, размен. 2 в 2. Пиздец, вот только что было 5 в 3. Стало 2 в 2. Очень быстро все меняется. Да, можно. Ой, ВТГ хорош. Ну все, Сосао остался. Додушить его нахуй. А он, сука, вот он хитрый, он зашел в эту хуйню, где он может сидеть бесконечно, нахуй. Его боты не пойдут пушить, поэтому нужно тут пацанам работать, нахуй. А нет, вот боты спалили его. Они его сейчас съедят. Съедят. Съели хорошо. ФТГ вообще ворвался под флеш. Ой, под флешку, говорю, под гранату. Вот тут какао, пиздец. Вы видели, что он сделал? Вообще ёбнутый.
Well, some tracers already going down towards the chopper. No damage being dealt either by the nades or the bullets flying by from either party. Just a little bit of a slow start in that regard, but a lot of ammo already being exchanged to little to no effect.
Game Legion holding tight. Grenade being sent out soon.
Ну чё, ставьте свои ставки. Дадут ли нам личным смертным доступ? Или нет? Или сначала будут всякие стримеры. That angle you really need to hold because usually there's 2 of your teammates underneath, and if they get caught out by that upper player, you might be in a world of trouble. But Codex also trying to sneak through. Of course, it takes a long time to be silent, but it might actually work out as Kakao's trying to bait shots as well, just to make sure that Codex actually has the room to move.
Capture point will soon go active. At least that ace is finding himself really close, if not on one of them. As it does go live, We're soon going to be finding out which one it is. Of course, the teams as well, they need to try and find that out. And they have it again, the VSS with that scope. The recoil isn't that big, and as Virtus Pro, it's going to go for the capture. They actually do have the cover on point to some extent. Codex is going to be able to pick up one, but there you have it. The sniper's just watching over them. And they just get the capture quite cleanly.
Yeah, Rask also getting a double kill just to cover for the security side. And it ranged VSS from...
Песня зовут только на равных условиях. Ну, как будто да, но все равно это хоть какой-то свежий глоток воздуха, я не знаю. Ну, Тарков реально заебал. То есть, сейчас выйдет арена, Тарков никто играть нахуй не будет. Какой смысл? Вот в арене есть смысл играть, то есть ты прокачиваешься и так далее. А Тарков играть какой смысл? Там один хуй все заберут. Блять, Мэджика взорвали.
Now trying to get close towards the chopper as well, hoping to at least regain a little bit of control because they know when Gamer Legion has the opening kill, they would...
Ну да, и стопроцентно ПВП не лутать по мойке. Да, блять, ПС-ку во вторую. Я что-то на нее посмотрел. Не знаю. Не очень заходит. Я ожидал большего, короче, от него. То есть, по факту, что там нихуя не изменили. Пант. Вот. Играю. Очко горит, пиздец. Теперь будет еще и от ней гореть. Уже ты по арене будешь снимать? Ну, я не знаю пока, что именно, но я думаю, идеи придут какие-нибудь все равно. Посмотрим, что нам можно будет в ней делать. Если можно будет ходить, изучать карту, ну, то есть, допустим, запуститься как-нибудь где-нибудь, тренировочный режим, то это, то обязательно там какие-нибудь углы по-любому, гранаты по-любому. Это надо будет изучать все, 100%. Плюс, что еще можно? Типы будут снимать, ну, конкуренты, как говорится. Будут снимать по-любому этот. Ну, типа разбор этих пресетов. Типа, какие пиздатые, какие не пиздатые. Ну, это все хуйня.
To attach it towards the gun. Now, I'm not quite sure if that's actually what the Russian reflex is attached on.
Тарков кайф в том, что можно свой сетап сделать разные типы с разным гиром, разные типы с разным гиром, разные ситуации, арена только размяться, их поднять. Ну, Тарков и Арена — это две разные игры абсолютно. Просто у них одинаковый движок и одинаковые отдачи. Арена — это, блядь, шутер и все, то есть тупо ПВП. Тарков — это шутер, ПВП, ПВЕ, ММО, блять, хуй знает, РПГ, блять. Что еще? Стратегия, ну, короче, хуйня. Симулятор, блять. Симулятор барыги, ну, такая, ну, симулятор бомжа, блять. Раз хорош, дождался. Блять, чё нахуй? Началось-то, пацаны? Ёбаный в рот. 3-2. Скорее всего, будет 3-3. Не верю в Раска, ну, имею в виду, не верю в то, что он может троих убить. Вот у него есть граната? Есть? Нет, я нет гранаты. Все через 5 секунд. Этот фул закрытый лежит.
Again, the equal score coming through right now, and that gives them the opportunity to retake that lead over the entire series, really. And you see here, a grenade is being tossed,
Хорошо, блядь. Мог 2х забирать, но, сука, прикрыли его нахуй.
The long range cover, if that would not have been the case, I think VP would have had a fair shot at winning that round. And now as the BMP drives away, it's a free on free score-wise. Nate's of course flying through the air, and Furlex trying to get a little bit of an early kill in. Magic has been fragged out in the last 2 rounds by Nate. This time, luckily surviving, just like the rest of his team.
Yeah, usually they have a lot more kills already on the board, especially Magic or Hard. Right now that is stuck a little bit. Again, you see them high up in the tower providing some support for the VP players, but as they already lose that very early frag, it's not looking too great for them. Hard is just looking to see if any head is going to be popping up that he can take.
Блять, а чё Хард нахуй снайпера заделался? Нахуя? Как будто это хуйня полная. У них опять ситуация 4-5.
But then again, that might also be expected by the Gamer Legion side. You don't just run across out of cover for jokes.
Just holding tight. Nothing to be found yet. Gamer Legion has the advantage and
Ну,
they'll be playing around the objective, you assume.
это ладно, один раз он туда залез.
Until it opens up. That gives them the
Но если ты каждый раз так туда будешь залазить, то, блядь, тебя либо не будут вылазить, подставляться, либо тебя будут пушить. И там, правда, не видно, но вот он спускается. Может, говорю, просто фраг дали. Уже можно идти помогать своим. Вот кодекс. Пинг. Ой, хороший раз. Ебать. Хладнокровный. Вот Хард летит. Эйд. Не успел, нахуй. Ебаный в рот, пацаны. Ну, блядь, ну чё?
They get themselves not only ahead in this game but also in the entire series, because of course we are currently on a 1-1. Clean one tap, Barask not aware of the fact that someone was right next to him, and that one was quite quick to take him out. Now in that 3-4, Virtus Pro of course headed towards a closer matchup than we've seen in the previous map.
Scary to be driven over by such a hefty apparatus. But we do now see the VSSs moving on from VP. Nate's being dodged as they're moving fast and fast again. But that ace with the opening kill on
VP
sometimes shows signs of life, but Gamer Legion on the line.
Мэджик разменялся. Харда убили. А, нет, Мэджик. Блядь, ну, тоже разбили. 3-4.
Given up on playing that from the tower, realizing that his team needs a bit of extra support. He was on the ground right now with the rest of them.
Yeah, the VSS of course being a sniper, but it doesn't really have the accuracy or the big punch they want to have.
Блядь, уходи. Нет, все. Пиздец. Ну ты... Видишь же, что 20 патронов. Поплыли, ребята. Да там каска не поможет, нахуй. Ой, хорош. Ой, блядь, хорош. Жить. Просто отойди. Да куда ты, блядь? Ну ты же знаешь, сука, что он там, блядь. Почему ты не ушел направо?
So much more control, and this lead brings him close towards the map point. And then, I dare to say it, if we go to Sawmill with a round lead or map lead for a Gamer League,
ТГ запаниковал тоже. Да, засуетился, ну.
Basically, the only thing they have done the entire tournament so far is play this CQB, play this in a hard rushing style. Someone's just not going to be suited for it. You're going to have these long-range guns instantly trying to pick you up as soon as you try and shift W right through the center. So they need to make sure that they get the extra map under their pockets for this pro. Otherwise, it might just be Gamer Legion running away with the tournament after such a dominating performance from VP.
Блять, 5-3 ВП, давайте нахуй. Какао вы убили. Блять, ну там вот все играют. FMX 1.6 идет. Ёбаный в рот. Вот, хорош. Почувствуй нахуй. Кровь.
Meaning it's a 5-on-3. Codex tries to go for the sneaky approach as it is, and Furlex will try to hold on for the time being.
3 and 5. Some shots being fired against that ace, opening up on one of the VP players, but not really getting any, well, real substantial damage down on any of them. As the capture point soon going to be opening up, Furlex is hoping that he is quite close to. I like he's watching the gate, being like, "Is this where the Finger Crew is going to be coming from?"
Someone behind him. I think he might have an idea that there might be some players quite passively, but look on top. That's a blue player. He should have peeked out and now seen the player from VP, and it could actually take him out. He's near the side. The same goes for that ace. So when VP would actually commit towards his side, they might be in a world of trouble. But look at how they're moving in as a unit right now. But they're scared of the chopper. They don't know there's a player on the back side, and it will be Raz getting the open kill on towards that ace. Now it's on to Furlex. He pre-fires once. They know where he is. 3 players when he jumps. Codex coming in with the SMG, but it won't
Хорошо.
stand a chance. Now a 1v4, and he will be taken out. VP with a round in
Ну все.
Keep it close, make sure they're not going to a map point against them yet. Now, remember, the first map was a 6-7 in favor of Gamer Legion. The second then turned into a 7, I believe it was 1 for the side of Virtus Pro. So, you know,
Вообще без шансов его просто стерли нахуй.
quite close, and if VP is going to be able to continue making this happen, it's just this, you know, to flip the coin at some point, it might just fall VP's way. So they really need to make sure they have the difference between them.
Yeah, 4 nades stack. I believe all 5 of Gamer Legion's nades currently being expended. Do they get a kill the last one? No, no damage being dealt on towards VP, but at least they cordoned off a very big part of the map. Getting closer towards the chopper, trying to check the angles, and VP not wanting to move up all that close just yet because they know Gamer Legion has that nade.
Эйс прошел слишком глубоко. Может подловить.
And that means they have a hunch that at least that danger is gone for the time being.
Раск может сейчас его увидеть. Давай, давай, давай. Блядь, сука, убил его нахуй. Паный в рот. Хардыч почти отомстил. Сейчас его тоже в бочину убьют слева нахуй. Ой-ой-ой. Мэджиком хорошо сыграли. Там еще один. Инфу дал любому. Мэджик ждет. 4 в 4. Все четко, пацаны. Бля, слишком много углов, нахуй, которые харду надо смотреть. Бэшка. Бэшка вообще чистая, нахуй. Не все здесь. Дай инфу. Пусть один хотя бы пойдет. А нет, они уже отошли. ВТГ будет тут сидеть. Это правильно. У тебя же ВТГ, блядь, в самолете. Ляж, захвати. Блядь. Пиздец. Арт. ВТГ. Блядь, да вы рот, нахуй. Сука, львы, блядь. Не, он, короче, так где-то. Он дует на нее, чтобы она мокрая, у него, видать, пиздец. Он на нее дует. Повторчик. Блять. Повезло нахуй. Гранаты в хуйню улетели. Но кодекс прошел. Они не знают, теперь знают. Сейчас должен быть размен идти быстро. Нет, не пошел. Не пошел менять. Их тут трое, то есть с правой стороны все full 3. Один уходит. Он пошел тупо назад. А, они просто ротируются куда-то. Вот куда она? Центр. И их обходить решили. С левой стороны. Ну, через центр. Через мид.
Late nades coming in as Codex also wants to nade out the chopper. Will it deal any damage? No, not at this moment in time, but at least you know where he might be, so you want to pre-fire that. Tries to. No damage being dealt.
Я вот не уверен, простреливается ли самолет. Это хуйня какая-то, нахуй он мне стреляет. Железка. Ну, наверное, если простреливают, то простреливается. Было бы глупо. Мэджик, блядь, умница. Кстати, еще нету пометки о том, что он убил через стенку. Это им тоже надо будет сделать. Ардыч хорош. 3 в 5. 3 в 2. Ой, блядь, 3 в 2. 5 в 2. Ебать. Просто изи нахуй. И мышка блестит даже нахуй. Шесть 5. Ласт раунд. Просто забрать нахуй раунд. И все. Один. И у вас полтос нахуй. 50 тысяч евриков нахуй. Скорее всего, по пятаку на ебальник. 25 они отдадут ВП. По пятаку заберут нахуй. Блять, в ТГ не успел. Тайминг. 2 капельки возле килла. Нет, это типа в голову. Типа у него, видишь, там пробитая голова, типа. Вот вы любите, да, хуйней позаниматься? 3 в 5.
So just holding off Game Legion, big advantage here in these final 40 seconds before the capture point does go live, and of course that will be their priority. They do have the men count, and more importantly, they do have the ammo to actually try and do so. Whereas VP, again, the serves, great. Oh, actually, look at that, just stacked up on the actual helicopter being like, you're not taking
Еще интересно, показывает, когда ты убил справа киллкам, килл-лист. Или типа супер хард, блять, у нас варенье нахуй будет. И мы будем определять по вон тому, ёптать, этому монитору. Кулиниров никаких. Да, блять, подожди, тут самое же нахуй. Я тоже сижу весь извел, нахуй сижу. Ногой дрыгаю. Блять, ебать, он прям в него зашел. Свои хуярьте, правильно. Не, 6-6 будет. Блять, Раск, ты чё, ебанулся? Давай-ка всех забери. Еще 2. Всего-то 2 надо мне. Всего 2. Ты можешь выиграть. Брат, ты можешь выиграть. Сука. Ну чё, у кого больше сил осталось ментальных? Последний раунд.
away from that safely.
I think the only thing he could have done is try to fight the person that is close to him and then maybe try and run back. And I know the cleanup crew was about to be coming through, but you know, you just fire a couple of shots, that means you will probably be reloading with that VSS. Of course, they're going to go for a push at that point. The early grenades won't actually find anybody, and as we find ourselves at the 6-6 point, Codex just firing off some early shots. Of course, plenty of ammunition available in the Vimple preset there, so why not?
На молчаночке, нахуй.
Again, chopper control from the Gamer Legion side. Codex now throwing in his late nade. No boom. Actually not using his nade then, because he actually grabbed it in his hand and you would expect him to clear something with it. And this is a little bit of an awkward Mexican standoff here from VP.
Блять, нет, сейчас уебут его нахуй. Он не ждет его с двери, он не ждет его с двери. Он не слышит? А, у них нет наушников, они не слышат, то есть... Слышат? А, нет, подожди. Эти все, сука, слышат. Хард хорош, Кодекса захуярил. А там еще какао сидит. Он про него не знает, он может, блядь, сейчас проебаться. Они-то все с наушниками, я понял, в чем прикол. Наши без наушников хуярят. Кроме ВТГ с наушниками.
OA is opened up and that's in VP's core. They will go for it. And Kakao must be the player to
Блядь, сейчас все может поменяться. Хард убил Какао, ВТГ откис. 4 в 3. Вип, Раска и Мэджика похоронили. Осталось 2 в 3. 2 в 0. Проебали, блядь.
Again, a 6-7 victory coming down from the side of Gamer Legion. VP really fighting down to Tooth and Neil, down to the wire. And while it's all coming down in this big and open map right now to see whether or not it is going to be a full 5-mapper or to see if this is where VP falls on the longer ranges.
Gamer Legion doing the work, what is needed, but on the brink of death itself, VP was trying so hard, threw everything at them at the end of that round. Maybe to stay alive, maybe to come back, but to no avail. We'll go, of course, to our analysts to see how we can actually go towards Sawmill and see if Gamer Legion will win. See you in a bit.
Поебали. Ай. Ну да, Хард еще снайпил, это какая-то хуйня вообще. Я не знаю зачем, блядь. Вы же их тогда на этой же карте выебли. С этим же пресетом. И никто из них не ходил на эту ебаную вышку, не залазил. Ну, отдадим должное то, что, блядь, хорошо получились. Хороший матч, хороший это. Прям нос в нос, считай. Ноздря в ноздрю. Ну, ничего, придут сильнее в следующий раз. Мне теперь интересно, кто такие ГЛ и кто там вообще. Что это за типы? Ну, просто там наш регион самый сильный по Таркову. Я не понимаю, как им вообще удалось это сделать. На Dreamhack, да? Нет, на Dreamhack никакой инфы нет. Блять, обидно, досадно. Не знаю. Все, не знаю. Сейчас посмотрим, что сейчас будет. Либо будет сейчас награждение, либо best of 5.
Gamer Legion have put themselves on match point here at our Head-Eye Showdown, the very first Tarkov Arena tournament. They're only one map away from closing this series out, but this again was a very close map.
Another 7-6. Another 13-rounder, and Gamer Legion once again being able to close it out. That's what we needed to see. That's a response. You lose the map previously, you get straight back on the horse and win another one.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really impressed with the way that they've managed to switch their presets. This is
Людей
the first
нету.
time that we've seen a full team switch over.
Вообще, видите? То есть там тупо никого нет, нахуй.
Which is Counter, which has an AUG in it. It's got 30-round magazine. The ammo is slightly worse than the VSS, but if everyone picks the surf kit, the armor isn't that good, so it doesn't matter. It's still a 2-shot kill to the chest. Plus, you get a grenade. You still don't get a headset. But you also get a flashlight. So I actually think this is a really smart counter. Switched out the 3 core players from the VSS to this AUG instead, and that really worked out for them. The recoil is lower.
Так, я отойду. Вам сейчас постримить стул, пока не хуйню этой занимаюсь. Сейчас приду.
Well, I think we've kind of talked about that before, where teams, they realize that, yeah, headsets aren't the end-all and be-all because you are in a team-based environment. You can speak to each other, which is, you know, a massive plus. So you're not have to rely on just what you hear. You should have trust for your teammates. If your teammate says there's a guy there, you trust them. You don't question that and say, oh, I don't know, I'm not sure. Like, you just go for it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've done super well. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to have all of the presets without a headset, but to have, you know, 2, 1 or 2 or 3 or something, some combination like that, you can get away with the rest of the team not having it. So long as you've got that good comms, everyone knows where everybody is, and it's working out. I mean, they did really well.
We've seen Virtus Pro do that, to be fair, on different maps, right? Having that one person that is like the ears for the entire squad to be able to tell where people are at that moment. But for Virtus Pro, once again, this was really, really close. They must be, I guess, sort of upset with themselves that they didn't close it out.
Well, it's very easily, we could have been wrapping up the show right now. That's how close these games have been, apart from obviously the second map. So again, still not over for VB. They still have another chance to go out there and win another map and take us to that 5th map. It's still a possibility for them, but again, it felt as though some players were just sleeping at the wheel, whereas everyone, has to be said in Gamer Legion, a complete switch up compared to the second map. Everyone was gunning.
Indeed, everyone is gunning. Now, our 4th map will be Sawmill, that is Gamer Legion's pick. We have seen teams win out their opponent's map pick quite a lot, especially in this matchup as well.
Yeah, it's been intriguing, you know. It's teams picking maps and then winning, losing. It's been a little bit random, honestly. I mean, nobody's really that comfortable. Sawmill is an interesting one. We could have just not seen the bigger maps at all. We know these teams like to play on the closer range maps. Now we're going to have to see VP playing on the bigger maps. It's a totally different ball game here. I mean, you did see some stuff in the previous one. Like one thing that's just totally overlooked with the VSS is that you do actually get a 1 and 6 times in your backpack, which they did start to use. So they could still do that on this bigger map, but it's going to be a different game.
Yeah, we'll speak about Sawmill a bit more, but the presets that we'll expect to see on that map as well after a short break.
Ой, блядь. Минута, как всегда, ожидания. Блять, мне это напоминает этого звонок в техподдержку, блять. Блин, ну мне кажется, быстов 5 должно быть. Ну не должно все так плохо закончиться. Я не верю.
We have to talk about Sawmill because it was the map that took the longest to be brought out in this tournament. We've only seen it a very few times. I mean, Ascend, they were the Sawmill, enthusiasts. They really enjoyed playing that map, but for both these teams, we haven't seen this map yet.
Yeah, it's a completely different playing field now, especially with the play styles both the teams where they are used to playing just CQB, using, you know, just very close range classes.
Да, best of 5, ёптать.
Terrorizing of the kind of first stage with using the MP9 to run around.
Best of 5 будет.
We knew that was never going to be able to work in terms of Sawmill, run around that kind of play style.
То есть, если сейчас ГЛ выиграют вот эту карту, то все проеб. Но я думаю, Рпит, ВП их просто разъебут.
Yeah, exactly. It's a totally different ball game, as we said. The points are really, really far apart, so the control is extremely important, and it's quite asymmetric too. It's very different. On some of the maps, you're just kind of waiting around to see whether it's A or B. On this one, A is like really high up on the high ground and actually has visibility down. B is right at the bottom, and it's really tough to be down there without getting shot. So it's going to be interesting. Hopefully, we'll see a few different presets. Like you're kind of incentivized to bring something like the RSAS. We saw the Ruby kit be used one time. You get a 1 to 8 times on that thing, and it's actually pretty decent. Because if you go for the weapon spawn pickup, and it's a bolt action, as we've seen before, players kind of struggle with that. You just don't get anywhere near as many shots. If it's an SVD, you're fine, but if it's an SV98, you start to struggle a little.
We'll have a quick look at some map footage somewhere soon as well to just showcase exactly what you meant with those objectives being very far away from each other, being quite open as well. I mean, with Ascend being those enthusiasts for this map, we saw also sniper play coming out, the longer range weapons, the sniper pickups as well, as you mentioned too. But I feel like with Gamer Legion picking this, it really counters that aggressive rush play style that we see from VP.
Yeah, well, you have to also remember there's an extra 30 seconds or so for the actual cap points to you know, get online and stay there. So it's a longer just because the map's so big. We've kind of, I want to say, repaired that off the loss of time that you have to try to traverse the grounds, that you still have a little bit more time. There's so many different sight lines that we've seen teams set up where they can look straight onto point A, straight onto point B. They can rotate really easily as well between positions. So if it's, okay, you're set up for A, but it's not A, they can rotate within about 10 seconds straight over to the B site. And like Giga said, the likelihood of teams capping is so unlikely because there is almost 101 angles that you can get shot from.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Chris really dominating on this map previously with the snipers. You know, there's some angles you can just lie straight down out of the spawn and see the enemy team coming through. So there's some really cheeky places you can go, but you want some CQB as well.
We spoke about the difference in playstyle that this requires from Virtus Pro because They like these clone race maps. They like to be able to be playing fast. But what do you want to see from Virtus.pro? Because they need to win this
Подожди, а схуяли эту карту?
What do you want to see from Virtus.pro on Samuel specifically?
It's just a weird one because we haven't seen
Аэропорт же был.
So you don't really know what their track record is for it. You dare say, oh, go a little bit more long range, bring an assault rifle.
Опять режиссер
I don't think they know the term assault rifle. I
долбоёб
don't think that
или
exists.
It's not really part of their playbook that we've seen so
проблема?
far. I mean, I'm sure they've thought about it, but I guess it was always a little bit of a risk. We talked about teams preparing for the early rounds, and that's what you focus on, right? And they probably thought that they had stood a good
Да,
chance.
ну,
But then when these maps start coming out in the later rounds, like these
как это работает? Типа ВП постоянно банили эту карту.
Because they've been so dominant in CQB, that's what they wanted to play the whole tournament. They didn't really expect to have to field this map against
Они
them.
тут,
And so they're going to
я
have to try and change it
думаю,
up.
даже
I think
играть
the temptation would
не
be to
смогут.
stick with that CQB playstyle, but that might not really work out on this map. It's Sawmill's weird because it's a little bit like Woods in the base Tarkov game, that it's typically seen as a sniping map, and it is. That's definitely true, but you need a mixture because the way that the terrain undulates, that's very unlike the other maps because you can hide yourself down behind little bits of rock and behind a hill here, and you can then just pop out with, you know, an SR2M or something like that from close range.
Another point as well is headsets. We mentioned before because it is so big. It's going to be difficult spotting as well. There's a lot of foliage now, a lot of trees you're going to hide behind. You need to be able to hear your enemy because there is those dips, there is those ditches that people can't get tucked in behind, and all it takes is one deadly flank. You need to make sure you can hear someone coming behind you.
The pressure really is on Virtus.pro's shoulders right now. They need this map win, as we said, to keep themselves in contention for this victory at our very first Tarkov Arena tournament. And, you know, to take down that €50,000 prize as well for the first place. But it also is so close for Gamer Legion. It is about to be able to be grasped for them as well. Now, we'll have to wait and see if they can close it out on this map, Sawmill, or if we need a final map to decide our victor for this tournament. I know Hap and Toddlesma are ready. We are excited to get into our fourth game. Sawmill should be with us very quickly with Hap and Toddlesma.
Oh, and I think there will be people at home cheering for Gamer Legion now, not because they think it's the best team, just
Сразу переключили. Заметили? Если там кто-то еще есть. Блять. Почему сразу так нельзя было? Ей просто говорят дольше и все.
Let's make the public jealous.
Yeah, we are privileged in that regard. You all have to wait till we have a victor before you find out if you're in wave 1 or if you have to wait a bit longer.
At least they already know Hap when it will come out.
Yeah,
and
that's
that is going to be today.
After the tournament. Exactly.
Just when we're done, like the moment we're done, they're just going to press live and then hopefully everything will work.
There's a big red button backstage.
Yeah, and Nikita has it in a glass case as well. It's truly beautiful. It's really
the key's
defined.
in a suitcase. You like to open it up. So I don't think we need to smash it or we need steel key.
I tried to touch it like the case, and then I already got tackled by a Russian bodyguard. So
yeah, the security's very tight here.
It's scary, but what is also scary is that we're jumping in towards Sawmill straight away, Hap. It's time to see what the teams will bring, and we're gonna see
Ебать, уже сразу же нахуй. Постановление.
And we also see the Pharaoh coming out and the Ruby dying on the side of VP.
Yeah, definitely we see some quick pace.
Все с калашами. Я так понимаю. А, нет, кроме Хардыча. Остальные на калашах. Интересный выбор. Ну, FMX откис. Ну, это вот, блядь.
Bringing in both nades and of course a little bit of armor, a good weapon, low recoil, able to fight both on long and short range, but that ace on the side of Gamer Legion will fall to WPG. At least that's something in return, as the nades will be thrown up until the rock, and will they do damage? No.
For a second I thought he was afraid that a grenade would roll back.
Куда граната? Зачем? Инфы не было, скорее всего. Вот тут он сейчас выйдет и вибальник выхватит. Не знаю.
It's going to be a 4-on-3. Gamer Legion still having the player advantage, of course, partially provided by that ace with the second kill. And the Pharaohs of VP spotting out players, having to move back, as you said, very first they'll scope both with the holo and being able to zoom in a little bit more. Magic also tagged in his arm right now, but WTG able to equal the score. 2 kills for him in this round, and
Ой,
Rask as
Раск,
well,
отлично.
stepping up for VP.
Два. Ну ладно, хуй с ним. Может быть и есть шансы еще. Вроде бы нормально играют. Я думал, что они вообще просто 0 будут на этой карте. И зря же они ее банили.
Well, sometimes the B point can be taken, but A is so incredibly exposed. There's so many angles where the people can play around. Codex now shows his position, unable to get a kill. Believe a little bit of tag on towards Magic, but a little bit of a tag is not enough. And you see the firing coming past VP, actually going for the objective take. They are going ham on towards B.
Блять, Раск вообще разъебал здесь.
Round 1. Actually, incredible stuff on the B side, as said. More enclosed, so to say, a little bit more cover, especially from the long range. If you're more close towards A, it's very hard to get back in towards that side.
Yeah, definitely is, and they managed to isolate. They managed to figure out where exactly these players are, and just decided to send it. It's like a single player we can cover. The other one is way too far removed to do anything with the kit that he's currently carrying. So, Virtus Pro, they get themselves that first round. We didn't quite see any of the Scav cleanup crew to come through, so you know, that's a nice bit of a change of pace.
Oh, definitely, as we do now see Stranger Ping trying to move in, perhaps a nade for a toss. Tries to at least get a little bit of control on towards the ditch right there. And the trench currently uncontested by Gamer Legion, but Rask will get the open kill towards Stranger Ping. I believe that's near the house, at least that's where Kakao was looking at. And that's VP again.
Теперь наоборот Раск проснулся. Что нахуй происходит?
And at A's on towards the Ruby, seeing ahead, trying to pop it out, but unable to connect just yet. And there's a player from his own team very nearby, so you might want to say just push it in, and Kakao will do so. Gets the kill, a little bit of fire return, but he gets away safely.
Yeah, manages to pick up that kill, bring back the number count quite even, meaning we are headed into the capture zone just in a moment now. Now, last time VP was able to actually secure it. Question is, can they do it again? Or will Gamer Legion maybe even have a shot? The thing is, there is quite some optics, especially on the side of Virtus Pro. Less so on the side of Gamer Legion. They only have 2, with Dad Ace and Furlex, of course. Those presets have a higher magnification optic on the board, whereas the entirety of Virtus Pro has the opportunity to zoom in.
And the Pharaoh just being a more versatile class, of course, not being the fastest preset out there, but it should work on whatever range you throw at it. Objective currently live. WTG gets a kill towards that H that taps away the head.
ВТБ, блять. В итоге хорош. Еще одного забрал. Блять, ну это такая карта будет, нудная, пиздец.
It is going to be the A side. There is a little bit of cover here and there that he needs to be worried of. And Codex just sending out a wild
нахуй.
shot as soon as it releases
Ну,
that.
гранату, блядь.
Will actually pop up as Kakao does spot out a player. Magic in the capture zone manages to damage him just a little bit, and enough to actually scare him off from no longer being on there.
И хард хорош. Ну и все, последнего задушить лично. Пардыч тоже переживает. Губу грызет, да.
I mean, that was kind of the thing, right? Maybe they expected it to be a more a rushy kind of game style from Virtus Pro, where they play themselves, you know, with the quicker kits, actually send themselves downrange. And that's maybe what they chose this lineup for, just to deal with that, only to figure out that Virtus Pro, because they've hit it the entire time, aren't just going to be playing this from range trying to pick you off.
Yeah, they're just doing work on VP. They have set up their set quite actively. They know what their favorite preset is on every map, and they'll just 4 times it and then have a little bit of a flavor pick just to make sure that for situational sets they are also
Ой, хорош. Трехочковый нахуй.
Codex also being tagged up possibly by the nade, so they might have been stacked up, and Rask also setting up a little bit more explosion in towards the region of the A side. Close to the right there, there's usually a player or two standing by, and that might actually be the target they're throwing it towards.
Yeah, more grenades being sent out. That one might actually bounce on towards it. Nope, won't be able to find it. Definitely did have a little bit of a bounce via that tree. But for now, just the single kill. It's on the side of Virtus.pro. 20 seconds before the capture does go live. That's what we're currently waiting for. And well, Gamer Legion, they're just going to have to find a way around all this. They're just going to have to find a way to make sure that they are able to get some kills onto the side of VP, because only 4 on the board currently, and the person who dropped 3 is already dead.
Oh, the nade gets prepped. Codex throws it out high and wants to go for it. The A point unlocked. Gamer Legion close by, but they know this is just a doom to go for. Does anyone know the angle that Chris was holding all that time for Ascent? Because it was the most dominant position ever seen on any map.
Seems scoping for some heads. They're actually sending in his teammate, telling him, all right, it's good to go. Let's just try and attempt it. But Codex does go down by heart, using that Ruby from range with the M80. And Stranger Pig now hopes to move by as well, taking shots to the leg, still having both of them attached to him, but a lot of damage taken as FRX just being down on the ground. He's not wanting to really give anything away towards the side of Virtus.pro here.
Bullets flying by, sharp noises as well, just popping, and Stranger Ping should be scared. Lags being hit up, and the same goes for that Age, you dare to say almost. As we try to play against VP, but VP is on towards the side. It's that Age actually on towards Chris's angle near this household, just to be able to counter whatever take they would do, but still, Rask is moving in. He tries to outplay the Gamer Legion side. VP knows where they might be heading, and that Ace is able to take down one. Furlex goes for a second, and look at that, suddenly equalized by 3 kills in just a quick succession.
Managing to at least secure the capture point there. No one is going to be able to find that one in their own control as of now, but still Virtus.pro members are quite close. They have the opportunity, the luxury to just wait for the scav route to start coming through, and especially as Rask tags up that Ace, might actually want to go for an attempt onto the capture later on, especially once the other players are starting to be engaged by those scavs.
Yeah, also now Silence Bullet still flying out. I believe Magic is trying to fight against Furlex as well. Furlex being spotted out by these scavs in the cleanup crew. That Ace now takes down Rask's only Magic alive. Wants us to go on towards the side. Not really sure if that is the play currently. Takes down Furlex. Only 1 second left. Returning fire, but actually he goes down as he moves. Suddenly the timer resets. And that means that Ace wins the round for Gamer Legion. If only he would have just stayed down, he would have won the round.
I wonder if the timer resets if you actually get hit, because he was receiving some fire. That's exactly when the timer reset. He was in the middle of it, so I think that must have been what happened there. I don't think it was him actually moving.
I wouldn't dare to say he was so close though, MVP losing the first round in towards this map. After being so dominant on the first 2, Gamer Legion now having the angles and able to fend off the chasing players. And the question remains, whenever the A side pops on, which we've just now seen, will it be the same again as that Ace takes a little bit of damage towards the body, but not too great? Nade's now flying out, both from FMX and the other VP members. Hart takes down Codex. The first frag coming in, the Fimple being taken out. So that's the chase factor for Gamer Legion out of the equation.
Just waiting. Oh, beautiful shot.
Ебать.
Furlex taken down. It's going to be the Grumpy gone. One of the big scopes that they carry along is just that Ace left that can provide any bit of long-range support, and as he is in a bit of a fight, he's lost his leg, lost his head as well.
Хардыч. Просто троих уже похоронил нахуй. Четверых нахуй. Оставьте ему, оставьте. Сука, не оставили. Ладно, хуй с ним.
The broadside of the log pile there, and well, one on either side for VP.
It's like the entire team knew where the last player of Gamer Legion was, but Hart doing some insane work in towards this round, taking down player after player, and I believe that was a quad kill for himself in the end. FMX taking the last frag, And VP now leading the charge again, being able to recover from that last round where things just seemed to be sloppy, and Gamer Legion was able to get 3 kills in quick succession to come back in towards the round.
And they need to do that now, just a little bit of attack on that ace, and again, just popping off some shots, not quite actually hitting more than just that first one. Kakao, though, is going to be able to get that first one out on Magic. FMX instantly sending a grenade afterwards to try and stall a little bit for what could be a very aggressive push hard. Fine Stranger Ping again is going to be able to find a response to what could be a good Gamer Legion start.
Yeah, hard on the Ruby is just a godsend for VP currently, as he's taking out kill after kill. Again, having impact in this round, 7 in total currently over the map. And they know that the ditch is scary, and that Ace will just snipe away one, but hard instantly with the response on towards Furlex keeps his team alive. But now he should also be wary. They know where his position currently is, and he tries to spot out one of those red bands somewhere in the distance. But it's still so far away, and they're trying to collapse on towards the A point as well, just to make sure that when it goes live, Gamer Legion will not have a free capture.
He's just going to play himself on the back there a little bit, repositioned. So, again, as you mentioned, they know where he might be. They don't want him to just, you know, stay there. So you could assume that they are going to push him at some point, or at least try and look out for him. As W2G again from long range as well, is watching down that trench, trying to provide some support over towards, I believe there was FMX that was inside the trench. Another spot coming through, not quite dealing enough damage to really do anything.
Was it already a dead body?
Oh,
I think
yeah,
so.
that was a dead body indeed. Well, he already dealt the damage earlier on, so don't need to do it now. But he is definitely on the objective.
Yeah, it's close towards the A point. Scared that Gamer Legion might move in. Codex with a pickup ball action sniper rifle, trying to take down hard, and the bullets fly by him. Tag to the chest, but still no significant damage, and he has to heal up. And the same goes for hard, having to reload currently. Has taken a little bit of attack as well, but nothing major.
I doubt he actually could see him there. I think it was just a sound and just sending some shots down range, actually being able to get a good hit out onto the Gamer Legion player there. So that's good game sense coming down from the Russian out there. As FMX is going to be repositioning himself as well for this pro. Is going to try and play this together, head themselves towards the objective, not to capture it, but potentially to hold it for a scav cleanup crew. Because if you are protected, it might be better suited for you, but Kakao will be able to find W2G.
Yeah, but Gamer Legion says we actually don't need to capture the point. We just need to hold it from the house, have Kakao support on towards that ace, and then make sure that Codex might go for a little bit of an on-site presence just to hold off the VP members. Cleanup crew now coming in 2-on-3 in favor if Gamer Legion will be able to sustain these NPCs moving in. The AI is moving, and the shots instantly flying out.
I'm not quite sure which gun that was opening up. Would have been surprised if it was the Coulter, of course, having that suppression. Or either of the Rubies. It's a player just running out. That ace has been found by FMX, but a lot of noise made, so let's be very careful that he's not next on the scav wish list.
Well, Kakao might want to know where he is, as we see the sniper of Heart gets a lot of damage on. But Kakao will actually get a kill towards FMX, and now only Hart is alive, and he's scared. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place, unable to hit the shots necessary. And suddenly the round goes in favor of Gamer Legion. That was sloppy from VP.
I don't know if you saw the helmet there, but there was no way he's going to get through it. It's just a complete bucket that he was firing at. Just a pure piece of steel with like a little slit of like a centimeter or two to watch through. It's just the execute coming down there. And Gamer Legion, the cleanup crew, working for them.
Just saying no right in the face of imminent death. The AI will have the victory. VP will lose a round of their lead, but still are in front with a 3-2. Again, we'll see the snipers come into effect as well for Codex, just going for the pickup, knowing that with the Fimple, at least he has a nade, he has a chance on shorter range, but he knows he also needs to at least play a little bit more careful, because VP on range has just been incredibly deadly.
Definitely has been. Hard has been popping off quite some heads, currently on 8 kills already. The only thing that really stopped him there was the cleanup crew coming in to find him.
Things are slow this round. Rask is trying to dodge the bullets as he tries to reposition. Not being hit. So that's good for him, but Hard again with a one-tap, this time on towards Codex. The pickup of the sniper seems to be not working out for him. Again, dies towards the hands of the Ruby from VP. 5-on-4, Gamer Legion out in the start. But 20 seconds till the point opens, and if it's gonna be B, Gamer Legion usually has a stronger hold on that side.
There's definitely a good hold from them. They're usually on there. Neither Codex or Stranger Ping really been able to get into the fight. Not a single kill on the board. Furlex only a single one, whereas VP slightly more balanced out. So something to keep in mind. Capture point opened up. Is any of these two teams going to try and attempt it, or are we again going towards?
OWTG actually hit, so it might have been a wallbang on towards him if he would
Да,
be in
Юра,
the
это был
house.
5, оказывается.
Active, hard looking for Little Red Band. That's a teammate, so don't shoot at him, as WTG was indeed in the house, throws in the nade towards the ditch, and the trench will be naded, will not take any damage. Cow, however, has been hit probably in
тоже
his
думал,
barn, and it will be covered up by Stranger
что всё
Ping.
пиздец,
A little bit lackluster
нихуя.
there from Hard trying to move in, and as Magic's also hit, it seems the Gamer Legion is in the upper hand, and indeed with another kill, they seem to gain and
Да, и вроде бы
gain in this
неплохо
round.
пока идет. Если они эту проиграют, то все. Если нет, то мы еще одну посмотрим.
Still around with the Grumpy, having the high magnification, but it is of course variable as Magic will find
Хорош Magic.
find themselves back into this round, looking to find themselves with a 4th round on the board as well, right after they lost one, but the last bullet from Kakao enough to actually shut
нахуй.
down FMX, bringing it
Снесли,
to
блядь.
10 seconds before the cleanup crew again comes in. Last time it was very detrimental for the side of Virtus Pro. Will they try and go for a capture
he's
as
at
a
the
result
house.
of it now?
At the
he
house,
doesn't see him,
Furlex
yes.
did not see the player at the house. He's in the entrance, and now I believe he's got on the spot, maybe call it from his teammate, but VP is on towards the side, and no time is running out. Furlex is trying to move in, 1 second left, and VP wins a 4th round here. Gamer Legion unable to convert and not even to finish off the final kill. No need for the cleanup crew to do actually anything, and VP is not cheering as much as they were before. They know this situation is dire. They know that Sawmill is not as easy as they might have anticipated, as they might have hoped to actually get the win here.
I mean, they should have had 5 rounds already, right? If it wasn't for the cleanup crew. Like, they were playing around the objective. They just were not able to find those kills in the end. And as a result, it's 4-2 now. So they could have been a lot closer towards the victory, but not just yet. And as Virtus Pro, again, pushing through. An early start is what they would be looking for, and Rast doing exactly that with a Pharaoh, but doesn't see anybody running past. So he might be realizing that everybody's going through the forest side of things.
Well, Hard is again going through the forest, trying to at least be able to, on the long way around, expect Codex to push. Codex not having a good game so far. 0-5, unable to make a mark. Same goes for Stranger Ping, only kill he had in the previous round. Furlex unable to get much done either. And that really shows that Gamer Legion as a unit is currently not hitting. That Ace and Kakao are doing the work, but the rest of the team compared to VP are just not imbalanced.
30 seconds before capture, then we have another minute 20 before cleanup comes in. So about 2 minutes before really we need to see any big moves to be made by either of these two teams. And Hart, again,
Hart очень
starts it
хорош.
off, takes down Furlex, a bit of a counter snipe as you may, as the Grumpy, of course, with that big scope as well, has been removed from the board. And this is what's hindering Gamer Legion, really. They don't have all these, you know, big long-range weapons on the board. They only really have 2, and the rest is more so focused on the close range, whereas the Pharaoh is just that all-rounder, as we discussed.
Oh, definitely. 5-4, objective opens, late nade flies in, no damage. Again, I believe it's the B point, so that Ace has a decent position with the rock he's currently holding, but still, VP, player advantage, nades flying out. I believe that actually goes towards that Ace. Takes him out as well. What a touchdown there from Raz. Now a 5-on-3, and VP has taken out one of the big fraggers from Gamer Legion and one of the people they really need to bank on.
Codex is like, let me just pick up that gun. You died, you didn't really use it. Let me see if I can use it now myself. Codex, Kakao actually pushing in, goes down after he gets a kill. Rask finding another kill as well, and Virtus Pro finding themselves with the 5th round. 2 more before we are pushing all the way to a map 5 to decide who will be the victor of this first head-eye showdown.
Yeah, the nade on towards that Ace was already impactful enough for them to say, hey, most likely no longer any big cover on towards the B point. We need to force the issue. We need to make sure that we know where they are. They will move towards us. We have every angle. We have the numbers. We have the round. 5-2. VP is seeming like their old self when they were in the group stage. They are showing up when they need to. They are able to get a good grasp on towards this round. Shots being fired. That Ace going a little bit lower, but nades are coming in as Rask now goes down. The Pharaohs are throwing in a barrage, knowing where the players are. There's a kill on towards Kakao, at least a refrag, at least something to diminish the pain that Rask, his loss, has caused.
I mean, the thing is, right, you find Kakao as well. He's been one of the best players currently on the side of Gamer Legion. Taking him out is really going to be allowing you to push on as that ace finds FMX. Another kill comes in from Stranger Ping. Codex is pushing up as well. Now the way has been opened up for him. So Gamer Legion about to be finding themselves with a third round. If they manage to keep up the pace currently, 30 seconds left before the capture opens up. That is, of course, that point where everybody's watching for. And if you have Hart still alive on that Ruby, he's been absolutely deadly. He's going to be watching over that point to make sure there's no capture going to be in the hands of Gamer Legion. So, again, we might see this go towards a cleanup crew.
It's just going to be VP playing the long game, but Magic with the Overwatch cover, trying to move in, spots a player, takes not a kill, wants to still go for it, but look out because Codex is behind him. Hart really needs to be the hard cover, and I believe he heard him as well, a little bit of pre-fire coming in, and he still doesn't know where Codex will be, needs to heal. Here's the shots coming out. Hart instantly going for the objective, saying, hey, Magic is deep. They are there. This is going to be our round, and they go to 6 VP with a very good map control. The Overwatch helping to actually get the objective, to actually get the round, and bring the team in towards a map point.
Too hyper-focused around the village. Of course, if that would have been the capture point, it would have potentially gone the other way around. But Virtus.pro finding themselves up a map point that pushes towards a map number 5. Really surprising Gamer Legion here. I'm fully convinced they expected Virtus.pro to play this more aggressive, more with the gun setup that they had, some Vimples, maybe a Coulter as well. But instead, it's the Pharaohs. They're playing this from long range. They're taking these clean and clinical shots and are able to really just take out any potential fight that Gamer Legion had in them in this map.
Nades flying, no kills coming out. Ooh, Magic, was it a nade or was it a player? Hart at least takes down Kakao, and that's an opening kill in favor of VP once more on the maybe last round of this map. They're starting off well with Hart just getting 11 frags, taking down Kakao, the top frag on the other side with 10 in total. Gamer Legion quite heavily impacted and handicapped by that situation. 2 more nades flying. Will there be kills? Oh, that ace sees it fly by, but survives it luckily.
The thing is as well as playing with that
Тут
Ruby,
пацаны
he's never been the
забрали
best as
на
soon as he's being pushed up in close
видишь.
range. So he kind of wants to get out of there at the same time. You could try and point fire it and just spam it as quick as you can, but there's a really big chance that that AK is just going to be outgunning you at that moment in time. Everything's on the line right now to the side of Virtus.pro. They cannot really afford to let Gamer Legion get all the way back towards the 6-6 again and then take it there. So Gamer Legion need to be careful. VP's looking to close it here. Send us to map 3.
Oh, definitely is now a 5-on-4. Shots being fired at Stranger Ping. They know where he is, but they don't have to fight that hard. Stranger Ping now getting the kill in return on towards Hard. Good shots here from that ace. Unable to get a kill, but at least tags up Rask, and they know where he is. I believe they also spotted out a second, and now the objective is being opened. Will it be A? Will it be B? It's gonna be, I believe, the B point. That means that Gamer Legion will actually have a little bit of an advantage with the village being in their hands, but then VP just goes for the point. Stranger Ping's like, wait, what? I need to move in. That ace takes out WTG, but they're still on the point. They still capture it. VP gets it around with a 7-3, and whenever Gamer Legion has taken a map that has just ended in 7-6, VP gets right back up and destroys them on the next.
And that means it's all the way coming down to this final map here in the Head-Eye Showdown to decide who the first champion of EFT Arena is going to be. Will it be VP, who have been almost flawless the entire tournament as they've only lost 2 maps so far, or is it going to be Gamer Legion, who we said from the start is the real big contender to Virtus.pro?
Oh, definitely. Hart just running off the stage, probably wanting to calm down after that match and get ready for the last one. It will be Air Pit to decide who will be the victor of the Head-Eye Showdown. Let's get back to the analysts after the break.
Так, как пизжи, блядь. Не особо, да, что-то решает. Теперь решающая карта. Решающая карта где будет? На аэропорте. И в прошлый раз ВП их там так в хвост и в гриву выебли. Жестко. Надеюсь, ВП их выебют.
It is currently 2-2 in map score between Virtus.pro and Gamer Legion, and we will need one more map to decide who takes the victory in this first Tarkov Arena tournament. And I know that we are seeing the final round now, but we wanted to see a comeback from Virtus.pro, and to be honest, Giga, they've already handed out punches in that very first round.
Мази инвайт дали. Как он это понял?
Good to see. They had a plan for this particular map. They changed over all the classes. You know, I mentioned about the Ruby previously. We actually saw one on both teams. It's one of the few that gets a really, really decent scope. This is the Schmidt and Bender 1-8. So that's got 8 times on it. It's an RSAS, which is, you know, one of the better DMRs in the game with M80, which is perfectly reasonable against class 4 armor. Totally fine.
Не, ну лаунчер у меня тоже такой же. Типа ожидание начала тестирования. Ты про это? У меня написано в лаунчере вот EFT Арена и ожидание начала тестирования. А, кнопка играть горит у него.
For sure, and I mean WTG had a very
У меня
slow start,
тоже
but you're talking more
нет.
about specifically about hard really showing up today as well. Also a big change in headsets as well, coming with those change in presets.
Yeah, exactly. You know, in this particular game, we saw every single player having a headset, bar the ones that were on Kelter. So on VP, we've gone from, you know, them picking Surf, having no headset,
тоже не горит.
pretty much the entire team, maybe one on Vimple, to everybody having one, which is just so much more important on this bigger map because the call-outs are harder. There's not as many landmarks. You know, it's the classic. He's behind the tree by that rock. It's the classic Tarkov call-out for people who are new. It's just, it's much more difficult, right? And so having those
Не стример, поэтому у тебя не горит.
what's going on, especially in those clutch moments, and yeah, it really worked out. I think their lineup ended up being a lot better than Gamer Legion's.
They understood the fundamentals in terms of how you have to attack that map, how you attack
В принципе, ожидаемо то, что сейчас крупным стримерам дадут доступ.
to play to the meta or you will get left behind. That is as basic as you can make it. You always have to give yourself the best advantages possible. We know for a fact those kits are great on that map, or they're maybe not as good in other ones. You need to pick what works, even if it is out your comfort zone.
Yeah, I feel like that definitely didn't help out for Gamer Legion here. Some kits really made these players struggle. The Vimple kit as well, really taken a long time before they were finally able to find a kill. But as we said, we have one more map. That is Air Pits. We'll give you all the details that you need to know about our final map after a break.
Ну да, у него есть такая хуйня, у меня нет тоже. У Булсча какого-нибудь есть? Или у тебя у Мамура? На сайте этой арены именно. Конечно, я там уже как бы зареганный. Ну, через учетку Таркова. Кую. Мы бичи. Нам не дают играть. Соревноваться. Наши системы обнаружили, что вы черт. Ваше соединение временно заблокировано. Я просто пытался, наверное, залезть туда. Нет, на арене у меня уже давно просто зарегано. Когда она только вышла, я зашел, зарегался сразу, посмотрел, что мне доступно, недоступно. Ну чё, последняя игра.
Welcome back to one more pre-game disc. Whilst we're getting ready for our final game. My name is Anne. I was your host for this weekend. I will be
Булсча тоже скоро. Булсча тоже недоступно. Поэтому тут, видимо, не от этого зависит вообще.
Of this series. The final map being Air Pit. We have seen all 5 today. I'm very happy.
Сиди пока нахуй, не отсвечивай, блядь. Навел шороху, блядь.
Yeah, it's strange because we thought Sawmill was going to be the shoe-in just because of the playstyle, but I think just because of Air Pit, it's obviously got the 2 capture points, and then obviously
Булса тоже такая же кнопка, как у меня.
I think the biggest issue with that is if you are a team which is really good at controlling mid, and teams know that, they're just not going to give you that choice because mid control, getting that plane is so important.
Yeah, it's quite different on this map versus Sawmill. You know, we saw Gamer Legion get caught out quite a few times where only their red dot players were left, and they were just the point got capped, and they literally just couldn't do anything about it.
У Маза может быть доступ есть из-за того, что он тогда играл. Ну хотя, кстати,
On this one, A and B are both down on the ground, and the airplane is in the middle, so you can cover both from in there. So you can actually get away with some of the closer range kits, even if it doesn't seem like you might be able to, because you can still get red dot headshots through, you know, the windows on the airplane, even though you are a little bit more exposed. So I'm actually not sure exactly what preset selections they're going to go for. You could
в комнате тоже. Вот скоро.
We've seen Pharaoh on some of the other maps, though, some of the other games on this map from other teams, and given they just played it, like, we can see that they like that particular preset, so I'm not sure.
We saw some Ratatouille earlier on Airfits.
Sorry.
We saw some Ratatouille earlier on Airfits.
Yeah.
No, I'm just joking. That was during the show match. One thing that you were spot on with, though, was that mid control being so important on this map Airpit. And the one time we did see Airpit from Gamer Legion,
засуетились стримеры. Сразу, ой, а у меня нет доступа. Почему нет доступа?
Played this entire tournament, so they've got that hidden the same way that they've kept Sawmill hidden, and look what they've done with that. The fact that they're going to have knowledge as well over how Gamer Legion
сегодня не будет, завтра будет. Завтра не будет, послезавтра будет.
What is their split? Generally, I think the last time we seen Gamer Legion played it, they only had like 2 guys, one above, one below, and that was really all they needed. So with that information, you could easily just flood the plane as best you can if you're VP and just win your gunfights, get the trades, then you have mid control.
Yeah, exactly. We know that they like to control mid. They don't necessarily need to be in there, but they have all of the positions around the capture points and around that central section, so that if you're in there and you're in the wrong position, then you can get caught out. We know that you can get wallbanged through the side. They're good at information gathering. We're going to have to see exactly what they use in terms of headsets again. Are they going to go for more presets with headsets or just give them up? It is bigger, so maybe that works out, but it is easier to flag where people are as well, so maybe they'll just rely on team communications, give up the headsets and say, fine, we'll just take other parts for our preset that are better because we don't really need it. Yeah.
Those positions and the info gathering going to be super important. I feel like it's Codex on the side of Gamer Legion that I've continuously seen jump up on that little ledge at the beginning of the airplane just to look all the way down the airplane and gather that information, indeed, as you said. But I also feel like this game, and specifically in comparison to the last map, it's going to be such a change of pace.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think it's going to be different just in terms of whatever team loses mid control, you'll then find the remaining players will kind of hide away in the shops and almost try and play to see if they can maybe get lucky, and the flag point will be in their side. That's what we've started to see a little bit more. I will say that especially with the circumstances, with the previous 4 maps, even though it says 2-2 in the map score, I still think VP's been the more dominant side, just because you look at the round count. Both the maps that VP have won, it's been so convincing. But then you look at the 2 maps that Gamer Legion won, it very easily could have went to VP as well.
Yeah, it's been very tricky. I think VP, their playstyle, they're going to know the angles through, so they're just going to be super careful. Like, I know we saw Game Legion with some really good peaks and things like that, but when you're playing against Magic and Hard, we've seen guys jump up and literally just get your head snapped off, and it's like, it's a classic thing in Tarkov for information gathering. But against, when you're playing, usually there's no matchmaking in EFT, so you're playing against people, if you're in the top 1%, you're never playing against people of the same caliber as yourself.
После игры будем смотреть, что у нас там есть, что у нас там нет.
It is our final map. We will know if it is Gamer Legion or Pro taking home that 50,000 euros. We'll find out after Airpid with Hap and Toldesma.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's going to be a turbulent ride, Hap. We've just had a little bit of a safety briefing with our production just saying where the nearest exits are, how to put on your life vest, and I think both teams will need one because it might be just drowning in a battle here.
Don't forget the oxygen in case things really get intense, just to have a little bit extra. But I hear it's ready to take off. So please, everybody, fasten your seatbelts. We are headed towards the air pit. And you instantly see Pro go for a very heavy take into the actual airframe itself. Sniper being picked up as well from Ras just to provide some extra support.
Yeah, follow the illuminated path for Death, and Raz almost takes off the hat of a Gamer Legion player, but Furlex in the meantime with the open kill towards WTG. That's the
Так, ну на этой карте наши должны эбнуть.
Gets another kill for himself, 2 already, and Kakao in the fight with Raz also deals a lot of damage.
Мужик хорош. 3 в 5, ой, 3 в 4. 3 в 4. Блять, хорошо, разменял хотя бы. 3 в 2.
He has to go for a play either way because they really need to get the frags in their favor. I believe Codex now taking on hard, as I did see a little bit of a helmet, but saying could go for Stranger Ping. 2 Vimples on the side of Gamer Legion, 2 Cauldrons, and Stranger Ping eventually on towards hard as well. That plane is made of paper. It seems as everything just goes through.
The last man standing, Rask. All his limbs are hurting. I hope he really brought some painkillers for that one. As he is waiting, the capture is in the meantime going on, then he realizes, oh no, I'm on the wrong side of the map. He's not going to be able to actually go for it. Rask gets shuts down on his rotation, and Gamer Legion finds themselves with the first round. Now, for those of you watching, €100,000 tournament to go on, 50,000 for the number 1. And there's only 7 rounds that they need to be gaining. Now, Gamer Legion already has the first out of those 7 on the board. It's literally do or die for either of these 2 teams.
Hard just thinking has a little bit of a break there, but just gets his head taken clean off. Gamer Legion in the lead. And what we just wanted to notice as well is that Gamer Legion's so much more versatile with their presets, taking in nades, taking in different weapons, just making sure they're set for every situation, whereas VP only has 1
Блять, опять харда выебали гранатой. Кто-то хуйню убивает его.
Figured they might have been able to make it work out there, as you saw, with that pickup sniper, but not
Что это
really
было,
any
блядь?
hits so far. Keeps just missing the head out there, and his WTG's healing himself up right next to the body of his fallen teammate. He's going to look to see if he can do anything, but gets banged on by that ace. I'm not quite sure if that was a wallbanger or someone from behind, but VP, not the best of starts.
No, VP just doesn't know how to control this map, and Gamer Legion having a bit of experience already on towards this map and able to put it to good use here as they are looking to extend their lead towards 2, and with 2 opening frags, no damage being taken, they are in such a solid
Ну
spot.
чё, ребята, ёбаный в рот. Вы же их ебали, блядь.
Every angle is being covered by Gamer Legion.
На этой карте,
Holding tight near the capture point. Gamer Legion just having the opportunity here, having the man count to actually try and make it happen. All they need is to be around on the right corner. And for Max, he's ready to provide some support from one of the small towers out there, hoping to catch someone off guard. But the thing is, Gamer Legion, advantage in any given way. You see Kakao quite close as well. Magic finds one before he gets shut down himself. 2 players left on the side of Virtus Pros. Rask is going on a bit of a flank, is looking to retake the airframe to provide himself some support. FMX joining in as well, as both of them now finding themselves quite close inside. But of course they want to stop the actual capture from happening as that Ace shuts down Rask. FMX still fighting in the actual play. Needs to be careful to not be wallbanged right through that frame. It's so paper thin like we said before, and Codex gives Gamer Legion their second round.
Gamer Legion seeming strong, and they know the map, and VP seems to be out of their depth. Let's not forget.
Пацаны на плюс морали уже играют.
Gamer Legion played this map against Ascent 7-4. Ascent able to fight back decently enough, and we dare to say this is one of their strongest maps. Of course, they were able to take Sawmill from Gamer Legion before, and I think it also helped Gamer Legion practice a little bit better on towards that map too.
For sure, and Virtus Pro again back though towards their default kind of setups, and you're going to be questioning if that is going to be the right call later on, because we're playing more at range, we are playing with a bunch of wall banks to go through, and if you need to wallbang with only 20 rounds in the magazine, it's not going to be working too well for you, as we see Stranger Ping trying to go aggressive right here, trying to send so many rounds down range, he'll be able to take off the head hard in a great shot and a great attempt to go through, and again, Gamer Legion find themselves in an advantage.
Some beautiful taps coming in there, and I believe Codex trying to spot out some feet, hoping to then put in a wall bang or such, and then he will indeed get down Magic. Another kill for Gamer Legion, another 2-0 lead in players, and it's going to see if they will be able to take the trades in their favor, because they don't need to go for the outright aggression, but still they might have a little bit of a peak, and do see Rask unable to hit, but then they know, well, he might be there. We don't need to go there, we don't need to fight, we just wait for the objective to start and just take it.
I mean, it's the same kind of plan that Virtus Pro is having right now, realizing they do not have the airframe. It's going to be a very tough ask for them. Vertex just takes the head of WTG clean off, as FMX and Rask both trying to retake the upper part of the airframe. It's going to be some shots being sent through. There's also someone trying to go for them out there. Stranger Ping with the SMG finds the very first headshot 3 seconds before the capture point. It's only up to FMX, and now he's up there. 2 players from Gamer Legion trying to challenge him as he gets the very first. Again, has to reload, only 1 full magazine left into the pocket, has to go and try and challenge this objective as he is being pushed, but he checks the wrong side. 3 seconds, doesn't get the kill. Gamer Legion find themselves 3-0.
VP just seemingly confused at what is transpiring here. They just have no clue what's happening across the map. They don't know which point is active. They don't know how to get any control over any bit. And whenever JP, whenever they remake, they just get taken down by Gamer Legion. It will be a 3-0 and no stress whatsoever for the days. He knew there was cover. He knew that he would be beat. And now we do see VP still struggling. Maybe those choices of the 4 serves has not really worked out that well. They're missing the util to maybe put a dent in towards Gamer Legion.
And that is the crucial part of Arena. There is no swapping of these kits. You just have to make do with what you've chosen beforehand. They knew which map they were headed to. They had an idea, and so far it hasn't been working out. Gamer Legion really on top of what Virtus Pro is attempting right here. They struggle with taking control of the airframe, and that really allows Gamer Legion to excel at this map currently.
Codex is trying to spot if a player might be a little bit more aggressive. VP might want to change the pace of the game just to hopefully get a little bit control back. And WTG now with the open kill towards that ace. That's the first positive they've had at the start of a round. Usually they've already lost 1 or 2 players by this time. So for a change, they feel a little bit better, but still they just don't seem to know where the control lies. Stranger Ping still in the airplane, still able to contest. Gamer Legion still not really trying to force the issue, because they know as time runs out, they have better positions and spots towards the point.
Not just that, they have the better equipment to deal with it as well. The current way that Virtus Pro wants to play is in a quick pace, try and go and get into their faces and go get those kills. And it's just not really working out. Gamer Legion is playing this quite
У нас потерь нет. У них что-то на трансляции.
You know, if you don't hit your first couple of shots with the VSS, you might not hit those last couple ones in the magazine either. You just run out in like a second when you start pressing down that trigger. So, Virtus Pro, as they set themselves up around the A capture point, they want to prevent Gamer Legion from getting through, but they need to make a decision themselves as well. Are we going to try and go for the capture, or are we going to, you know, push this towards a cleanup crew, because that could not favor either of these teams.
Fimple of Codex still trying to move through the belly of the airplane. Some bullets flying by, but not a hit coming through. Stranger Ping on the top though will be taken down by Rask, and luckily for VP, they finally make
Тебе просто
time is running out though. Cleanup crew coming in, and FMX
далеко
takes another
слишком.
kill. Now they must go on towards the point just to have a safe W. The cleanup crew, it will move in, and Gamer Legion have no reason to go for the aggression until they got on the point.
Так, пацаны что-то начали делать. Хорошо.
And finally, VP makes something work, trying to hype themselves up, because of course they're still 3-1 down, and they know, as you said, the first to 7 wins the tournament.
That's what's on the line here, and for some this might be life-changing money as well. It's only the very first tournament of what we heard is going to be many more to come through as well. And if you show up as the champion now, you're putting yourself in that spotlight. You get yourself, well, maybe even invited back towards other tournaments, or maybe picked up by another organization who's looking to build a roster for this developing esports as well. So again, life-changing stuff for these teams to come through. Both of them want to win it. Gamer Legion currently have the best cards.
Nate's flying through wallbangs as well from Codex, using one of his 5 magazines on the SR2. Trying to deal with no players on either side actually being hit either by a nade or a wallbang just yet. And as you say, the walls are thin, so you can try to bang whatever, and sometimes deal a little bit of damage, something that's now happened to Rask as well.
Trying to dance around all these shots that come through. That Ace knowing what's on the other side. It's Magic trying to send some shots down range. Stranger Ping taking some damage. I believe that might have been from the one grenade that's allowed, or rather in the pockets of Virtus Pro. As we do see Dad Ace take the shot onto Rask. It's a second one to follow up. Gamer Legion really trying to, well, alternate and use the fact that they do have the better equipment for what is on this map. Longer ranges.
They have 2 players looking towards German, and one goes in solo. I don't really understand why VP should take that risk. It's not as if that would change the pace of the game. Gamer Legion now getting free, 4 kills, only hard alive on towards the serve. Under the wing, spotted out, taken down by Stranger Ping, and Gamer Legion responds to a round from VP with one of their own. Suddenly, they exchange the lead in towards a 4-1, ever increasing.
And so far, every single map that has been won by Gamer Legion went to the maximum amount of rounds, 7-6 and 7-6. Whereas the ones that Virtus Pro have won were 7-1, 7-2. They were very convincing on the maps they took, whereas they were also very close on taking the maps that Gamer Legion managed to find. And now they're going to be thinking about, like, what if we just played that one round different? What if we were able to turn this around? We would have already been there at this point and not 1-4 down. It's going to be crossing your mind at some point, and it's going to be the art to try and look that out and try and play your game. Do the best you can with these VSSs, with these surf kits. As Stranger Ping is trying to exchange some shots, actually deal some damage towards Rask. Is going to be pushing him back down towards the ground floor.
Rask again going for the pickup of the sniper. It has not worked whatsoever, and again, missing the shot. Taking a little bit of damage, losing a lot of ground, because Gamer Legion knows, okay, that's yet another player who just can't make a move. And is his heart completely in the back already, or is he just waiting in his own spawn? It seems like the latter, waiting in his own spawn, scared of Gamer Legion pushing. And this tells a tale of VP not knowing what to do. They are all the way back. They're not putting in any pressure. And Gamer Legion is just given the map in that regard.
Yeah, they have. There might be their latest strategy here to see if they can fight back in a little bit later, because the early engagements they keep on losing, not really getting any advantage out of, because they're just pushing in alone, not really having anybody there to cover. As FMX taking some shots as well from the side of that Ace. He's a very tight angle to play with, and you just need to know of its existence there. It's going to be very tough for you to actually challenge that if you do not know. And they haven't, of course, played this map, and that doesn't mean they haven't scrimmed it. It just means that they haven't had the official experience on it. And the same goes for Sawmill, but they worked a lot better on that, a different kind of kit. They managed to outpick Gamer Legion, and it seems like Gamer Legion is outpicked Virtus Pro now.
Yeah, Furlex is still in the burger spot, trying to keep a little bit of an eye on towards the A point, as well as Rask is currently shooting bullets in towards his direction. So they know PP at least has a player close, so they can't just outright go for the point. As Kakao gets tagged up as well, but FMX will go down to Codex. First kill in favor of Gamer Legion. Suddenly, PP is on towards the point. Hard gets a kill. Magic trying to fight for his life. And FMG will also support it. And that means it's a 3-on-3, but still the point not being taken. 2-on-3 now as Gamer Legion is dying to Hard. Blink control of VP, and Hard is surviving as Codex is missing.
2 fractures and a bleed is going to be taking him slightly out of the fight as Codex is coming around the corner trying to stop the capture. Actually manages to do that, but stays on it a little bit too long. There's a second player out there. It's going to be the last one, WTG, that's trying to try and push the actual airframe to see if he can bring his 1v1 to the actual inside.
Блять, он пошел за ним.
He's not looking forward to taking that fight the way that WTG wants. And the cleanup crew is coming through. Now, Codex is in a slightly worse position as he finds himself onto the ground floor and he has to run to find some cover at least to make sure that he does survive. He's already being shot, but so is WTG as he takes a very heavy bleed. There you go, WTG with a great shot will finish that round and make sure that Virtus Pro is going to be getting themselves the second round on the board.
And a relief there for VP as they were scared. Cleanup crew moving in with great numbers and just a little tap needed to get the last kill. And Codex actually almost able to clutch this out. And just look at the nice play there from, of course, the Coulter preset. On the range, maybe a little bit better than at SMG. And 4-on-2 will be the score currently as VP should be scared by Gamer Legion. Nades flying in again. Will they deal damage?
Да он что-то отыгрывал, вообще какую-то хуйню, лег где-то. Эти все раунды, блядь, он что-то вообще непонятное делал. Ему нужно рашить, блядь, он знает, как рашить. Он сидит, блядь.
He's been hit by a nade, I believe. Half HP already gone. And no shots being fired before that. Hard now goes down. Late nade from Kakao towards the staircase of the back plane for VP. No additional damage.
FMX slowly moving up, seeing some shots being fired towards his teammate as he gets taken down himself. Rask gone, hit as well in his arm. He's going to have to wait, heal that back up. 3-on-5 right now. Gamer Legion looking to push themselves towards 5-on-2, trying to get themselves 2 removed from the actual tournament.
But I've consciously seen Rask get that sniper 3 times, and 3 times he's been hit. So there's no real gain for him and his team apart from him being spotted, them losing map control, and of course also possibly losing his life in the process.
Well, definitely lost it now. Kakao will take him down, and that means it's only up to Magic and WTG now. They seem so untouchable, Virtus Pro, and suddenly they are crumbling at the hands of Gamer Legion as soon as the map number 5 has started to be played. He's finding himself very close towards the actual capture point. Might try and get himself in at the second it goes active. There it is. He might just want to go for the capture right away, but instead he's going to be holding off. He's going to be trying to make sure that he's taking down any Gamer Legion player that's going out there, because of course they are 5. They have the opportunity to try and challenge them. He will get the very first kill, but he instantly has to move himself out as people are shooting at him from the airframe. He's going to go quite low. A shot through the head will end his life, and only WTG is standing now. A grenade is going to be prepared and sent right towards the
ВП что-то все сдулись нахуй под конец. Что за хуйня?
Someone was on, but he gets taken down. No kill with that grenade, and there's only 2 rounds removing Gamer Legion from picking up that very first title.
Very nice try, but he knew where he was, and Magic was able to at least hold on for that little while. VP tried what they could to make with what they had, but it wasn't too much. And Gamer Legion, as you said, also had a 5-on-2 situation, able to clutch it out in the end. Now 2 more rounds. They need to do something here.
2-5, Gamer Legion close to getting the title. Virtus Pro again were the actual favorites. The grenade being sent through again, going to be finding someone. No, it's Rask taking some shots though. Actually, Rask finding the grenade. An instant follow-up by Kodax is going to be finding himself with a second kill to come through. Virtus Pro really in a disadvantage right now.
Нихуя у типов не получается.
Alright, and now we see FMX getting the kill on towards Codex as well. Just a 4-on-3, and it seems to be as if VP is fighting back, and with a kill from FMX it seems to be doable, but then Kakao just strikes right back in. 3-on-2 still, Gamer Legion having the driver's seat and looking to extend their lead, looking for that map point, looking for that tournament point even.
30 seconds VP, you got to fight back, otherwise you are receiving so much pressure. You've basically sailed through the entire tournament so far. Up until this point, when there's only a couple rounds removing you from being second place, Magic finds a kill. Needing to find 2 more, or 15 seconds before the capture does go live. And for the Pro, receiving even more damage.
And still some fights going on. I believe FMX also shooting some covering fire.
Зачем ты влево идешь, блядь?
And now the objective has gone live, and Max still has control over the plane. A vital position here in towards the map. Will that Ace or Ferlex be able to counter his angle, as Magic is still far away from the active point, but actually moves towards the wrong one, I believe, because the one to his right was active, and now he's actually being called back by his teammates, having to go towards the plane, trying to cover it from there and seeing if Gamer Legion makes a move.
Time is slowly ticking out. Magic just trying to find any bit of information, but no one's really making a move on the side of Gamer Legion. And for this Pro, you have to make a choice. I mean, they don't really want to risk going for the capture point, because it just broadcasts it to the other 2 players. Hey, I am on this big green fluorescent circle here. Come and get me. But instead, it's going to be the cleanup crew that's going to be making its way through. FMX holding inside the plane. He has a grenade drop there, as you saw, that he could use later on. But he's receiving quite a lot of damage from one of the Gamer Legion players.
That Ace now tagged up, as of course the cleanup crew is moving in and putting in some shots as well. Magic trying to still hold out and look towards the burger spot. Still no deaths, still no scavs also being killed. And now when you see something move, you don't really know if you have to shoot at it. FMX goes down towards that Ace. That is the frag they were looking for. And now only Magic stands. Only Magic against 2, as Ferlex is taking down the cleanup crew. And with them dying, of course the radiation might come in soon. And Ferlex and the Ace both already being hit up.
It really comes down to whoever has the most healing at that point. And as Ferlex gets a slight hit, he's just going to be healing himself back up. That's no problem whatsoever. He just needs to make sure he doesn't get shot. A radiation any second now is going to start to come in. And that will mean that systematically the HP will start to drain. Gamer Legion might actually want to go for the capture point before that moment, because otherwise they might not win that game. They do not know. As Magic takes down 1, that Ace is the last one sending. The radiation comes in now. Magic has more HP. It's really coming down to the healing game right now, who has more than the other, and I believe that is a game that Magic can win. So maybe the cleanup crew will come in, or otherwise that Ace is going to have to actually find the fight.
That Ace seems quite confident though, as the damage is coming in, and Magic now also being spotted by the cleanup crew for the first time in towards this round. That Ace just heals up a little bit more, but the radiation, as you said, is sticking, it's doing damage, and both teams, both players just calling the bluff on each other. But that Ace, he is really dwindling down towards his health.
And lost his stomach there as well. That's going to be very painful. So that is something that he kind of
пушит Тагила. Сука, почему того не пушат, блядь?
I think Magic hears him.
Magic does hear him, yes, but is he going to go for the actual push? He's definitely trying to go for it. Some shots are being fired. Who's going to be taking this one home? Both are on equal HP as the radiation just keeps going. After Magic.
Да пиздец, какой ты... Сука, блядь.
What an end to the round as well. Such a longevity from both, trying to heal, knowing where they were, and in the end, Magic unable to win the round because he was hammered down. And Gamer Legion, as you said, on towards a map point, a match point, and this is a vision of doom here for Magic, still trying to heal, but you know there is no way out. And now only one more round is needed for Gamer Legion. They could be your champions here.
It's going to be the big question, and what will it take? Some early grenades again to come in from Gamer Legion to see if they can get some early suppression and some early control over Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, you cannot afford a single mistake anymore, and a grenade again will find FMX.
Эти FMX взрывают, блядь, заебал уже. Нахуй ты туда лезешь?
And the same goes for his opposition. At least, still they stay alive, but they lose one of their players. FMX going down, but you see VP trying to be a little bit more aggressive on towards this round. Already in a little bit deeper, spotting the head on towards the player is Magic, unable to get a kill though, and still it is a player advantage for Gamer Legion.
Some broken legs as well on the side of WTG. Lost both his legs. It's not going to be very great for him. Now, of course, Stranger Pain took some damage as well, but he's going to be healing himself back up. He's still alive. He's still a gun in this game, whereas Virtus.pro has lost one. So are they going to be playing for the objectives here? Are they going to try and get a capture through? It's a risky thing to do, but it might be their only choice because they don't want to let this come down to the cleanup crew again.
That Ace now takes out Magic, of course. The one he was fighting in the previous round was saved by the sledgehammer. And now we see Raz trying to fight as well, taking that Ace very low, but then they know where he is. Kaka with the kill, and now it is a 5-on-2. Gamer Legion knows the objective will open. Gamer Legion knows they only have to down 2 more players to get the win.
Gamer Legion, you came in as what was going to be the second favorite team. You got beaten by Virtus.pro in groups. You got beaten by Virtus.pro on the playoffs. And now you're looking to be taking control as there is only one member left on Virtus.pro. They seem to be crumbling under the pressure. WTG needs to make a 1v5 clutch happen if they want to stay in it, if they want to realize their favoritism status. There it comes, the capture, 3 seconds left, and Gamer Legion, they are your champions! They take the first EFT Arena.
Гейл, ну поздравляем, Хули. Выиграли, блядь.
They win 50,000 euros. They are your champions here, and they will succeed in the end on their home ground. That's gonna be quite hell of a party. That's gonna be them taking the win.
That was it from us. Thank you for sticking with us. We really appreciate the opportunity given to be with us here for this first EFT Arena. And what a story it has been. The groups were fantastic. The playoffs as well. Upsets we've seen, and Gamer Legion have taken it all.
Yeah, but don't go anywhere. Of course, we have Anne with an interview in just a bit. And thank you very much for being with us, and see you in the next round.
Congratulations to you guys. You are the winners of the very first Tarkov Arena tournament. Now, I have a very special person with us on the stage because he's going to give you guys something for winning this tournament, of course, as well. I'd like to welcome Dima to the stage.
Бабло несут. Полтосик пацаны выиграли. Ой, бля, спать уже охота, пиздец. Чё там нахуй? Не, у меня недоступно. Чё, у других? Маза уже рукав одевает, нахуй.
Yes, we 100% did. We knew from the beginning on we had it in us to win against VP, and even with the struggles we had in the best of 1 and the best of 3, we still were motivated and tried our best, and it showed.
Ну чё, Никита ж что-то скажет сейчас, правильно? Типа, ебать. Пацаны. Можете заходить.
I mean, just yeah, we kept head high.
It's fine, take your time. We'll step forward because we're not in the lights. We have to come step forward.
Honestly, I think VP had a lot of pressure on their side. Honestly, there's a lot of expectations from everyone for VP to win. There was a lot invested on them. I think the pressure might have got them, especially on the first game when we win Equator. I know it's their best map, it's their favorite map, and they lost against us, so I think it was hard for them at this point. Of course, they gained Bay 5 pretty good.
Не знаю,
They
чуть
destroyed
не
us,
заметил.
but we managed to came back on ball. We knew we were gonna lose Sawmill because it's not our map, but we knew
Я не смотрел в
their
этот
pit was
момент.
their worst map, so it just added up and we finished the win. It was nice.
Sounds like a very good recipe. Thank you so much. Now, I'm also very curious because you guys have won the very first tournament of Tarkov Arena, as we said. How are you feeling about the tournament in general?
Hard question.
was great. We had a great time. We came here to perform. We went here with a lot of confidence, and yeah, VP was really rough. In Bay 5, they countered us pretty well, which was well played from them. The tournament, I mean, yeah, it's awesome to be here. The crowd was really good as well, and it was smooth and it felt great. I can't wait to look further for more tournaments. Yeah, without a doubt, you will see us in the arena scene.
Sounds very good. Thank you so much. And I heard as well, you guys only started playing together a week before this tournament. Now that is very promising for the future for you guys to come. Are you proud of
Посмотрите,
your
там,
players?
короче, этот чек, он весь какой-то пожуханный, нахуй, покоцанный, блядь, сверху, снизу какой-то, блядь. Просто А4, нахуй, налепили, блядь, на картонку. Сука.
Good job, guys.
They did indeed pull it off. Now, I'm going to ask you guys to find a spot somewhere on the stage where you're comfortable, because we're going to have a lot more people joining us on the stage. So if you could find a spot where you guys can stand together and be comfortable, please do so, because I'd like to welcome a few more people to the stage. We have obviously had an amazing team working together with us over the course of this weekend. And there is a lot of people that we have to thank. So let's start off with our nice team of talents that we've worked and put this whole show together with, and mainly the voices of this broadcast as well. First up, our analyst duo, Demo and Giga.
Демо and Giga, блядь. Я себе у них.
It was an honor to have you two on the desk with me, doing all the numbers. You're way better at doing those numbers than I am, and bringing up all these storylines, setting up everything for the team. So thank you so much for that. It was a pleasure having you two here with us. Thank you. And of course, we've had two casters as well who talk you through the entirety of the games whilst they were going on, and those two were Hap and Toldesma. You guided us through these games very well. Some very short, some very long, but you gave us all the information that we needed to know exactly what was going on at any moment in the game, and it helped us a lot. Thank you so much for talking us through all of the games. It is much appreciated. I'm going to ask you also to move to a spot somewhere on the stage, and I actually kind of want Gamer Elite a little bit closer, because you are the main characters. You guys should be coming back on to the middle of the stage with us, please. Yes, you could do so. You are the main characters. This is about you. You have won this tournament, but there are a few more people that need to join us as well. Of course, the team behind Escape from Tarkov, the team behind Tarkov Arena as well. I'd like to welcome some members from Battlestate Games.
Ебать, это команда, которая разрабатывала бы арену, блядь. А чё так мало? Чё так мало людей?
Right, there are a lot of thank yous that we have to say, but I also heard that
А где
Gamer
босс,
Legion
ну?
first off want to say a thank you as well.
Босс где?
So yes, we went to the idea to do a good team, and I think these guys are the best in the world, and we can go very far. So we will keep working as we did yesterday. Yesterday we had a really rough time against VP. We went, we talked together, we reviewed what we had, and we did what we had to do. Yeah, I would like to thank GL, obviously, because they made us so. They made us incredibly comfortable, and I think they're a factor of our wins as well. And obviously, I'm proud of my team. You all did great, and thanks to all of you guys as well, and thanks to BSG for the amazing event and I'm looking forward for the next ones.
This is very wholesome. That was really, really nice to hear from you, obviously, but also indeed to thank Battlestate Games for the amazing tournament that we've had for Tarkov Arena as well. I'm sure everyone's so excited to start playing Tarkov Arena. So maybe Dima, you can tell us a few things about it as well.
Hey guys. Oh wow. Hey guys, we really appreciate that you were with us. You were with us these 3 days, insane days, absolutely great. An amazing tournament. Thank you very much. Congrats, GL. You're the best today. Yeah. Thank you very much, the whole BSG team. We did it for you, and I can officially say that we just started the first waves. And welcome to Arena, guys.
That for sure is a well-deserved applause, because this is what everyone has been waiting for. You can start playing Tarkov Arena yourself now. Also, of course, a massive thank you to production for helping us organize this entire tournament, for making everything possible as well. Now, you can go ahead and play Arena yourself, and you know what? We might even see you at some future tournaments in 2024. Thank you so much to everyone here and everyone at home as well for watching in this weekend with us, watching the Arena gameplay. Go enjoy the game yourself, and hopefully we'll see you again in 2024 for more Tarkov Arena. Thank you.
Турик кончился. Вот и все, блядь. Я ожидал то, что Virtus.pro будет намного лучше выступать. Welcome to Arena. Все, я теперь всегда буду называть Арену Ариной. Welcome to Arena, блять, алло, пустите нахуй поиграть, просто. Не знаю, у меня нету доступа. Маза запускает. Не буду его смотреть, чтобы не спойлерить себе. Да, у меня нету доступа. Марк, что там? Марк тоже вроде что-то ничего запустить не может. Прикольно. Так, ну тогда чё? Когда закругляемся, получается. Завтра, я надеюсь, Да, первая волна игроков уже получила доступ и начнет играть сегодня. Проверьте почту на наличие приглашения. Может быть, почта должна быть. Кто-то на почте. Нет, у меня на почте ничего. Ну что, тогда всем спасибо, кто смотрел, кто смотрит записи, тоже большое спасибо. Завтра, надеюсь, будет еще волна. И, собственно, мы уже пощупаем эту игру. Наконец-то уж. Ждать немного подзаебло. Всем спасибо еще раз. Добра, счастья, здоровья. Обнял, привонял. Сегодня провели хорошую трансляцию. Кайф. Удачи.